Chapter 1: The Peculiar Girl. My name is Zhang Tingyan, and I am 28 years old. I have been raised in an orphanage since the age of 8, and I possess no recollection of my life before that time. It is a complete void. Whenever I attempt to recall those early years, I am met with a haze of forgetfulness that obscures everything, including my parents, my family, where I lived, and the experiences I endured. It is as if my memories prior to the age of 8 have been deliberately erased. The name I bear now was bestowed upon me by the director of the orphanage, symbolizing a hope for my life to be both safe and to achieve something magnificent. I have been residing in this city for over 3 years, and to sustain myself, I chose to work as a taxi driver. However, in recent years, the ride-hailing industry has surged, with various ride-sharing applications emerging like mushrooms after rain. This development has undoubtedly compounded the challenges faced by the traditional taxi sector, resulting in increasing competitive pressure. With the rise of online platforms, many young people have opted for the convenience of ride-hailing services, leading to a significant loss of clientele for us. The sharp decline in passengers has naturally resulted in a drastic reduction of my income. Sighing, I looked at the numbers on my bank card, which were trending downward, and uttered a resigned breath. It seems I will once again have to tighten my belt this month. I retrieved a half-empty pack of cigarettes from my pocket, selecting one and placing it between my lips. There are strict regulations within the taxi company prohibiting smoking in the vehicle. However, given that I am in the outskirts, I need not be overly concerned about this rule. I rolled down the window, and even before leaning out, a shiver ran through me. It is now autumn, and the evening temperatures are considerably lower than those of the day. A gust of cold wind swept through, raising goosebumps upon my skin. With a flick of the lighter, a small flame ignited, and I lit the cigarette held between my fingers. Taking a deep drag, I slowly exhaled a ring of smoke at that moment. It felt as though the fatigue weighing down my body had been momentarily lifted. Nestled in the driver's seat, I languidly listened to the songs emanating from the car radio. After safely delivering a passenger in haste to the airport, I drove aimlessly for a while, before finally deciding to pull over on the side of the road to rest. I found myself in a suburban area, quite a distance from the airport, making it nearly impossible to pick up another passenger from my current location. I was not in a hurry to return to the city for more fares, as it was already 10 o'clock at night. After completing this last trip, I had intended to call it a night. With this thought in mind, I resolved to take a brief respite here, that I turned off the taxi and parked it by the roadside. The light blue vehicle appeared strikingly out of place on the desolate street. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the occasional passing vehicle breaking the stillness. There were virtually no people in sight. I lifted my gaze towards the night sky, where a scant few stars emitted their faint luminescence. Accompanied by the incessant low chirps of insect from the grass by the roadside, I couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Perhaps it was the overwhelming noise and bustling atmosphere of the city that had accustomed me. The sudden tranquility felt oddly disconcerting that I casually retrieved my phone from my pocket. Deciding to indulge in a game to pass the time otherwise, I feared I might not last even 10 minutes in this stillness. As I focused intently on my device, my finger barely grazed the game icon on the screen when a series of sharp knocks resounded against my car window. The sound echoed, startling me, and I nearly dropped my phone. This situation was akin to being engrossed in a task only to be jolted by an unexpected clap behind me, completely unaware of any preceding sound. Instinctively, I turned my head towards the source of the noise, and just then, a girl's icy voice pierced the night air. "Hello, driver," she called out. "I need a ride." The speaker was a young girl, her voice reflecting her youth. I turned to look through the other window, and before I could muster any irritation, the frustration that had been simmering within me dissipated in an instant. The girl possessed a quintessential oval face, her features sharply defined and aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, her complexion was strikingly pristine, as white as snow, leaving no room for criticism. I found myself momentarily entranced by her beauty, and after a few seconds of wandering thoughts, I managed to calm my restless emotions. Indeed, the adage holds true. When faced with a beautiful woman, a man's ire often diminishes. Her features were exquisite, undeniably captivating. Yet the only flaw in her beauty was the coldness and indifference reflected in her stunning eyes, which conveyed an aura that warned others to keep their distance, as if everyone owed her a significant debt. Nevertheless, purely in terms of looks, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. Yes, where to? I replied gently, gazing at her delicate visage. When addressing a beautiful woman, one must certainly display a touch of gallantry. I admit, the moment I first beheld her, I was captivated by her high-end, world-weary expression. This is, of course, a common affliction among men barring any issues with sexual orientation. Most men share a remarkably uniform reaction upon encountering beauty. Yet, for reasons I could not articulate, I felt an inexplicable sensation towards this girl before me, a feeling I struggled to define, leaving me with an odd discomfort in my heart. Yes, I engaged the girl in conversation. My eyes swiftly scanned her surroundings. Oh, my surprise. There was no one else near her. She appeared to be alone. I pondered the late hour and marveled at her audacity to venture out here on her own. Did she not fear encountering any unsavory characters? Indeed, this girl possessed quite a bold spirit. She exhibited little apprehension towards me, not even questioning the presence of a taxi in this desolate area. Instead, she completely disregarded my presence, opening the door and taking a seat inside the vehicle. As she settled into the car, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, an enchanting hint of jasmine that filled the confined space with its delicate aroma. The girl sported a high ponytail and was clad in a thick blue casual outfit, her back adorned with a small backpack. Her figure was impeccably proportioned, with all the right curves accentuated, particularly the prominent contours enveloped by her attire. Any observer would be compelled to steal a few lingering glances. "Hey there, beautiful. Where are you headed?" Out of habit from my years of service, I instinctively inquired about her destination upon her entry. No sooner had my courteous greeting escaped my lips than a sudden, unbidden tremor seized my heart, enveloping me in an inexplicable dread that caused my smile to freeze in place. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of terror surged within me, as if a ferocious beast lurked just behind, fixated on my every move. The slightest action on my part might provoke its deadly advance. Through the rearview mirror, I noticed the girl staring intently at me. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze chillingly reminiscent of one observing a lifeless corpse. After a few agonizing seconds, the oppressive sensation dissipated, allowing me to regain control of my limbs. Yet, as I resumed my grip on the steering wheel, my palms were slick with cold sweat. The girl remained expressionless in the back seat, her gaze now averted from me. What was that feeling just now? Why did I feel as if I were being hunted by a beast? Though I could not fully comprehend the source of my earlier unease, I felt a growing wariness towards her. This girl was anything but ordinary. Her eyes shifted slightly, scrutinizing me with a gaze akin to that of an appraiser examining an object, sending chills coursing down my spine. Just as I contemplated breaking the awkward silence, she lowered her backpack and began rummaging through it, seemingly absorbed in her own thoughts. "Miss, what are you searching for? Shouldn't we be on our way?" The girl lowered her head once more, choosing to ignore me. Leaving me perplexed about what she was searching for, I shifted my body backward, attempting to increase the distance between us as much as possible. It is quite amusing, isn't it? Here I am, a grown man, feeling an overwhelming sense of wariness toward a beautiful girl. I pondered what she might retrieve from her bag. I was utterly taken aback when she produced a thick stack of red bills from her backpack. My eyes widened in shock as I fixated on the substantial amount of cash she held. My throat suddenly felt parched as I estimated the pile to be roughly 2,000 yuan. The girl extended her hand, presenting the thick wad of money before me. "What is this for?" I asked, my eyelids twitching slightly as I forced a smile. 2,000 yuan. How many kilometers would I have to drive to earn that amount? "Apologies, miss, but I don't operate long distances." I waved my hand dismissively, indicating my refusal. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she regarded me with a look of astonishment. From her bewildered expression, I realized I had misinterpreted her intentions. A trip to the city only costs a bit over 100. It wouldn't require such a large sum. I chuckled awkwardly. "And oh, need for that, this is your fare. If there's any extra, consider it your reward." Her voice remained icy. This girl was undeniably stunning, possessing a beauty so exquisite that one would hesitate to tarnish it. Alas, she resembled an ancient glacier, making it difficult for anyone to bridge the gap. "Where exactly do you wish to go?" I inquired, glancing at the generous stack of cash in her hand. I could hardly fathom her lavishness. Only a single bill was meant for my fare, while the rest constituted my tip. She must be one of those privileged individuals, I mused, unaware of which affluent family she hailed from. An ordinary person would offer nearly 2,000 yuan as a tip for a taxi ride. "To the Lin family old residence," the girl replied slowly. Chapter 2. The Lin family old residence. Upon hearing her utter the 4 words "Lin family old residence," my lips twitched involuntarily. I never anticipated that the girl intended to go to such a place. I was intimately familiar with the Lin family old residence. It is worth noting that the Lin family old residence is notorious in Yinping City not for the prominence of its owner, but for its chilling reputation. As a taxi driver, I am well acquainted with both significant news and local gossip, that we spend most of our time on the road, interacting with numerous passengers daily, which affords us a broader understanding of the city's peculiar rumors than most. The girl noticed the subtle shift in my expression, but chose not to comment. Beautiful girl, what makes you want to go there? I inquired tentatively, gazing at the girl's expression, which was as cold as ice. In Yinping City, the Lin family's ancestral home is far from a tourist attraction. It is merely a charred ruin, reduced to crumbling walls by a devastating fire. Are you familiar with the Lin family estate? The girl looked at me, her expression finally shifting, though it remained notably indifferent. Yes, I have heard about it from colleagues and some passengers, I replied, nodding. The Lin family estate is particularly renowned in our Yinping city, a fact that is quite evident and requires no embellishment. Situated far from the city center, the Lin family estate is located in a suburban area. Although I have never visited the estate myself, I have overheard my colleagues discussing it, and the tales surrounding it are akin to urban legends. The estate occupies a vast area and is an exceptionally opulent villa, reportedly valued at several tens of millions. However, I cannot ascertain its exact worth, as I have yet to set foot there myself. The estate housed the entire Lin family, comprising approximately 40 individuals. In addition to the main villa, the Lin family estate boasts an expansive private courtyard adorned with exotic flowers, unique stones, intricate sculptures, and fountains, reflecting a style reminiscent of European manners. This information comes from others to me. Their tales of the Lin family's wealth and the grandeur of their estate merely serve to embellish the narrative surrounding the Lin family home. This estate suffered a catastrophic fire 10 years ago, leaving little behind. I sighed, feeling a profound sense of loss, not only for the estate's fate, but also for the over 40 lives consumed by the flames. The urban legends surrounding the Lin family estate originated from this sudden inferno. In that fire, none of the nearly 40 occupants of the Lin family estate survived. When the police arrived, the fire had been raging for several hours. Once extinguished, they discovered over 40 charred bodies within the ruins of the villa. Months after the destruction, several young adventurers ventured to the site of the Lin family estate, expecting a routine outdoor exploration. But tragically, they all met their demise there. Their deaths were horrific. Their bodies appeared to have been savaged by a ferocious beast, resulting in varying degrees of mutilation. Some were missing limbs, while others had gaping wounds in their abdomens, their innards entirely excavated, with body parts scattered across the scene. The brutality of the scene transcended the mere description of bloodshed. According to rumors, the incident in Yinping City caused quite a stir back then, garnering significant attention from the police, particularly given that 7 individuals met with a tragic end. Consequently, the authorities dispatched numerous officers to scour the area within a 100-mile radius. Based on the substantial lacerations and bite marks found on the victims, it was inferred that they had fallen prey to an unidentified large beast. Remarkably, within less than half a month of investigation, the police abruptly declared the case closed. Simultaneously, major media outlets reported the event as a vicious attack by a wild animal, and even the families of the victims chose to remain silent. Despite the police and media labeling it as a beast attack, the majority of the public remained skeptical, with many suspecting that the victims' families had been silenced by higher authorities, leading to their silence. Although the case was considered solved, public sentiment only intensified, resulting in heightened controversy. As the case continued to evolve, a video purportedly left behind by one of the victims reignited public interest, propelling the case back into the spotlight. To this day, searching for Yinping City online reveals numerous entries related to that incident. The first report displayed in the browser is the police announcement regarding the case, accompanied by a photograph of a tiger they had shot. Scrolling further, one encounters a plethora of conspiracy theories from netizens, each presenting a new version of events. Nevertheless, the core narrative remains rooted in the content of the original footage. For the past decade, rumors surrounding the Lin family ancestral home have persisted, and after such a long period of speculation, the truth of the case has lost much of its significance. Surely, you didn't come to explore because you stumbled upon the Lin family ancestral home online. However, I strongly advise you to come back during the day. It is indeed quite eerie there. Over the past 10 years, several individuals have gone missing in that vicinity, and it has been reported in the news Though the allure of several $1,000s was tempting, I was reluctant to let the girl venture to the Lin family ancestral home alone at night, as I would bear an undeniable responsibility should anything happen to her. Upon hearing my well-meaning caution, the girl displayed no change in expression, continuing to regard me with a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful and clear, exuding an aura untouched by the mundane world. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a gentle, deep blue light shimmering within her pupils, evoking a sensation of wanting to sink deeper into her gaze. However, after a few seconds of locked eyes, I quickly regretted my choice, as that suffocating feeling returned, enveloping me in a chill that made it difficult to breathe. I hastily averted my gaze, unwilling to maintain eye contact with her. In that moment, I began to question whether I was facing a human at all or a ferociously wild beast. Once I broke away from her piercing stare, the oppressive sensation dissipated. I apologize. I merely wish to express that it is unsafe for a young girl like you to venture there down. My heart raced uncontrollably, each thump resonating through my chest, while beads of sweat trickled down my forehead. This unsettling sensation was profoundly disconcerting. After a few moments, the girl's icy voice once again pierced the silence. "Thank you for your concern." Though her response was merely a succinct utterance, it sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. I endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions swirling within me, and spoke in the gentlest tone I could muster. "My dear, the condition of the Lin family ancestral home is undoubtedly sinister. Especially at night, it poses considerable danger for you." And no sooner had I spoken than the girl retrieved a bundle of cash from her bag, waving it almost in my face. This, I gazed at the pile of renminbi, feeling a sense of incredulity wash over me. I had never been so speechless in my life. Surely, this girl did not believe I was motivated by money? Besides, if I were, I wouldn't need this much. "It's not a matter of money," I explained with a wry smile. "Do you think the money is insufficient?" The girl's brows furrowed slightly, her tone now laced with clear irritation. It was evident my words had displeased her. Leaning forward, her impressive figure almost pressed against the back of the seat. Her left hand gripped the corner of the driver's seat tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the leather, producing an audible creaking sound as they pierced through. I had a peculiar sensation that if I uttered another negative word, that delicate, fair hand would unceremoniously slap my face. Feeling at a loss, I realized she was resolute in her decision. Since she was intent on proceeding, I would no longer resist her. After all, it was clear that this icy beauty was no ordinary individual. She was the second woman to evoke a sense of dread in me, the first being the director of the orphanage. "Very well, I acquiesce," I replied reluctantly with a nod. Upon hearing my concession, the girl settled back in her seat. "Rest assured, with me by your side, you shall encounter no trouble." Her voice softened slightly, and to assuage my concerns, she placed the stack of cash on the passenger seat. As I gazed at the substantial amount, I had intended to reiterate that my interest was not financial, but reconsidering, I swallowed my words. For the remainder of the journey, I chose not to engage with the girl further, nor did I ponder the meaning behind her words. She, too, seemed to understand, closing her eyes and leaning back in the seat, feigning slumber. The distance from here to the Lin family ancestral home was roughly equivalent to that of returning to the city. Although I was unsure of the exact route, I could rely on navigation, believing it would not consume excessive time. Chapter 3. The Rumors of the Lin Family Ancestral Home. I opened the navigation app on my phone and swiftly entered the 4 characters into the search engine. Before long, a series of blue routes leading to the Lin Family Ancestral Home appeared. Selecting the nearest route, I prepared to embark on my journey. Nevertheless, the recent journey took nearly an hour. After approximately 20 minutes on the road, I noticed that the taxi meter was still running, emitting a rhythmic ticking sound. Since the girl had given me more than enough fare for several trips, I decided to switch off the meter's billing function. During the ride, neither of us spoke. It seemed that from the moment I set off, the girl had leaned against the seat and fallen into a tranquil slumber. When one remains in a serene environment for an extended period, one's mind often begins to wander uncontrollably, and I found myself in such a predicament. To be honest, my glances at her were not prompted by her beauty, but rather by sheer curiosity. Through the rearview mirror, I stole a glance at the girl. She had slightly turned her head, resting it against the car window, her eyes gently closed, resembling a pure white lotus flower. Her features were exquisitely refined, with smooth facial contours devoid of any excess flesh, presenting an overall slender appearance. Unlike other beautiful girls I had encountered, she exuded an aura that suggested a disinterest in the world, coupled with an air of aloofness. Particularly striking were her slender, sharply angled eyes. Their penetrating gaze conveyed a sense of sharpness and aggression, further accentuated by the downward tilt of her outer eyelids, reflecting a nihilistic and jaded demeanor. I could not fathom why. Despite her apparent disdainful expression, I felt no aversion towards her. Rather, I was captivated. Perhaps this was the so-called allure of a jaded countenance. "What are you looking at?" Though her eyes remained shut, her voice directed at me startled me. I was at a loss as to how she had perceived my scrutiny. "Nothing," I replied hastily, averting my gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Her unexpected remark caught me off guard, akin to a child caught in mischief by an adult, leaving me palpably anxious. However, she did not seem angered by my clandestine observation. Seeing that she had no intention of pursuing the matter, I felt a sense of relief. "Driver, could you wait for me at the entrance of the Lin family mansion for half an hour?" The girl was genuinely awake this time, sitting up straight and tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Though she was ostensibly soliciting my agreement, her tone bore an authoritative quality. "Of course, that's no problem," I assured her confidently. After all, the girl had bestowed upon me a generous fare, and it seemed only reasonable to wait for her. Furthermore, leaving her alone at this hour would weigh heavily on my conscience, should any danger arise. "You must have frequently been in fights before, right?" Perhaps due to the monotony of the extended car ride, the girl unexpectedly initiated a conversation with me. The girl still spoke to me as if I owed her money, yet the fact that she initiated a conversation filled me with an inexplicable joy. "Ha. Have you noticed the scar on my forehead?" I remarked, gesturing toward the prominent scar that stretched from my left forehead to the corner of my brow. This scar measures approximately 5 or 6 centimeters in length, a remnant of a deep wound that required 7 or 8 stitches during the medical procedure. It is a relic of the surgery performed years ago. She was not mistaken in my youth. I had indeed engaged in numerous brawls, often facing multiple opponents simultaneously. The origin of this scar was a result of an ambush when I was 20, but I chose not to divulge its story to the girl. "You must have done more than just fight, right?" she said, her gaze drifting toward the window, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Her tone suggested there was more beneath the surface. What do you mean?" I was taken aback by her abrupt shift in conversation, uncertain of what she intended to inquire. When I glanced in the rearview mirror once more, it seemed she sensed my gaze, turning her head in response. In that moment, our eyes met, and I did not experience the usual flutter of anxiety. As I looked into her clear eyes, I noticed something peculiar. Her irises bore a faint hint of blue, and the lower part of her sclera was slightly white, creating a striking contrast and unmistakable sign of scleral icterus. Having learned from past experiences, I refrained from lingering too long on her face, quickly averting my gaze after a brief moment of connection. "You've killed someone before, haven't you?" Her cold voice pierced through the air once more. This time, a sudden shock reverberated in my head, akin to an explosion near my ear, rendering me momentarily deaf. She was indeed correct. I had taken lives before. And not just one. If she could discern my history of brawling from the scar on my forehead, how could she possibly perceive my past transgressions of murder? I held no remorse for those I'd killed in my mind. They were deserving of their fate. My current unease stemmed not from fear. Having served in the military, I vanished for 5 years, only to return to Yinping City post-discharge. Due to the confidentiality agreements I signed, I had never divulged to anyone what I had done or where I had served. I would not concede to her simple assertion about my past. Our small unit disbanded after completing our final mission, and our records were permanently sealed by the military hierarchy. Moreover, even if I were a murderer, I would not so readily confess to such a grave accusation based on her mere words. After hesitating for a brief moment, I was about to respond to the girl with a denial of ever having taken a life, when her voice once again echoed from behind me. "What is your name?" "Zhang Tingyan," I replied almost instinctively. The girl let out a soft "oh," and then turned her gaze back to the window, seemingly captivated by something beyond it. Damn it! At that moment, a realization dawned upon me. It felt as though I was merely trailing behind her thoughts, completely ensnared by her whims. I resolved to seize the initiative in our conversation. "You, tell me, what do you know about the Lin family mansion?" The girl rested her chin on her hand, her eyes still fixed on the window. Ultimately, the words I intended to utter remained unspoken, yet at least the topic had shifted away from me. I had not yet arrived in Yinping City when the Lin family mansion was engulfed in flames a decade ago. Any information I possessed regarding the mansion was gleaned from the accounts of fellow travelers or passengers. What do you wish to know? I inquired the girl seated in the back. It was evident that her curiosity about the Lin family mansion extended beyond mere intrigue upon reflection. She had never explicitly mentioned her expedition to the mansion. For instance, the videotape from 10 years ago. She stated, I informed her that the narrative I was about to share should be regarded as a mere tale, for its content was beyond the realm of human comprehension. The girl did not respond, maintaining her pose with her chin resting on her hand, gazing out the window, that I was not surprised I had grown accustomed to her erratic thought patterns. This tale dates back to 3 months after the fire at the Lin family mansion. Following the incident, 4 young men and 3 young women ventured to explore the site, which had recently claimed the lives of over 40 individuals. The vast Lin family estate lay in ruins, reduced to mere ashes by the catastrophic blaze. These young adventurers were students from a nearby university and enthusiasts of the paranormal. United by their shared passion, they had joined a club known as the New Liaozhai Paranormal Society. Upon discovering the club's announcement for an expedition to the Lin family mansion in search of spirits, they decided to embark on this journey together that very night. By the time they prepared themselves, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. To their dismay, after wandering through the mansion for most of the night, they encountered not even a shadow of a ghost. After deliberating, they resolved to camp out for the night. It was precisely this decision that led to the tragic demise of all 7 individuals. Do you know how they perished? I asked, my voice low, imparting an air of suspense. The girl maintained her aloof demeanor, her eyes silently gazing out the window, leading me to question whether she was truly listening to my earnest words. Days passed, and, after 4 or 5, the teachers at school noticed several students were absent from class. They promptly informed the parents, who, upon failing to reach their children, reported to the police that their offspring had not returned home for several days. Initially, the police were unaware that these university students had ventured to the Lin family ancestral home. It was only through a clue provided by the roommate of one of the missing girls that the investigation gained direction. Acting on the information given, the police narrowed their search to the vicinity surrounding the Lin family estate. Indeed, within a kilometer of the old house, they discovered a tent as well as 7 mutilated corpses hidden within the woods. The search party comprised not only police officers, but also the relatives of the missing individuals and civilian rescue teams, allowing for the swift identification of the gruesomely devoured bodies. The scene of the crime was described as exceedingly bloody and brutal. Not a single body was found intact. Just 3 days prior, Yinping City had endured a torrential downpour, which undoubtedly impeded the police's ability to solve the case. The eyes of the 7 corpses were wide open, their faces contorted in terror, as if they had experienced unspeakable fright in their final moments. Severed hands and feet were strewn about, seemingly torn off with brute force and carelessly discarded. Internal organs, including intestines, lay scattered, some of which had been gruesomely extracted while the victims were still alive, with others appearing to have been largely devoured. Witnesses to this hellish tableau were left with profound psychological scars, necessitating extensive counseling to recover from a trauma. After sealing off the scene for approximately half an hour, the coroner finally arrived. Even the seasoned pathologist, after decades of conducting autopsies, was visibly shaken by the horrific sight. The victims' limbs had been violently ripped from their bodies, and their abdomens had been brutally opened while they were still alive. Such a savage method of killing revealed the depths of the perpetrator's depravity. The locations where the 7 corpses were found were spaced apart, as though the victims had been pursued by some creature, tragically unable to escape their fatal fate. According to the coroner's report, a shocking conclusion emerged. The wounds on these bodies were not inflicted by a human, but rather by an unknown creature. The bite marks suggested the involvement of a previously unseen species of canid. Oh, you know what killed them? I continued driving, teasing the girl with suspense. I paid no mind to whether she was engaged with my narrative. I reveled in my own enjoyment. Her expression remained calm and collected, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Wolves. After a brief silence of several seconds, the girl, perhaps to ease the tension of the moment, unexpectedly responded with a single word. Almost, but it is not the wolf you are familiar with in reality, I replied, shaking my head in explanation. The girl's thoughts were not entirely misguided after all. Among canids, there are indeed few creatures that come to mind aside from wolves. Let me elaborate on what it truly is. Chapter 4. The Black Monster. It is essential to understand that in the modern city of Yinping, encountering wild wolves is a rarity, let alone a half-grown rabbit. Yet, The evidence is undeniable. The manner of slaughter points to the actions of a beast, as substantiated by a forensic report of considerable authority. There have been no records of large carnivorous animals escaping from the Yinping Wildlife Park. One can only wonder from whence this creature has emerged. To solve this case, the police mobilized nearly all available forces in Yinping, conducting extensive searches within a 100-mile radius of the Lin family's ancestral home, even deploying special police units and armed helicopters. After all, no one knows whether this unknown canid, capable of easily slaughtering humans, is a solitary beast or part of a pack. If this creature is not swiftly located, it is uncertain how many more victims may arise. Logically speaking, with such a substantial police presence and a comprehensive search operation, it would be improbable for the creatures to remain entirely undisturbed. Among canids, particularly wolves, their alertness and territorial instincts are remarkably high. Even the slightest disturbance would rouse them. The police employed the natural aversion of wildlife to noise, utilizing drums and fireworks, yet to no avail. Ultimately, every conceivable hiding spot in the area had been thoroughly searched, yielding not even a single strand of wolf fur. The high-ranking officials in Yinping issued stringent orders, demanding a thorough investigation to provide the public with answers. Under the mounting pressure from superiors, the personnel below were frantic, akin to ants on a hot pea, and as the investigation reached a stalemate, a significant lead finally emerged on the fourth day. The police discovered a severed forearm belonging to one of the victims downstream of a river, alongside which lay a camera. The river's flow was not particularly strong. It was only after a torrential downpour a few days prior that the victim's severed limb had been carried downstream. When the police found the arm, it had already become swollen and pale from prolonged exposure to the river water. Given the time elapsed since the incident, the severed limb exhibited considerable decomposition, with parts having been infested with maggots, and certain areas of flesh had been gnawed upon by fish and shrimp in the river, revealing stark white bones. Fortunately, although the camera had been rendered inoperable after extensive submersion, its memory card remained intact and usable. The severed arm that was discovered lies approximately 8 kilometers away from the victim's remains. The police speculate that this hand bone must have been carried to the river by a beast and subsequently washed downstream by torrential rains, ultimately leading both the camera and the severed arm to this location. When the severed arm was swept to this relatively gentle area, the camera happened to be obstructed by a protruding rock in the water, and since the palm of the severed arm was tightly gripping the camera strap, the two remained together rather than being separated by the current. That I paused momentarily as I spoke, turning the steering wheel to navigate onto another fork in the road. That camera must have recorded something, right? The girl maintained her icy demeanor, as if she were born with only this one expression. I nodded in agreement and, taking the opportunity, engaged her in some off-topic conversation. The girl replied with a few perfunctory ohs, not even bothering to raise her eyebrows. It was evident that she still did not wish to converse with me further. Reluctantly, I could not press my warmth against her chilly indifference, so I settled down to continue my tale. Indeed. Moreover, the police discovered a most terrifying creature from the footage. It is a being that does not correspond to any known species. Upon extracting the video from the camera, the police immediately sealed off the information, unwilling to disclose the contents of the footage to the public. Clearly, they did not want the populace to learn what they had uncovered. Since you claim the police did not make the video public, how do you know what was in it? The girl, this time, appeared genuinely intrigued by the unknown creature I had mentioned, her words flowing more freely. She was correct if the police had not released the video's contents. How could I possibly know? I informed her that there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. The public has the right to know the truth, regardless of how grim the outcome may be. As long as it is a secret, there will come a day when it surfaces. Perhaps. The girl's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something, her voice notably less frigid than before. Regardless, the police indeed closed the case upon discovering the camera. According to reports at the time, the police stated that the man-eating beast was an adult tiger that had escaped from the zoo, rather than the large canine creature that had been previously suggested. That on the night of the incident, the tiger fortuitously wandered near the Lin family's old residence, and thus, these 7 young individuals tragically fell victim to its jaws. There are numerous inexplicable aspects surrounding this case. First, the wild animal park in Yinping City did not provide a reasonable explanation. Second, why did the police take so long to capture the tiger despite their meticulous planning? Third, why did they overturn their prior conclusions? There are many contradictory doubts within this case, which I did not elaborate on to the girl. This hasty conclusion clearly did not satisfy the citizens. The incident continues to be a topic of societal discussion, although the fervor has diminished since the police and media have reached their final verdict. However, merely a month later, the entire case took another significant turn. A video, purportedly derived from camera, surfaced online, igniting a considerable uproar. Although major video platforms ultimately banned content related to this footage, within just a few hours, tens of thousands had viewed it, not accounting for those who shared or downloaded it. The specifics of the video's content are no longer searchable online. I learned about it from colleagues that I then recounted to the girl the tale I had gleaned from the video. At the outset, two men and a woman were seated around a campfire, engaged in lively conversation, accompanied by the individual filming, making a total of 5 people. For reasons unknown, the other 2 individuals did not appear in the footage. The video was captured at night, resulting in somewhat blurry visuals. Due to some damage to the memory card, the playback occasionally displayed a screen filled with static. Moreover, their entire dialogue was interspersed with electromagnetic interference sounds. Approximately 4 or 5 minutes into the recording, a woman's piercing scream echoed through the woods, causing the camera to tremble, evidently startling the videographer. Upon hearing the girl's cry, all present stood up in terror. In the next moment, a dark figure shot out from the upper left corner of the frame. It was only upon closer inspection that one could discern it was half a person. In the scene, another individual was seen frantically sprinting from the woods, shouting something, though the distance rendered his words indistinct. Subsequently, a massive black silhouette emerged in the video. Under the watchful eyes of the terrified onlookers, the fleeing figure was swiftly crushed beneath the monstrous entity's foot. The following second revealed a gruesome spectacle as the creature brutally tore off the man's arms. Finally, the black beast turned its gaze toward the panicked group, and perhaps in a display of its might, it hurled the bloodied limbs toward them. Watching the severed arms roll on the ground, it was unclear whether they were paralyzed with fear, as it took them a moment to react. "Run!" shouted a tall man on the right, breaking the trance, prompting them to frantically flee backwards. "And then what?" the girl inquired. At this juncture, I paused for a few seconds, hesitating as I gazed at the cigarette before me. With the tall man's urgent cry, the others finally remembered to escape. They understood that if they did not flee, they would likely share the same fate as those 2 unfortunate friends. Though the video did not reveal the exact nature of the monster, it was evident from its general outline that it stood nearly 3 meters tall. The video then transitioned to scenes of the group in flight. The cacophony within the video is unbearable, punctuated by the frantic cries of a few individuals, alongside the incessant crackling of electromagnetic interference. From the terrified expressions captured on the screen, it becomes evident that the dark monstrosity has indeed caught up with them. Approximately 2 minutes into the footage, the video jolts abruptly, the perspective shifting downward to the ground. The videographer, likely overcome with panic, has fallen, causing the camera to tumble to the earth. At this moment, the camera lies at an angle, revealing a short distance away a black creature grasping a boy's arm with both hands. The boy's face is contorted with sheer terror as he screams in horror. What awaits him next is a harrowing torment. The creature hoists the boy across its chest, its powerful arms, covered in coarse black fur, exerting immense force. In mere seconds, the boy's arms are wrenched from their sockets, leaving him bereft of support, and he crashes heavily to the ground. Yet the boy clings to life, his anguished cries escalating into a more desperate lament, his body writhing like a worm. The creature carelessly discards the boy's severed arms, casting them aside like refuse, rendering the scene grotesquely brutal on the ground. The boy convulses violently, blood gushing from the stumps, clearly unable to survive this ordeal. Following this, the camera shakes violently once more, the footage flashing erratically, inducing a profound sense of dizziness and discomfort, devoid of any substantive imagery. It appears that the girl, gripped by terror, has been desperately clutching the camera strap while fleeing. This creature is merciless, delivering lethal strikes. Without hesitation, anyone in its path would instinctively prioritize their survival. The next girl met a similar fate at the hands of the monster. Her chest was pierced through, a gaping hole exposing her sternum, with her entrails spilling onto the ground. The remaining footage consists solely of inconsequential snippets. Having conveyed the overall content, I find myself at a conclusion. The camera has documented only the deaths of 4 individuals, but it is unnecessary to speculate, as the other 3 were undoubtedly slain by the same brutal method. Do you believe everything I have said is true? The girl gazes at me. Her expression is frigid as ice. She brushes a stray lock of hair from her forehead, tucking it behind her ear. Hmm. Her response is a simple affirmation. Then do you know what the creature in the video is? I lower my voice, modulating my tone to a deep timbre. The girl remains silent. Despite having grown accustomed to her sporadic manner of conversation, I must admit that her reticence frustrates me immensely. Yet, I find myself powerless to change her nature. Werewolf. This time, as I speak, my tone has returned to its original state. Chapter 5. A nocturnal exploration of the Lin family estate. A werewolf, as the name suggests, is a hybrid creature embodying both wolf and human traits. It possesses a physique akin to that of a human, capable of upright locomotion, yet it can also traverse the ground on all fours like a beast. The creature retains much of the wolf's physical characteristics, covered in a coat of dense black fur, adorned with a robust tail. Its hind legs are bent at the calves, while its forelimbs are slightly elongated, facilitating a harmonious coordination of its movements. In essence, it is a monstrous amalgamation of a wolf's head and a human form, transformed from humanity itself. Werewolves inherit not only human intellect, but also the bloodthirsty instincts characteristic of their lupin counterparts. I find it utterly implausible that anyone in this world could genuinely metamorphose into a werewolf. Such notions are preposterous, fundamentally contradicting the genetic structure of carbon-based life forms. This fanciful imagination is likely to be embraced only by those with adolescent fantasies or, perhaps, to deceive the innocent and naive young women. Upon reflecting on innocence and ignorance, the visage of a girl appears in my mind, prompting me to glance at the rearview mirror. She sits quietly in the back seat, engrossed in her phone, her fingers dancing rapidly across the screen as she seems to engage in a conversation, punctuated by the occasional chime of sent messages, completely oblivious to my presence. The light refracted from her phone illuminates her face, rendering it even more delicate and pale. Innocent, ignorant. Yet, as I gaze upon her frosty countenance, I fail to discern any connection between her and those descriptors. If one were to characterize her, terms like aloof, as frigid as ice, or world-weary would be far more fitting to encapsulate her essence. However, to merely covet the girl's striking exterior while neglecting her intrinsic nature would be a grave folly. This girl is not only perilous, but also profoundly lethal. I have never doubted my instincts. They have been honed through 5 years of military service amid countless harrowing missions. How much longer? I pondered. The girl had put away her phone, clearly finished with her affairs. I glanced at the navigation screen, which displayed a blue route indicating less than 2 kilometers remaining. Unbeknownst to me, we had already been driving for over 40 minutes. Perhaps another 5 minutes, I remarked. Upon hearing my reply, the girl fell silent once more, closing her eyes and leaning against the car window, drifting off to sleep. We remained in quietude for several minutes, and soon, we were nearing our destination. Bathed in moonlight, I could faintly discern the silhouette of the Lin family estate ahead. This was the first time I had observed the manor up close, especially under the cloak of night. Despite the fact that the Lin family residence had been reduced to charred remnants, its sheer scale still hinted at the grandiosity of its former glory. Truth be told, it is a lamentable tragedy to witness such an expansive estate fall victim to the ravages of a great fire. Since the Lin family's ancestral home was engulfed in flames, the streetlights flanking the road have ceased to illuminate. In this inky darkness, the only sources of light are the headlights of a taxi and the sliver of a waning moon overhead. As the taxi approaches the dilapidated Lin residence, an inexplicable tension begins to grip my heart. Gazing at the gradually discernible outline of the forsaken mansion in the hazy moonlight, it seems to harbor some unknown secret. In truth, I am far more apprehensive of the realm of the unknown than of the mythical werewolf. It is the uncertainty that breeds potential peril. Just as I hesitate, contemplating whether to pull over, the girl speaks again. Do you wish to encounter the werewolf you speak of? Her voice remains chillingly detached, leaving me uncertain whether she is jesting or earnest. Werewolf, are you joking, beautiful? I retort. I would never be foolish enough to seek out such a creature. Besides, surely such beings do not exist in this world. I earnestly advise her. If you are truly searching for werewolves, I implore you to reconsider. I am convinced now that this girl might genuinely wish to pursue the werewolf depicted in the video. Could there truly be someone so naive as to believe in the existence of werewolves? I had anticipated that she would appreciate my concern and abandon her fanciful notions. However, when I glance at the rearview mirror, her expression remains unchanged, as if impervious to the world around her. Pull over. Just as I ponder whether to dissuade her further, she gestures for me to stop the car. At this juncture, we are merely 20 to 30 meters from the Lin estate. The mansion has languished in decay for a decade, the once grand estate now reduced to ruins, left unattended and in disrepair. As I gaze at the dilapidated structure, I can almost detect a scent of rot and decay permeating the air. Are you sure you want to get out here? I asked the girl, glancing back at her. The large iron gate at the entrance of the Lynn estate stands ajar, encrusted with rust, with some bars even having snapped. The seal that should have adorned it has been torn away, suggesting that many curious souls have ventured here before. The weeds surrounding the courtyard have grown to over half a meter high, and the vines of the climbing ivy nearly envelop the entire outer wall, obscuring its original form. I cannot tell if it is merely a figment of my imagination, but I feel an ominous chill in the air. I am getting out. Before I can respond, the girl swings open the car door and leans halfway out. Shall I accompany you? I urgently suggest as I see her preparing to exit. To be candid, two individuals wandering aimlessly here is far safer than one alone. Moreover, I happen to be a man. No need for that. You simply wait quietly in the car for half an hour, and do remember to stay inside. The girl regarded me coldly, speaking in a commanding tone. I gazed into her indifferent eyes, understanding fully that she was not jesting. I comprehend what you wish to convey. I do not require it. Before I could finish my sentence, she abruptly silenced me. What is your phone number? I will call you when I leave. With a resigned sigh, I relented and provided her with my number. She did not question its validity, promptly saving it into her phone. If I do not call you in half an hour, you may leave. Upon seeing my nod of agreement, she refrained from further conversation, shut the car door, and strode towards the Lin family ancestral home without glancing back. I found myself in a passive state, devoid of the opportunity to think or respond. By the time I wished to speak, she had already distanced herself, her backpack swaying as she walked away. I watched her tall silhouette fade into the darkness until it vanished entirely behind the partially closed iron gate, before finally averting my gaze. Damn it, this is exasperating. In her presence, I felt akin to an obedient little dog, left with no choice but to heed my master's commands. Leaning against the car window, I held a lit cigarette, taking a deep drag and slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. I had several urges to smoke due to the girl's presence, but I endured until she departed, finally indulging my craving. I was uncertain of her intentions within the Lin family home. Undoubtedly, it was far more than mere exploration. If anything were to transpire within, I would be unable to rush to her aid in time. This thought filled me with regret. Regardless of her consent, I should have been more resolute at that moment. I took another deep drag from the cigarette, discarding it once only the butt remained. Well then, I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. After all, this girl is no ordinary person. Speaking of her, not only does she possess a strikingly beautiful face, but her figure is equally impeccable. Just now, I estimated her height to be around 178 centimeters, her physique slender and upright, with her long, straight legs undeniably captivating. Moreover, her legs are evidently longer than her upper body, maintaining a proportion of 58, adhering to the golden ratio of modeling. In addition to her prominently alluring bosom, her rounded and firm dairy provoked a myriad of thoughts. What on earth am I contemplating? I shook my head vigorously, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts from my mind. In this environment, I found myself developing a profound admiration for that girl. I chastised myself harshly in my mind and engaged in profound reflection upon my own sordidness. What could Dahai be doing at this moment? I retrieved my phone, opened the chat interface on MoXIN, and resolved to initiate a video call with him. After all, there was still ample time before my rendezvous with the girl. Rather than languishing in dull anticipation, it would be far more enjoyable to converse with someone and pass the time. Dahai, whose real name is Wang Shihai, is not only my landlord but also my roommate, and indeed, one of the few friends I have made in Yinping City over the past 3 years. A native of Yinping, he is impressively tall and robust, his physique resembling that of a human tank. His visage, marked by a rugged countenance and fierce gaze, is accentuated by a mouthful of glaring gold teeth. It is hard to reconcile his appearance with that of a law-abiding citizen. Having frequented many drinking establishments, Dahai has developed a considerable beer belly. He is rarely seen without a hefty gold chain around his neck, complemented by a black crocodile leather wallet he carries everywhere. Wherever he goes, he is often mistaken for a wealthy local or a gangster. I clicked on the MoXIN icon and swiftly located a fearsome tiger avatar among my contacts. Despite Wang Shihai's intimidating appearance, he possesses a remarkably generous spirit. Once he considers someone a friend, he treats them with unparalleled camaraderie, as if we shared the same trousers. Without a moment's hesitation, I opened the chat page and promptly dialed for a video call. Given his usual habits, he was likely indulging in a lavish feast with a group of followers at this very moment. After 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed, Dahai still had not answered the call, and before long, the video call was automatically terminated. Gazing at the screen displaying the missed call, I felt no discouragement and resolved to try again. Just as I was attempting to initiate a second video call, a chilling howl erupted from the old Lin residence. My pupils dilated sharply. That sound was all too familiar to me. It was a wolf's howl. This was dire. The girl was in danger. Chapter 6. The werewolf. My heart raced with alarm, my eyes fixated on the direction from which the howl emanated. No way. Surely I had not misheard. I was convinced that I had indeed heard a wolf's howl. Glancing at the time on my phone, I noted that there remained approximately 15 minutes until my appointment with the girl. I could not delay. I must investigate. With that thought, I opened the car door without a moment's hesitation and stepped out. I slipped my phone into my pocket. My earlier intention to video call Wang, sure I forgotten. Damn it. Had I known, I should have obtained the girl's phone number. At least then I could have called her to inquire about her safety. Regret was futile now. The immediate priority was to ascertain whether the girl was in peril. Secondly, I needed to determine whether I was indeed imagining things. I swiftly dashed to the rear of the taxi, unlocking the trunk with my key. From the corner of the trunk, I retrieved a gleaming silver metal baseball bat. I swung the bat a few times, the air around me humming with the sound of its swift movements. Clutching the sturdy metal rod in my hand, I felt a surge of confidence. The reason I had placed a baseball bat in the trunk was not due to a fondness for the sport, but rather a desire to ensure that those who refused to reason would listen to me with due diligence. My dear lady, though I remain unaware of your name, I, Zhang Tingyan, will not abandon you after having accepted your payment. Do not blame me for not adhering to the agreement. All my actions are for your benefit. I silently reassured myself. I had already resolved that if my earlier perceptions were merely figments of my imagination, it would still be worth enduring her scorn upon finding her. I hoped fervently that it was indeed just a figment of my imagination. With the metal bat in hand, I resolutely charged towards the Lin family estate. I dared not linger, for with each passing second, the girl could be placed in greater peril. Passing through the rusted iron gate, I finally arrived at the fabled Lin family residence. The estate was indeed as grand as the rumors had suggested, even surpassing the opulence I had been led to believe. In the heart of the courtyard stood a magnificent circular fountain, which I estimated to be about 5 meters in diameter. At its center was an artificially crafted rock formation of peculiar design, unexpectedly adorned with a tree of an unknown species atop its summit. The fountain, however, was now dry, overrun with an abundance of weeds. Beneath my feet lay a pathway of marble, roughly counting dozens of slabs stretching from the entrance to the fountain. On the far left side of the courtyard was an artificially created pond. Though it had not dried up, it had become a stagnant pool, exuding a faint odor. At the center of the pond stood a pavilion structure, yet due to the night and the distance from the artificial pond, it was only a vague silhouette. I had no time to marvel at the grandeur of the Lin family estate. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. I steeled my resolve, tightening my grip on the baseball bat. This estate was larger than I had anticipated, and as it was my first visit, I was entirely unfamiliar with its layout. During the daylight, this would be manageable, but navigating in the dark to locate someone proved to be a daunting task. Just as I found myself at a loss, contemplating whether to call out to attract the girl's attention, I suddenly heard a resounding crash emanating from the southeast. The sound resembled that of a collapsing structure, reverberating sharply in the stillness of the moonlit night. I gazed towards the source of the thunderous sound, hesitating for a few seconds before sprinting in that direction. Gripping the metal baseball bat firmly in my hand, I fervently hoped that nothing ill had befallen the girl. Although the Lin family estate was vast, locating someone should not pose a significant challenge once a specific direction was established. Having spent 5 years in the military, my physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and within mere minutes, I had reached the vicinity of the disturbance. This area appeared to be the rear courtyard of the Lin family residence, expansive yet overgrown with weeds and littered with debris, much like the front yard. To my astonishment, a towering, terrifying creature stood not far ahead, illuminated by the faint moonlight. I could discern that this being was at least 2 meters tall, and even my impaired vision could confirm that it was decidedly not human. The instant I laid eyes on the dark figure, my body instinctively reacted. I quickly ducked behind a partially collapsed wall, effectively concealing myself from the creature's view. Utilizing this excellent cover, I cautiously peeked out. The black beast was robust, covered in thick, dark fur, strikingly resembling the werewolves described in literature. As I surveyed my surroundings, an ominous feeling gripped me. I had yet to spot the girl. It appeared that the creature sensed the presence of a living being, as it lifted its head and began to scan the area, as if straining to catch a scent in the air. Cursing softly under my breath, I was taken aback by its acute sense of smell. Fortunately, the height of the half-wall shielded me while I crouched, allowing me to avoid detection with a slight bend. For the moment, the beast remained oblivious to my presence. I exhaled slowly, observing its crimson eyes, pondering my next move. The werewolf scanned its surroundings, and upon finding nothing out of the ordinary, it did not approach for a closer inspection. I stayed crouched behind the wall, too anxious to even breathe deeply. I pulled out my phone, dimming the screen and lowering the volume to the minimum. Any sound I might inadvertently make could very well lead to my demise. Calling the police was out of the question. I would be foolish to think they would believe my account. There was a high likelihood I would be dismissed as a prankster. Furthermore, given the werewolf's exceptional hearing, any conversation I had with the authorities would likely be overheard. The creature's physique was extraordinarily strong, with arms that were thicker than my thighs. The mere thought that this brute could effortlessly tear a person's arm from its socket sends a wave of discomfort through my own limbs. While I am confident in my ability to confront 3 or 4 wild wolves armed only with a hefty metal rod weighing a couple of pounds, capable of shattering their skulls, the prospect of facing a creature of the werewolf's caliber is daunting. To crush my skull, such a beast would require various methods, perhaps by biting, clawing, or even smashing it as one would a watermelon, with an explosive burst. I quietly conceal myself behind the wall, cautiously maneuvering my limbs to avoid any sound that might attract the werewolf's attention. Where could that girl be? Could it be that she has fallen prey to the creature? Straining my neck to survey the surroundings, I find no valuable discoveries despite the discomfort that creeps in. My limited field of vision renders it entirely plausible that the girl remains hidden, much like I am, in some obscure corner. Before me lie 2 distinct choices. First, I could quietly leave with the money the girl entrusted to me, return to the city in my car, and lie in bed comfortably, dismissing this entire ordeal as a mere figment of imagination upon waking the next day. Second, I could choose to remain here, lurking, until the werewolf departs. However, the latter option is fraught with peril, as it could very well lead to my demise. Unfortunate as it is, I have resolved to pursue the second path. What is that creature up to? I intend to bide my time here, waiting for the werewolf to vacate the premises before I venture out in search of the girl. Yet, it seems the werewolf has taken a new stance, vigilantly focused on the northwest. Its slightly arched spine and outstretched arms signal a heightened state of alert. I cannot fathom what could instill such fear in the beast. Cautiously, I inch along the wall. Though this method is slow, it ensures safety. I could seize the moment when the werewolf's attention wavers to escape, yet I choose to take a risk and broaden my range of movement. As I advance, I remain acutely aware of the werewolf's position. Suddenly, my pupils constrict and my focus sharpens. In the direction of the werewolf's gaze stands a figure, seemingly injured and swaying unsteadily. Though the distance obscures my view, I am convinced that this individual is none other than the girl. I find myself at a loss to describe the tumult of emotions within me. On one hand, there exists a sense of relief that the girl is still alive. On the other, an overwhelming tension that is difficult to articulate. Just as I hesitated on whether to rescue her, the werewolf let out a ferocious howl that pierced the night. The sound was so deafening it felt as though it would rupture my eardrums. Damn it, I must act. Gripping my metal baseball bat tightly, I sprang from behind the wall, my silhouette stark against the hazy moonlight. I cannot explain why I leapt forth so impulsively. I simply felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was the dread of witnessing the girl perish before my eyes while I stood idly by. Hey, you big fool. If you dare, come and take me down. I raised the metal bat high, my voice reverberating through the desolate yard of the old Lynn residence. The werewolf turned, its crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent, clearly incensed by my profanities. Indeed, after a barrage of my coarse insults, its focus was entirely on me. Hey, you filthy idiot. Come and bite me. If the werewolf could comprehend my taunts, it indicated a certain level of intelligence. Thus, I followed up with a universally recognized gesture, raising my middle finger, a display of utter contempt. Let us be honest, even if I were in its place, I would pursue me with a forceful swing. Beautiful lady, I risk my life for you. If you manage to escape, remember to burn incense for me every Qingming festival, I silently vowed. Gritting my teeth, I made up my mind. To hell with it. If death awaits, so be it. Chapter 7. Sacrifice for justice. I gazed into the eyes of the werewolf, filled with unbridled hatred towards me. It was clear that its desire was to rend me limb from limb. After a brief exchange of glances, it turned and sprinted away. My intent was merely to buy the girl time to flee, never to engage in a direct confrontation with the beast, especially since I was no match for its strength. As my figure faded from its sight, the werewolf appeared momentarily bewildered, astonished by my actions. After a few seconds of stunned silence, it quickly regained its senses and began to chase after me. The night obscured my vision, making the path nearly indistinguishable, and the grass beneath my feet towered to my waist, concealing countless small stones and other obstacles. I disregarded the sharp pain beneath my soles, summoning every ounce of strength to run fervently. The speed of my flight generated a rushing wind in my ears, and my heart raced from the exertion. I swiftly scanned my surroundings, imprinting the scenery in my mind, already devising my next course of action. I did not retrace my original path. Instead, I wished to traverse the Lin family estate a few more times. The werewolf was not inclined to let me escape so easily, especially after my cordial and friendly greeting, which included a mention of its parents. However, it seemed to harbor a greater obsession with the girl. After running for a distance, the werewolf glanced back at her, its eyes radiating a chilling aura of menace. The girl, too, seemed to regard the werewolf with an equally fierce gaze, her expression betraying a desire to vanquish her foe, as if the enmity between them had long been festering. The werewolf fixated on her for several seconds, its eyes glinting with a mocking demeanor. It is uncertain whether such a creature can truly laugh, yet the twitch of its facial muscles suggested an exaggerated curve at the corners of its mouth. Despite its massive physique, the werewolf's size did not impede its speed. Upon realizing that the girl posed little threat, it swiftly turned its pursuit towards me. The girl, pale and bloodied at the corners of her mouth, leaned weakly against the wall once the werewolf had departed. She was already in a precarious state. Had I not intervened earlier, she might have succumbed to her injuries. "Fool!" she exclaimed, her breath weak and her voice devoid of its previous icy demeanor. "Wasn't I supposed to wait for you?" Though her words were laced with reproach, a flicker of gratitude lingered in her heart, for I had risked my life for hers. The girl bore grievous wounds from her encounter with the werewolf, her blue attire torn open, revealing her fair skin beneath. Moreover, her once beautiful visage was now marred, caked in mud as though she had been tossed into a mire, rendering her unrecognizable from her former self. After a brief respite, the girl showed signs of recovery. Although she could move with some effort, her actions remained clumsy. Our meeting had been serendipitous, yet I had ventured into danger to save her, even willing to sacrifice myself to divert the werewolf's attention. As a result, her attitude towards me underwent a profound transformation. "Idiot," she scolded, though her eyes now glimmered with concern. Gazing at the werewolf, which had long disappeared from sight, her foremost worry was my safety. She understood that I was merely an ordinary person, capable only of buying her precious moments to escape. The wounds on her face began to heal at a visible pace, leaving only dark crimson scabs in their wake. She removed her tattered blue attire, revealing her form partially concealed beneath a loose black tank top. From her pocket, she retrieved a purple hair tie and deftly secured her flowing black hair. Her once bright and clear eyes now took on a sinister shade of crimson, the blood-red glimmer in the moonlight appearing particularly haunting. Without the slightest hesitation, she retrieved a small bottle containing 6 or 7 crimson pills from a compartment in her travel bag. After pouring out 2 round, ruby-red capsules, she promptly parted her pallid lips and swallowed them whole. As the pills descended her throat, a hint of color returned to her cheeks. Oblivious to the girl's peculiar behavior, my mind was consumed with thoughts of how to secure her more time. My unfamiliarity with the Lin family estate left me feeling like a headless fly, aimlessly flitting about in the darkness. Just as I fled towards the northwest of the Lin residence, an ominous sensation washed over me from behind. This aura of danger felt far more lethal than what the girl had exuded. My instinct screamed that the werewolf was in pursuit, perhaps mere moments from my back. I rolled sharply to the left, disregarding the stones and branches beneath me. The instant I hit the ground, a searing pain shot through my back, as if something had viciously pierced my flesh. The werewolf's speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, a powerful arm plunged into the earth beside me. Had I hesitated even a moment longer, I would have met a far grimmer fate. The werewolf's expression was one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by my ability to evade its strike. Damn it! A foul stench emanated from the creature, inducing waves of nausea within me. I sensed that my demise was imminent, yet I refused to perish so pathetically. If I were to die, I would at least take a tuft of its fur with me. Summoning every ounce of strength, I swung the metal baseball bat with ferocity, striking the werewolf's shin. Its bone felt as unyielding as steel. My blow reverberated through my hands, leaving my grip tingling, and the creature merely stumbled slightly. Surprised by my defiance, the werewolf's fury intensified. It lifted its foot and unleashed a brutal kick aimed at my abdomen. Unlike it, I was merely flesh and blood. The force of the kick sent me flying several meters, my insides churning as if they might erupt. I skidded across the ground until I collided violently with a gnarled, dead tree, my back meeting it with a jarring impact. Blood erupted from my mouth, uncontrollable and red. Witnessing my injury, the werewolf's expression darkened with even greater ferocity. Its nostrils flared as the scent of blood thickened the air, igniting its primal rage. I struggled to rise, pain coursing through my body, my left hand trembling as it clutched the metal bat. That kick had nearly incapacitated me. The werewolf, unwilling to grant me a moment's respite, lowered itself to the ground, its body poised like a predator ready to pounce. In the blink of an eye, it lunged at me with a ferocity that rendered the few meters between us inconsequential, traversed in mere breaths. As I gazed upon its formidable fangs, capable of rending steel, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped me. Faced with the specter of death, humanity often discovers an extraordinary wellspring of strength. Summoning the last vestiges of my energy, I veered to the left, narrowly evading the werewolf's swift advance as its massive jaws snapped viciously toward my shoulder. Fortune smiled upon me, for its teeth merely grazed my flesh, leaving behind a series of gruesome lacerations. The werewolf's jaws clamped together with a resounding thud, a stark reminder of our size disparity. Had I been ensnared, I would have surely lost a significant portion of my shoulder. There was no time for relief, as survival hung in the balance. Damn it, I would fight with every ounce of my being. I swung the baseball bat with all my might, aiming a desperate blow at the werewolf's skull. I knew full well that this strike would hardly inflict any substantial damage, yet I was resolute in making this beast aware that even in death, I would not go quietly. The impact of metal meeting bone reverberated through the air with a dull thud, perhaps sensing its imminent demise. A rapid succession of memories flickered through my mind like a film reel. Though resentment gnawed at my heart, I could do naught but face the inevitable with composure. Perhaps this was simply fate. Just as I closed my eyes, ready to embrace death, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The werewolf's razor-sharp claws grazed my abdomen, and I could distinctly feel its talons pierce my skin. Yet, contrary to my expectations of being disemboweled and devoured, the gruesome scene failed to materialize. Suddenly, it seemed as if the werewolf was struck by an unseen force, emitting a low, guttural grunt before being sent sprawling away. I opened my eyes wide in astonishment. The werewolf was no longer before me. Not far off, another creature was engaged in combat with it. I was spared from death. Weak and breathless, I collapsed onto the ground, greedily inhaling the air around me. Though the identity of my savior remained a mystery, I was grateful to be alive. I picked up the baseball bat, my thoughts drifting back to the girl. Just then, as I contemplated returning to rescue her, my gaze was drawn to the two creatures grappling not far away. How could it be her? My voice erupted in a powerful shout, nearly a roar. Chapter 8. The girl is also a monster. How could this be? I should have sensed it long ago. I muttered in disbelief, my face ashen. I felt as though I were a finely tuned machine, suddenly and inexplicably brought to a halt, my mind blank. I sat helplessly on the ground, the dual agony of physical and mental torment constricting my breath. I once pondered the myriad identities of the girl, yet I could never have fathomed that she, like the werewolf, was a creature of monstrosity. In this moment, the girl remains entangled with the werewolf, utterly oblivious to a pair of eyes that are fixated upon her from a distance. I gaze at the girl, who is engaged in a fierce struggle with the werewolf, and I feel like nothing more than a complete fool, faced with such an inhuman beast. I am akin to a 6-year-old child attempting to grapple with Tyson in a bout of raw combat. The outcome is that a single kick nearly sends me flying. In contrast, the girl, being similarly non-human, holds her own against the creature with remarkable resilience. Although the werewolf possesses a physical advantage, the girl's seemingly frail form displays a surprising prowess. Each of the werewolf's ferocious attacks is deftly evaded by her, while she skillfully exploits the openings in its offense. While neither is human, the girl does not succumb to the bestial transformation that characterizes the werewolf, which towers over her with its 2-meter frame, presenting a grotesque hybrid of wolf and man. Her physique bears little distinction from that of an ordinary person, save for the 4 sharp fangs protruding from her mouth, her blood-red eyes, and the unkempt nails that resemble claws from years of neglect. Could it be that this girl is a vampire? Observing her extraordinary abilities, I began to speculate about her true nature. I recall having read in an ancient tome that werewolves and vampires are sworn enemies. Whenever one is detected, the other is sure to follow, locked in a perpetual struggle for dominance. In the unforgiving realm of nature's ruthless laws of survival, competition exists between species, whether alike or disparate, and this holds true for supernatural beings as well. The girl's speed in attack is remarkable, yet her strength leaves something to be desired. Although her nails inflict only minor damage upon the werewolf's thick hide, she adeptly strikes at vulnerable points from unexpected angles. Had I not witnessed her in action, I would never have imagined that untrimmed nails could wield such power. The werewolf possesses immense strength, with each strike capable of being a lethal blow. Yet, when faced with the girl's nimble agility, Even such tremendous power is rendered ineffective. Her lithe form dances through the air, transforming the conflict into a breathtaking ballet. I find myself momentarily entranced, lost in the spectacle, until the searing pain from the gash on my shoulder, inflicted by the werewolf, jolts me back to reality. Given the girl's exceptional skill, how could she have been so grievously injured by the werewolf? Perhaps the adrenaline coursing through my veins has begun to subside. As the pain from my own injuries grows increasingly acute, I clear my throat, feeling a wave of warmth rise within my chest. The metallic taste of blood intensifying in my throat. The darkness of the night deepens, and as I raise my gaze to the moon, I see that much of it is shrouded by thick clouds, as if veiled by a delicate gossamer. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, the girl's attacks began to slow down gradually. Several times, she narrowly avoided being struck by the werewolf's enormous claws. She gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on her smooth, clean forehead. In stark contrast, the werewolf's assault showed no signs of weakening. It exhibited no indication of fatigue whatsoever. In fact, upon realizing the girl was growing weary, its strikes became even more ferocious. I crouched low to the ground like a thief, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful that the werewolf would shift its attention towards me. Initially, I contemplated fleeing immediately, eager to distance myself from these two harbingers of doom. Yet, gazing at the increasingly strained girl, a sense of anxiety began to blossom within me, especially when I witnessed the werewolf deliver a punch that sent her flying. My heart nearly leapt into my throat. My left hand gripped the baseball bat tightly, while my right hand clutched the dry grass beneath me, my fingers nearly digging into the earth. My emotions were tumultuous, and for a moment, I forgot to escape. The battle escalated into a fierce struggle, and the odds were increasingly stacked against the girl. It was evident that the werewolf, brimming with stamina, held the upper hand. "Zhang Tingyan, you bastard! What are you still doing there? Do you wish to become dinner?" The girl shouted angrily at me. Previously, I had disregarded danger to create an opportunity for her to flee. Now, it was her turn to buy me time to escape. She had assumed I would run away. Yet I found myself quietly observing from the sidelines. The girl's furious rebuke jolted me back to clarity. In the darkness, the werewolf raised its fists, letting out a terrifying howl. Its massive fists descended upon the girl's head with a ferocious wind accompanying their descent. Although she shouted angrily at me, her crimson eyes remained fixated on the werewolf, acutely aware that any moment of distraction could lead to death in this life-and-death struggle. With a thunderous crash, the werewolf's fist struck down, creating a deep crater where the girl had just been standing. The werewolf looked up in rage, but the girl's agile form had already darted backward. Though I could not clearly see her exquisite face, I could only imagine the expression of cold determination that graced it. Finally, I could no longer remain a mere spectator. I lifted the baseball bat and sprinted toward the great iron gate. I gritted my teeth, enduring the waves of agony coursing through my body. Earlier, due to the intense tension and adrenaline surge, I had been oblivious to my physical pain. But as I began to run, I realized my bones felt as if they were shattering. Although I was over 100 meters away from the iron gate, this distance felt akin to a 100-meter dash in a state of duress. I did not dare to look back at the battle unfolding behind me, for I understood that her insistence on my escape meant she did not wish for me to perish here in vain. Neither of them were human, and their conflict was certainly beyond my comprehension. Remaining here would only render me a burden to the girl. Though I harbored concerns for the girl's safety, the dread instilled by the werewolf overshadowed my thoughts. I bolted through the rusted iron gates with the frantic speed of a mad dog, barely taking half a minute to escape. The moment I burst through the corroded door, my body went limp, and I collapsed onto the ground. Had I not retained a modicum of strength, I would have undoubtedly toppled over completely, akin to a dog eating mud. I gasped for breath, my eyes involuntarily darting back. At that instant, the figures of the werewolf and the girl had vanished from sight, and even their sounds had dissipated. The entire experience felt surreal, transcending the boundaries of my comprehension. I fished out my smartphone from my pocket, relieved to find that, despite the fall, it had only suffered a cracked screen. After restoring the brightness and volume, I felt a slight sense of reassurance. Yet, I hesitated to dial 612 for the police. Could I truly recount to them that I had been attacked by a werewolf, only to be rescued by a seductive female vampire, culminating in a clash between two otherworldly beings? Zhang Tingyan, don't be absurd. The police would surely deem me a madman. Sitting there on the ground, a bitter smile crept across my lips. In this society, we adhere to science, rather than the fantastical narratives once depicted on television. Just as I sank into contemplation, a video call from Wang Shihai arrived unexpectedly. The sudden ringtone shattered the stillness of the night, nearly frightening the remaining fragments of my soul away. I tremulously picked up the phone that had slipped from my grasp, attempting to calm my frayed nerves. Hello? What is up, Haigu? In the video call, Wang Shihai's complexion was flushed, and his eyes were glazed, clearly indicating that he had indulged in too much drink. A large Jinji cigarette dangled from his mouth, and his face resembled a ripe tomato, punctuated by the occasional belch. Wait a minute, Yanzi, wasn't it you who called me? Despite his inebriation, Wang Shihai's mind remained remarkably sharp. Upon hearing my inquiry, he immediately countered with a question of his own. Embarrassed, I muttered an apology, having completely forgotten that detail. However, Wang Shihai seemed unfazed by my earlier slip. It was evident that he was still in the throes of drinking. The chaotic sounds of revelry filled the background. Although the screen only showcased Wang Shihai's round, fleshy face, the clinking of cups and raucous cheers echoed vibrantly. Sorry, Yanzi. I was drinking with the boys and didn't see your call. He waved at the screen, his face adorned with an apologetic smile. Wang Shihai was known for his generous nature, and his speech mirrored that quality. It's nothing. Upon hearing my reassurances, his boisterous spirit reignited. Hey, Yanzi. Today, my dear elder brother has successfully closed yet another deal. Where are you at this moment? I shall send Ergo to fetch you. Of course, I cannot disclose my current location to him. Should he learn that I am loitering at the legendary Lin family estate in Yinping City, he would undoubtedly bombard me with questions. Wang Shihai has evidently consumed a considerable amount of beer, his chatter more abundant than usual, even through the screen. I can detect the pungent scent of alcohol wafting from his breath. Where are you right now? Why do I find the house behind you so familiar? Wang Shihai squinted his slightly reddened eyes, scrutinizing me with evident curiosity. Under his gaze, I promptly shifted my phone's angle to obscure the background. Haha. You needn't concern yourself with that. I shall come to find you shortly. My smile, though somewhat forced, seemed to escape Wang Shihai's notice. Observing that he was not inclined to dwell on the matter, I finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It is fortunate that it is evening, and the video quality on my end is rather poor. Thus, Wang Shihai has not discerned the true nature of the structure behind me. Were he to catch sight of it, given his temperament and current state, a ruckus would likely ensue. I exchanged a few brief words with Fat Brother, quietly noting his current whereabouts in my mind. I did not intend to engage in further conversation, for within the Lin family estate lurked a werewolf eager to turn me into a mere puppet. I could not afford to waste any more time. Just as I was about to end the video call, Wang Shihai suddenly bellowed, his voice booming, silencing all around him. Yanzi, how did you injure your shoulder? Damn it, which blind beast dares to strike my brother? For heaven's sake, in the entirety of Yinping City, who but old Master Jean would dare to lay a hand on my kin? Wang Shihai slammed his hand on the table, instantly sobering up from his drunken stupor. Witnessing his furious demeanor, the 6 or 7 burly men at his table sprang to their feet, poised for a confrontation. The young waitress carrying a tray of beer, upon witnessing the spectacle of these tattooed giants clamoring for a fight, turned pale with fright. Clearly, she did not comprehend the unfolding chaos. While several nearby patrons cast wary glances in their direction, anxious to avoid being caught in the fray. Brothers, arm yourselves. Damn it. If I find out who the hell has the audacity to act so brazenly, perhaps spurred on by the effects of alcohol, the group, led by their elder brother, let out a fierce howl, and all rose to their feet, truly on the brink of violence. The youth known as Ergo, seated beside Wang Shihai, even grabbed the car keys from the table, ready to leave. I was taken aback by the scene unfolding in the video. I had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from Wang Shihai upon noticing my shoulder injury. I could not indulge in the warmth swelling within me. This was not the time for impulsive emotions. It is not surprising that Brother Hai reacted so intensely. The fabric on my shoulder has been torn, leaving several gashes that expose skin now marred and bloodied. At this moment, autumn's chill bites at my wounds, inflicting pain akin to the sharpness of a knife. The bond one share with Brother Hai is forged through our cohabitation and the fact that I once saved his life. Brother Hai, you don't understand the situation. Please, set down the beer bottle and give me an hour. I will be there shortly. Faced with this menacing group of burly men, particularly the imposing middle-aged leader, those unfamiliar with the context might easily mistake them for troublemaking thugs. I hurriedly reassured Wang Shihai, whose lips were nearly trembling with urgency. At present, the priority is to drive swiftly to the city. After convincing Wang Shihai, I promptly ended the video call. The thick mist enveloping the moon has lifted, revealing a pallid glow. Rising to my feet, I brushed the mud from my body, yet the pain in my flesh persisted, showing no signs of abating. I limped towards the taxi, resembling the limping Wang from our neighborhood. Damn it! I tossed the baseball bat onto the passenger seat and cursed vehemently, tilting my head back in frustration. As I settled into the driver's seat, the tension and anxiety in my heart began to ease. It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Those familiar with science fiction know that werewolves, vampires, and wizards are mere fabrications, creatures of cinematic lore. People come to know these bizarre beings through film and fantasy literature. They do not exist in reality. Yet now, they have manifested before my very eyes. My hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, causing it to creak under the pressure. My brow furrowed deeply, and my gaze fixated on the thick stack of cash in the compartment. A voice within me insisted that I was not dreaming. The lingering scent of the girl in the taxi clung to the air, and I pondered her motives for saving me. Perhaps it was because I had acted without hesitation to rescue her. Damn! I pounded my fists on the steering wheel, chastising myself for indulging in such romantic notions at a time like this. What was I thinking? Why seek out a vampire for a romantic partner when there are plenty of human girls to choose from? The more I contemplated, the more embarrassed I felt, prompting me to cease my wild imaginings. I had narrowly escaped with my life. It was unwise to put myself in danger again. As the taxi's engine emitted a soft rumble, I swiftly pressed the accelerator, my right hand deftly shifting gears. After a few moments of sluggish movement, the vehicle surged forward at an astonishing speed, racing into the distance. Minutes passed, and the Lin family ancestral home was soon left far behind me. The vast moonlight rendered the old residence nearly invisible. I let out a long breath, as if the ordeal had finally come to an end. However, little did I know that after this night, my life would be irrevocably transformed, and the story was only just beginning. Chapter 10. What the hell happened to your voice? I had safely distanced myself from the Lin family's ancestral home. Though my body bore the scars of the encounter, all my parts were still intact. Logically, I should have felt a sense of relief, yet my heart continued to race uncontrollably. Instead of experiencing the joy of survival, I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Having lived for over 20 years, I had yet to encounter any supernatural beings like werewolves. In fact, I had never even visited a zoo. The events of the past hour had utterly reshaped my worldview. Gazing out at the fleeting scenery, an innate fear surged within me. The darkness always stirs the most primal fears in human hearts. I felt like a hunted bird, my eyes fixated on the outside world. And soon my eyes began to ache painfully from the strain. Despite this, I dared not let my guard down. Although I had 5 years of military experience and had witnessed the horrors of war, narrowly escaping death on several occasions, I was, after all, just an ordinary person. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I would find myself in a confrontation with a werewolf. The surreal events of the past hour were so fantastical that my heart could not find peace. Not only had I encountered the werewolf that had slain 7 young people, but I had also escaped its clutches with the aid of a beautiful vampire. Anyone else would surely dismiss my tale as madness, perhaps even deeming me insane. After about 10 minutes, I noticed that the werewolf had not emerged from the thicket, and I finally exhaled in relief. It seemed that the girl had managed to hold it off. Speaking of the girl, I found myself concerned for her well-being. However, her striking features flickered in my mind for only a fleeting moment before I dismissed the thought. According to our traditional beliefs, I am human, and she is a demon. Historically, humans and demons have walked divergent paths, and we would not meet with a favorable outcome. Taking a deep breath, my mind cleared significantly. I silently reminded myself not to let any further complications arise. With few vehicles on the road, I saved considerable time waiting at red lights. After about 10 more minutes, Wang Shihai called me again, inquiring about my situation. His voice was laden with concern, asking how I had sustained my injuries. This genuinely touched me for a while. Naturally, I could not divulge the details of the ordeal. Such matters are not easily explained. I could only utter a few words to deflect the conversation. Wang Shihai did not probe further, as some matters are not easily articulated over the phone. After hanging up, I swiftly arrived in the city center. Unlike the remote suburbs, the scenery of a bustling metropolis is simply unparalleled. Towering skyscrapers rise majestically, interspersed with an array of vibrant shops. Gazing at the dazzling lights and the incessant flow of traffic, I noticed that even in the dead of night, the streets were hardly devoid of pedestrians. Once again, I felt the palpable pulse of urban life, and the weight in my heart finally lifted. I let out a sigh of relief. Surely that werewolf would not dare to pursue me into Yinping City. From my conversation with Wang Shihai, I learned he was currently at the Night Never Sets Barbecue City in the Xiqing district, as a taxi driver with nearly 3 years of rich experience. Although I had not visited many renowned spots in Yinping City, I was certainly familiar with their locations. I switched my taxi's display to passenger service, for I had little inclination to solicit fares at the moment. The Night Never Sets Barbecue City is situated in the most prosperous area of Yinping City's Xiqing district. It is said that its expansive reach is attributed to its behind-the-scenes owner, Master Jean. Every night, the nearby parking spaces are nearly full, and I spent a considerable time searching for a spot across the street. After turning off the engine, I glanced at the 6 prominent characters glowing in vibrant green. Night never sets Barbecue City. I murmured to myself. The business here is truly thriving, with patrons flocking in every evening without fail. I find it perplexing that a barbecue establishment could attain such monumental success. Flanking the entrance of the Night Never Sets Barbecue City stood 2 middle-aged men clad in security uniforms. My gaze lingered on them for merely a few seconds before I resumed scanning the crowd. At last, near the colossal stone lion by the entrance, I spotted a young man with yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips. It was Ergo. Chen Ergu is a subordinate of Wang Shihai, appearing to be in his mid-20s. Dressed in an old-fashioned black jacket, he possesses a tall and lean physique, yet for some unknown reason, he is particularly fond of wearing tight black leather pants. Coupled with his unruly yellow hair, he presents himself as a rather unconventional figure. There was a street separating us, so Chen Ergu did not immediately notice me. The passers-by seemed to deliberately avoid him, maintaining their distance as they walked by, indifferent to the glances of others. Chen Ergu continued to squint his small eyes, surveying the throng. Just then, my phone rang. Without a doubt, it was Wang Shihai. "Hello, Yanzi, have you arrived?" His voice was tinged with urgency, clearly impatient. Yes, brother Hai. I've spotted Ergo." Upon hearing my words, Wang Shihai's tone evidently relaxed. I refrained from further conversation, hastily ending the call. As I opened the car door and stepped out, I noticed several middle-aged men passing by, their expressions revealing a peculiar blend of curiosity and concern directed towards me. My disheveled appearance was striking, particularly the severe gash on my shoulder, reminiscent of wounds inflicted by a sharp weapon, exposing raw, bloodied flesh. It seemed that my injury had even reached the bone, and any slight movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through me. I shut the car door and cast a cold glance around. The onlookers, initially drawn to my predicament, quickly averted their gaze when they met my fierce stare. I am no spectacle for their amusement, nor do I relish being treated as such. Ignoring them, I hastened towards the sidewalk. The pain in my arm was intolerable, akin to countless ants gnawing at my bones. I clenched my jaw, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Goodness, this pain seems to have lingering effects. Glancing down, I noticed blood dripping from my fingertips onto the ground. Initially, the bite from the werewolf had not seemed particularly painful, but now the agony was astonishing. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the few pedestrians around were oblivious to my distress. After a brief moment, the traffic light turned green, and I dashed across the street. At that moment, Chen Ergu spotted me weaving through the crowd. He took a deep drag from his cigarette before hastily discarding it and extinguishing it underfoot. "Good grief, Brother Yan, what happened to your arm?" His shocked expression mirrored the severity of my injury, revealing the deep cut that almost exposed the white of my bone. Chen Ergu, originally named Chen Jiai, earned his nickname due to his rather unrefined demeanor. He was a few years my junior, hence the brotherly address. "It's nothing serious," I replied nonchalantly. But the incredulity in his eyes suggested he found my response hard to believe. My interactions with Chen Ergu had been limited, yet his constant association with Wang Shihai had fostered a degree of familiarity between us. "Where's Brother Hai?" I gestured towards him, indicating that this crowded area was not conducive to conversation. Chen Ergu, perceptive as ever, nodded in understanding. In mere moments, he was supporting me as we made our way inside. Perhaps due to my alarming appearance, one of the 2 security guards at the entrance rushed forward, his imposing figure blocking our path. The guard's sudden movement drew the attention of the surrounding crowd to my distressing state. "Hey, what happened to you?" he exclaimed. A younger security guard, clutching a rubber baton, spoke with a distinctly unfriendly tone. His vigilant demeanor suggested a determination to prevent our entry. As pedestrians began to gather around, a smug expression spread across his face, amplifying his arrogance. "Hey, brother, there's been a misunderstanding. This is a friend of Brother Hai." Chen Ergu swiftly approached another middle-aged security guard who had remained silent. The older guard, evidently familiar with Wang Shihai's reputation, suddenly adopted a serious expression, having previously appeared merely observant. "My brother had a minor accident on the road and is now preparing to go to the hospital with Brother Hai," Chen Ergu said, his face adorned with a smile that was somewhat enigmatic. "Surely, you wouldn't want Brother Hai to come out personally to clarify, would you?" The middle-aged guard respectfully accepted the cigarette offered by Chen Ergu, tucking it behind his ear. He was astute enough to grasp the implications of the latter's words. "Ah, brother, I'm just a small fry. I naturally cannot let Boss Hai come out personally to fetch someone, don't you agree?" The older guard said with a conciliatory grin. The younger security guard attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a firm grip on his arm from the elder. He was not audacious enough to offend Wang Shihai, for the loss of his job could jeopardize his standing in Yinping City for the rest of his life. All right, do take care this late at night. The middle-aged guard reassured me, then instinctively cleared a path for us. Upon learning that I was a friend of Wang Shihai, the guard's demeanor softened considerably, his tone becoming exceedingly gentle. Wang Shihai had risen through the ranks in human resources, often referred to as a middleman, and his success stemmed from collaborations with various companies. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the realm of human resources, overseeing several talent markets. Most importantly, he was associated with the esteemed Jin Wuya. Chun Ergu waved at the guard, who reciprocated with a polite smile. Those with Wang Shihai's background were not to be trifled with by someone of the guard's standing. After we departed, the onlookers who had gathered soon dispersed. Behind us, the previously silenced younger guard curiously inquired of the middle-aged guard, Uncle Wang, who is Brother Hai. The young guard, merely in his 20s and new to Yinping City from the countryside, was met with a sharp glare. Some things are best left unasked. Just heed my words. Here, some individuals are beyond our rural understanding. I imagine you wouldn't like to lose an arm or a leg, would you? After hearing this, the young guard's smile vanished, and with his head bowed, he quietly returned to his post. Under the guidance of Chun Ergu, we swiftly arrived at the central open-air barbecue hall, which was bustling with life, filled with numerous tables catering to the general public, approximately 100 in total. A cursory glance revealed around 200 patrons within, a diverse assembly of men and women, young and old, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Following Chun Ergu, we quickly traversed the hall and turned into a corridor. This corridor, stretching about 10 meters, was adorned with dozens of colorful lights twinkling from its wooden ceiling, creating a charming ambience. Scattered on the wooden benches were 4 or 5 youthful individuals, visibly intoxicated, exuding a potent scent of alcohol. Chun Ergu appeared unfazed, casually conversing with me, hands tucked in his pockets. As I trailed behind him, I caught a glimpse of a couple seated closest to me. The young man, around my age, sported a side-swept fringe and possessed a delicate, fair complexion. To my astonishment, he had even adorned his eyes with black eyeliner. In his embrace was a provocatively dressed girl, her cheeks flushed, seemingly unable to keep her eyes open, likely having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Undeterred by the cold weather, she boldly wore a cropped top paired with a minuscule skirt, her long legs starkly exposed. The skirt barely reached her thighs, threatening to reveal more than intended. I have never regarded such attire as alluring. Rather, I find it distasteful. The couple remained oblivious to our presence, engrossed in their own world, and I had little inclination to observe them further. Frankly, I do not harbor animosity towards the affluent. I merely detest those who squander their youth, particularly the second-generation rich who, bolstered by their privileged backgrounds, contribute nothing to society. Yet, the more one wishes to avoid them, the more they swarm like flies, impossible to shoo away. Just as we were about to exit, a bald young man near the entrance made a snide remark. "Hey kid, you had an accident and still came out to drink? Impressive, haha. Truly dedicated." After his comment, he elbowed the 2 middle-aged men beside him, prompting them to join in his laughter, which they did, albeit awkwardly. I had little desire to engage with such a person. He was evidently inebriated, displaying the antics typical of a drunkard, a character I had encountered too often before. I glanced at Chun Ergu, whose furrowed brow revealed his annoyance. I patted his shoulder, silently urging him to disregard the provocateur. Noticing our indifference, the bald young man's smug grin widened, as if mocking me was his greatest delight. He was roughly my age, possessing a rather unremarkable appearance, yet his foul mouth was exceptionally remarkable. The bald young man, increasingly emboldened by his own insults, could hardly contain his smirk. "Have you lost your vocal cords at home, or were you born without a sound card?" He jeered, laughter spilling from his lips. Chapter 11. Taking action initially. I had no intention of stooping to the level of this bald youth, yet his final remarks ignited a fury within me. It is said that when one can no longer endure, there is no need to remain silent. Damn it. "Shut your mouth," I exclaimed, halting abruptly, my eyes ablaze with indignation. I turned around, my finger jabbing accusatorily at the bald youth's nose as I scolded him. The bald young man had assumed I was an easy target, not anticipating my sudden outburst. After a few stunned seconds, he rose unsteadily, a look of arrogance plastered across his face. "Who the hell are you cursing at?" he retorted, his anger flaring at my confrontation. As the leading bald man engaged with me, his 2 accompanying older gentlemen rose in unison, their keen eyes assessing the situation, revealing themselves to be his bodyguards. Growing up in an orphanage, I despised it when others insulted me by mentioning my parents, regardless of who it was. Anyone who dared to speak ill of my family would face my wrath. Those who had previously derided me for being an orphan, regardless of their stature, would find me fiercely defiant. Although our group consisted of only 2, I had no fear of these 3 ruffians. After all, youth is accompanied by a certain bravery. As tensions escalated, Zhang Ergu swiftly pulled me behind him, standing protectively in front of me with his frail frame. Standing at 6 feet tall, I found myself shorter than him by a head. "Do you even know how to speak properly?" he chided, his voice brimming with confidence. I thought my retorts were fierce. Yet Zhang Ergu's presence was even more formidable. His wild, blonde hair made quite an impression, and he held his head high, speaking with a fierce conviction. Lacking formal education, he had dropped out of high school after a year or 2, choosing instead to associate with a group of delinquents from a young age. This background fueled his fierce demeanor when angered. The bald youth, perhaps emboldened by intoxication, was not cowed by Ergu's intensity. Instead, his arrogance swelled. "What's wrong?" Not satisfied, he slurred, eyeing Ergu up and down, the stench of alcohol wafting from him. Sensing the escalating tension, the 2 older gentlemen flanking the bald man stood ready to intervene at a moment's notice, prepared to quell any unexpected altercation. I was already seething with anger, and the pain from the bite on my arm inflicted by the werewolf was unbearable. Gazing at the arrogant expression on the bald leader's face, the veins on my forehead throbbed with fury. The bald man caressed his glistening head, exuding an air of fearless bravado that truly disgusted me. Zhang Ergu, having experienced numerous storms, naturally understood the implications of the bald youth's demeanor. He turned to me with a subtle glance, signaling me to refrain from impulsive actions. After all, we live in a society governed by law, and it is prudent to deliberate before acting, as long as we can engage in a calm discussion. There is no need for violence. Today we won't stoop to your level, considering you are inebriated, but beware, next time may not be so forgiving. Zhang Ergu glared at the trio, unwilling to accompany these ruffians to the police station for mere tea, yet feeling that allowing them to walk away unscathed would be a blow to his dignity. "Oh, what a bold statement you make," the bald youth retorted with a mocking laugh directed at his 2 companions, clearly regarding Zhang Ergu with disdain. The color drained from Zhang Ergu's face, turning it a deep shade of anger, his fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. He was no stranger to confrontations and had never endured such indignity. In the past, he would have swiftly retaliated. In Yinping City, he had never encountered such brazen individuals and found himself at a loss regarding their background. His small eyes darted around, scrutinizing the audacious bald youth once more. It was evident that this arrogant individual had formidable backing, otherwise he would not be so audaciously dismissive. Though Zhang Ergu yearned to teach this insolent man a lesson, he could only suppress the fiery rage within him for the time being. The atmosphere between us crackled with tension, suggesting that a confrontation could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, not far from the bald youth, the previously mentioned dandy remained seated on a bench, craning his neck with keen interest, akin to an eager spectator awaiting a performance. The girl nestled in his arms still bore a blush that had yet to fade entirely, but it was clear that she had sobered up. As she observed our escalating quarrel, her expression radiated excitement. Despite my pent-up fury, yearning to charge at the bald man and deliver a fatal blow, my attention was not solely fixated on him. I shifted my gaze toward the dandy. Only to my surprise, he was grinning at me with a mischievous smile. His smile was beguiling, and his sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, my heart raced, and I quickly averted my gaze, sensing the formidable presence emanating from him, one that rivaled that of a woman, yet felt far more perilous and lethal. "Try to lay a finger on me today, and see what happens," the bald young man continued to shout, disregarding the pleas of the 2 bodyguards beside him. He pushed through their shoulders and staggered towards Chen Ergu. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chen, he nearly poked him in the face, while Chen's countenance darkened with fury, his inner wrath teetering on the brink of explosion. The 2 men flanking the bald youth were significantly older than us, and not particularly tall, standing around 178 centimeters. Yet their physiques were remarkably robust, clearly a testament to years of rigorous training that had sculpted their solid musculature. Chen Ergu hesitated to retaliate, largely due to the imposing presence of the 2 bodyguards. Damn it! As the standoff between the bald youth and Chen Ergu unfolded, my own simmering anger could no longer be contained. I was bewildered by my loss of control, feeling as though a ferocious beast was trapped within me, violently battering against its confines. Moreover, there was an uncomplicated desire to strike him. I am no coward. I would not allow them to berate me with impunity. If they sought a fight, I was prepared to engage wholeheartedly. In the next instant, before the bald youth could react, I raised my leg and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The suddenness of the action, combined with the sheer speed of my strike, caused him to emit a muffled groan as he flew backward. I had summoned all my strength for that kick, with no intention of holding back. Clearly, the bald youth was significantly affected by my blow. His spine arched like a bow, his arms uncontrollably outstretched, and he tumbled over 2 meters away. Perhaps my force was excessive, for the alcohol in his stomach was expelled by my kick, and before he could hit the ground, undigested food spilled forth from his mouth. I was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the pool of vomit, mingled with gastric juices, spreading across the ground. I had not anticipated that my kick would be so powerful as to induce such a reaction. The bald youth lay half reclined on the ground, clearly reeling from the impact. His face flushed crimson. In his complex gaze, I discerned shock, fear, anger, and a hint of pain, yet none of this mattered now. The entire scene transpired with astonishing rapidity, leaving Chun Urgu unable to intervene. He stared at me, his mouth agape as if to say something. But he glanced at the moaning bald youth on the ground and ultimately remained silent. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances, their faces devoid of any mirth, and the effects of their intoxication had dissipated significantly. Watching the bald youth being sent flying by my foot, their expressions turned grim. None had anticipated my preemptive strike, let alone one so ferociously executed. Moments earlier, they had intended to follow the bald youth, but were whispering to each other to stay put when he had pushed them aside, dismissing me as merely a small fry. Little did they know, within mere minutes, one of them would be sent sprawling back with a single kick. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, but soon regained their composure and swiftly rushed to the side of the bald man, who was still whimpering in pain, effectively creating some distance from us. After a brief examination of the bald man's condition, their anxious expressions began to ease, and thankfully, there were no broken bones. As I observed them helping the bald man to his feet, I realized that the situation had escalated beyond redemption. However, I felt no remorse within. Although Chun Urgu did not utter a word, I could discern a hint of anxiety in his expression. Nevertheless, I did not require his assistance. As I was the one responsible for the incident, I retrieved the remaining half-pack of cigarettes from my pocket, calmly extracting one and lighting it. The bald man, seething with hatred towards me after my kick, could only glare at me with his furious expression, which I regarded with indifference. Go ahead and keep cursing, I thought to myself, relishing the moment, finally feeling a sense of relief. His lips parted slightly, as if he wished to speak, but the intense pain in his chest rendered him momentarily mute. Please, continue your tirade. Have your vocal cords gone home? I glared at the bald young man, echoing his sentiments back to him. Chapter 12. A grudge is formed. You've got guts. After a few seconds, once he had regained his composure, the bald youth vehemently pointed at my nose. I met his gaze, which was filled with unrestrained fury. Had it not been for my earlier kick, he likely would not have sobered up so quickly. Seeing that the bald man was not severely injured, the two middle-aged men beside him rose, glaring at me with such intensity that it seemed they wished to strike me down. I was unperturbed by the bald man. Rather, I felt a tinge of apprehension towards the two middle-aged men. From their appearances, it was clear they were no innocents, and I had observed them closely from the start. Both were robust, with well-defined muscles. If my instincts were correct, they were either seasoned fighters or had military backgrounds, possibly even mercenaries. Before the two men could make a move, the bald youth had already positioned his arms in front of them. This scene left me momentarily bewildered. The narrative was clearly amiss. Logically, after I had kicked the foolish son of the landlord, his guardians should have rushed to retaliate, as typically portrayed in dramas. Reluctant to proceed, the two men halted their advance upon seeing the bald youth intervene, though their eyes remained fixed on me with palpable hostility. Lu Shu Zhao Shu, wait. Now is not the time for confrontation. The bald youth, clutching his abdomen, had regained some color, though his voice remained somewhat weak. Had I not been injured, my kick would have rendered him unable to stand. Mr. Luo, I apologize for the urgency of the moment. You would not allow us to accompany you, said the middle-aged man standing to the left of the bald youth. His black hair was short, except for a conspicuous streak of white at his left temple, rendering him quite striking. His countenance was stern, and his features bore an air of ferocity, with piercing eyes that resembled those of a venomous serpent, sending chills down one's spine upon making eye contact. The man who spoke was none other than Uncle Lu, as referred to by the bald youth. Upon hearing Uncle Lu's words, old Zhao, standing on the opposite side, clenched his fists tightly, casting a menacing glare in my direction. Both men served as bodyguards to Luo Huan, and were also his uncles. Their primary duty was to safeguard young Master Luo, as per the elder Luo's orders, and now, with their nephew being kicked in front of them, their dignity was at stake. Do not act impulsively. Let this young man go for today. Luo Huan had always been the one to bully others, never allowing anyone to retaliate against him. Now, with an unwise young man having struck him, his inner fury rivaled that of his uncle's. Had it not been for the fear of unnecessary complications, Luo Huan would have already instructed his uncles to take action. His reasoning stemmed from various considerations. Furthermore, they were not in a hurry, as opportunities would abound in the future. At that time, they would reclaim what was theirs. With interest, hearing Luo Huan's words, the two men had no choice but to refrain from acting against me, at least for the moment. After all, they were armed. Illegal possession of firearms is a grave offense in this country. Should a brawl lead to the police discovering their weapons, the consequences would be dire. I was not particularly far from them, and I overheard their conversation quite clearly. You, young man, truly overstep your bounds. Uncle Lu glared at me, his tone decidedly unfriendly. His gaze upon me was akin to that of a predator regarding its prey. To them, my earlier kick was a cowardly ambush, a most despicable tactic. Humph, I scoffed. For had it not been for the brazen bald youth's provocation, I would not have resorted to such measures. If I were to swallow my pride, I would no longer be Zhang Tingyan. It was you who initiated the confrontation. How could this possibly be my fault? Meeting the trio's knife-like glares, I matched their defiance. The bald youth, noticing my resolute demeanor, twitched his lips momentarily. Suddenly, a thought seemed to dawn upon him, and his expression shifted to something unusual as he regarded me. Feeling the weight of Luo Huan's gaze upon me, I sensed an unsettling curiosity regarding what the bald youth was contemplating. At that moment, Luo Huan abruptly inquired, his tone grave and devoid of the earlier arrogance. Who are you? As I gazed upon Luo Huan's serious expression, I felt a mixture of amusement and irritation. I am, of course, a man. Given Luo Huan's tone, I couldn't help but speculate that he believed I was backed by some significant figure, hence his inquiry. Very well. Luo Huan spoke in a frigid tone, his fierce gaze somewhat subdued. Throughout our conversation, I maintained an air of fearless confidence, which inadvertently conveyed to Luo Huan the impression that I had formidable backing. Luo Huan wore a sullen expression, though I could not discern his thoughts, at the very least. He would refrain from acting against me for the time being. As for the two imposing figures behind him, I felt no concern. While they may not strike immediately, I understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. As the bald young man scrutinized me, I redirected my attention towards him. His elongated visage bore features that seemed unnaturally compact, and his triangular eyes exuded a sinister intent. His face unmistakably radiated the countenance of a villain, as they say. One's appearance reflects one's heart, and this bald man was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. We locked eyes for several seconds, and I was already certain that this bald adversary would seek to trouble me in the future. At that moment, a coarse male voice resonated from behind me, and I refrained from turning around, knowing it to be Wang Shihai. What is all this commotion? Wang Shihai strode forth with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 burly men adorned with tattoos that depicted dragons and tigers. As this imposing group approached, the onlookers wisely dispersed, save for the earlier young man and his girlfriend, who remained curiously seated. Yinzi, I hear someone is causing you trouble. Wang Shihai reached my side, gently patting my shoulder with his large hand. He was bare-chested, his rounded belly prominently displaying a vividly inked and fearsome Rakshasa. However, years spent in the taverns had led to excessive caloric accumulation, transforming his once-defined six-pack into a sizable beer belly. The stretching of his skin from this growth had distorted the tattoo, rendering the menacing Rakshasa somewhat endearing. I nodded slightly, replying with a nonchalant, I suppose so. With Wang Shihai and his band of brothers present, my numbers now visibly surpassed those of my adversaries. Though Wang Shihai did not explicitly declare his intentions, it was evident to any observer that he stood with me, surrounded by his loyal subordinates. I found myself at the center of a circle of fierce gazes directed menacingly at the 3 individuals before us. As I surveyed the crowd, I noticed Chen Erga standing beside Wang Shihai. Erga had one hand cupped to his mouth, seemingly whispering something into Wang Shihai's ear. The contrast between Wang Shihai's robust physique and Chen Erga's slender frame made Ergu appear akin to a diminutive monkey. Wang Shihai's face was adorned with rolls of flesh, and his unusually large eyes added to his intimidating appearance. His facial features were decidedly fierce. I had not intended for Wang Shihai to intervene on my behalf, yet I feared offending him. My mind raced with thoughts on how best to explain the situation to him. As Lu and Zhao noticed my arrival with reinforcements, they swiftly positioned themselves in front of Luo Huan, ensuring his protection. Although I bore wounds that could have rendered me easily subdued, the sudden appearance of several imposing figures on my side caused them to lose their prime opportunity to act. Should they attempt to confront me now, it would likely result in a futile endeavor. Observing the stalemate between us, Wang Shihai unexpectedly spoke up. You three appear rather unfamiliar. You must not be from Yinping City. Am I correct? Wang Shihai, tall and robust, stood over 180 centimeters and weighed more than 200 pounds, resembling a small mountain as he anchored his presence. You are well aware of the nature of this territory. If you wish to avoid escalating matters, I kindly suggest you leave. Possessing keen insight, Wang merely cast a cursory glance at the trio, discerning that the bald young man's identity was not trivial. He articulated his words to subtly remind them of their outsider status, while simultaneously offering a graceful exit. A mutual retreat seemed prudent. While our initial aggression was indeed our fault, it was provoked by their incivility. With no party at fault, it was best to downsize the issue. Disturbing the peace here would ultimately be to their detriment. As expected, after a brief silence, the opposing party responded. What is your name? Luo Huan disregarded Wang Shihai and directly inquired about my identity. Wang Shihai, however, did not take offense, remaining by my side while idly manipulating a walnut-sized metallic object, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a cat crafted from gold. His demeanor was deliberately ostentatious, aimed at the trio before us. Zhang Tingyan, I replied coldly. Very well. I, Luo Huan, shall remember you. The bald man's intentions were unmistakably clear. He clearly sought to settle accounts with me in the future. Upon hearing the name Luo Huan, Wang Shihai furrowed his brow, as if a realization dawned upon him. Following my explicit response, Luo Huan and his companions seemed disinclined to engage further and turned to leave. Observing their retreating figures, I refrained from any response. Fully aware that a rift had been irrevocably established, anything I said thereafter would be utterly futile. Just as Luo Huan and his companions were about to vanish around the corridor's bend, he unexpectedly halted and slowly turned to face me. We shall meet again, but next time, the misfortune will be yours. His tone was frigid, and I detected a hint of menace in his voice. Subsequently, Luo Huan raised his right hand, making a gesture across his throat, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. You bald fool. How dare you threaten me? I glared at him, filled with a desire to deliver another kick. Very well. I shall await your return, I declared, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis, my expression betraying my unwillingness to concede. In China, there is an ancient saying, when soldiers come, generals will block, when water comes, earth will cover. Since you wish to challenge me, I, Zhang Tingyan, shall naturally accompany you to the end. Chapter 13. The hospital after Luo Huan and his companions departed. Wang Shihai instructed Chun Ergu to lead a group of his subordinates to leave first. He tossed the car keys to a sturdily built middle-aged man, directing him to drive, leaving only the two of us at the scene. Wang Shihai, observing my disheveled appearance, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. From the very beginning, he had noticed the bloody wound on my shoulder, yet he refrained from asking about it due to the earlier circumstances. Now, with just the two of us, he urgently inquired, Hey, Yinzi, what happened to you? Why are you so badly injured? Seeing the concern in Wang Shihai's eyes, a warm current surged within me. I hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether to reveal the truth. Let us go to the hospital. My arm hurts terribly. I pointed at my arm, which had become so numb that I could barely feel it. Wang Shihai, noticing my pale complexion, finally grasped the situation. Right, how could I forget the most important matter? He slapped his forehead and offered me an apologetic smile. In his worry for my wound, he had overlooked the essential task at hand. I waved my hand dismissively, indicating that he need not dwell on it. As I ventured out alone to make my way in the world, I felt immensely grateful to have a brother like Wang Shihai by my side. However, Haige, thank you. I truly appreciate your help just now. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated. We are brothers. There's no need for thanks. Wang Shihai chuckled heartily, patting his round belly. Seeing him so jovial and unconcerned made me feel somewhat out of place. Soon, accompanied by Wang Shihai, we exited the Night Never Sets barbecue city. As we left, I took a careful glance around and noticed that Luo Huan and his group were nowhere to be seen, confirming they had indeed departed. Moreover, the two individuals who had been observing the commotion had also vanished at some point. As we reached the entrance, a black Passat halted before us. Within moments, a robust man rolled down the window and beckoned us to get in. Upon closer inspection, I recognized him as the brother Wang Shihai had sent to drive. This time, the two security guards no longer impeded my passage. Upon seeing Wang Shihai, they even nodded and bowed respectfully. However, Wang Shihai paid them no mind. Nevertheless, the two continued to flatteringly bid us farewell. Let us go, Haige. The middle-aged man respectfully addressed Wang Shihai. Without hesitation, Wang Shihai opened the door and ushered me into the vehicle. After briefly outlining the purpose of our trip, the subordinate took the initiative to drive us away. I sat quietly in the car, my eyes unintentionally gazing out into the night. It was deep into the evening, and the number of private vehicles on the road was sparse, given that we were not far from the city hospital. A journey of approximately 7 or 8 minutes would suffice. Wang Shihai and I had known each other for nearly 3 years, and through our years of companionship, he had come to understand my temperament deeply. Noticing the weight of my thoughts, he naturally discerned that I would not speak any further. Hey, Yinzi, regarding what just happened, Ergo has already told me everything. Wang Shihai offered me a cigarette, which I declined. I knew that what Chen Ergo had whispered to Wang Shihai was precisely about this matter. I murmured softly in response. By the way, that bald man. Wang Shihai began, but his voice abruptly trailed off. I sensed a hint of unease in his tone. What's wrong? I turned to look at him. At that moment, Wang Shihai rolled down the window, holding a cigarette between his fingers. As a flicker of flame emerged from his lighter, he inhaled deeply. Luo Huan was no ordinary individual. The half-open window caused a sudden drop in temperature inside the car. I refrained from replying, waiting for Wang Shihai to continue. He wasted no time. After taking a sharp drag from his cigarette, he tossed the remaining half out the window and raised the glass once more, continuing his discourse. I was familiar with the name Luo Huan. He was the second young master of the Luo family, which was a prominent clan in the entire Zhanghai city. Although Zhanghai was quite distant from our Yinping city, both were still within the same province. The Luo family was involved in various industries, including pharmaceuticals, entertainment, and real estate. Wang Shihai's tone was heavy, as he hoped that the person he knew and had encountered was not the same one. If it were indeed the same individual, then this matter was beyond his capacity to intervene. Yinzi, if he truly is the second young master of the Luo family, we are in serious trouble. As I looked at Wang Shihai's large face, I was struck by the pallor that had overtaken it. Upon closer inspection, I could even see beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yes, I understand, I replied. Though Wang Shihai had some wealth, it paled in comparison to the vast resources of the Luo family, leaving him with limited means to assist me. Observing my calm demeanor, Wang Shihai assumed I was unconcerned about the Luo family and hastened to add, I know you can fight. Taking on 7 or 8 small thugs is no challenge for you. But the Luo family is not merely a group of petty ruffians. They represent a formidable power. Though his voice was low, it resonated harshly in the confined space of the car. Mentioning the Luo family and recalling Luo Huan's words, even the driver displayed a worried expression, seemingly apprehensive about what awaited me. Through the rearview mirror, I caught him casting a sympathetic glance my way, as if to say, You're doomed. Just wait for your reckoning. Damn it. This evening, my mind was already in turmoil due to the matters concerning werewolves and vampires. And now I find myself entangled in troubles regarding the second son of the Luo family. Although I understand that Wang Shihai informed me of these issues to caution me about the significant trouble I have attracted, his intentions, while well-meaning, only serve to exacerbate my frustration. I replied with a calm demeanor, my eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Wang Shihai, perceptive as he is, recognized my agitation immediately. His large, round eyes darted about before he nodded in understanding. After all, the events had transpired, and it was too late for regrets. My statement held truth. Having stirred up trouble, I could anticipate that Luo Huan would seek retribution in the future. However, I feared not even death, so why should I dread trouble? Wang Shihai regarded me with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Yinzi, should anything arise, you need not worry excessively. Although my abilities are limited, since I have assured you that no one in Yinping City would dare to harm you, rest assured, they shall not, he chuckled heartily. His sincerity and friendship stemmed from my willingness to face the consequences of my actions with integrity. Seeing the broad smile spread across Wang Shihai's face eased my tension considerably. Indeed, Brother Hai, if anything were to happen, I shall handle it myself. With this affirmation, my mind began to strategize the course of action ahead. Haha, do you doubt my capabilities? Wang Shihai turned to me, a wide grin illuminating his features. Not at all. I nodded, returning his smile. In this moment, I had no desire to jest with Brother Hai. I sought to express my sincerity instead. Yinzi, heed my advice. Even if the sky were to fall in Yinping City, rest assured, Lord Jin Wu will be there to support us, he asserted, gesturing at the car roof. The mention of Lord Jin Wu bolstered Wang Shihai's confidence. Just as I was about to inquire further about Lord Jin Wu, the car came to an abrupt halt. I leaned forward to gaze out the window, realizing we had arrived at the hospital's entrance. Brother, we have arrived. Should I park the car? The driver inquired. Wang Shihai waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to respond verbally. After we exited the vehicle, the driver promptly maneuvered the car towards the underground garage. Wang Shihai and I disembarked in tandem. As he retrieved his box of expensive cigarettes from his pocket, I accepted without hesitation this time. Brother Hai, who is Lord Jinwu? I asked. He waved his hand dismissively, revealing a grin adorned with gold teeth. Haha, you shall find out in due time. With that, I decided not to pursue the topic further. As Wang Shihai and I lit our cigarettes, we shared a tacit understanding and made our way towards the municipal hospital. Standing at the entrance, a whirlwind of emotions surged within me. Although the wound on my shoulder was not particularly deep, the area bitten by the werewolf undoubtedly required several stitches. The bite had torn the flesh as if it had been exploded, despite my efforts to mask the searing pain. I couldn't help but draw in sharp breaths of cool air. As I pondered how to explain my predicament to the doctor who would soon stitch me up, Wang Shihai gently patted my shoulder. My foot hesitated on the first step, and I turned to look at him with suspicion. Yinzi, can you tell me what exactly bit you? Wang Shihai inquired, his expression grave, as if he had contemplated the question for a long time. The hospital's entrance loomed ahead, with a few patients and their families gradually emerging. We lingered on the steps, completely oblivious to the gazes of passers-by. Gazing into Wang Shihai's inquisitive eyes, I found myself at a loss for how to explain, or perhaps I simply didn't want him to know, since I wished to keep the truth from him. I resorted to deception. After a moment's hesitation, I quickly concocted a story so implausible that even I struggled to believe it. A mad dog, a very large mad dog. If you were to ask me how big, I could only gesture an immense arc with one hand, maintaining an air of calm as I spoke. Chapter 14. The hospital. My response was undeniably awkward. If a group of 7 or 8 punks couldn't harm me, how could I possibly be bitten by a dog? The veracity of my words was significantly lacking, and upon hearing my explanation, the corners of Wang Shihai's eyes twitched involuntarily. He was astute and adept at reading people, which is why he thrived in the human resources industry. Wang Shihai sensed my deliberate deceit, yet he refrained from rebutting or pressing further, his expression remaining unchanged. All right then, let us go. That mad dog must have become a spirit, right? Didn't they say that animals weren't allowed to become spirits after the founding of the nation? Wang Shihai continued, seamlessly picking up from where I left off, his demeanor casual and a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was rather large. I chuckled awkwardly, nodding at Wang Shihai. He didn't pursue the topic any further, instead giving my shoulder another gentle pat, as if to silently remind me to exercise caution. This matter remained unspoken between us. I was unwilling to divulge, and he naturally refrained from inquiring further. Following Wang Shihai, I deliberately slowed my pace, watching his retreating figure. I felt a twinge of guilt for having deceived him, and though he said nothing, a sense of remorse lingered within me. The reason I hesitated to reveal the truth was my fear that he might not be able to bear it. The Central Hospital of Yinping City stands as the finest medical institution in this area. As the premier hospital, it boasts the most skilled physicians, advanced medical equipment, and a conducive environment. Accompanied by Wang Shihai, I arrived at the outpatient hall on the first floor of the hospital. To our astonishment, despite the late hour, there remained a considerable queue at the registration window. With no alternative, we found ourselves waiting at the window with the least amount of people. Wang Shihai, known for his impatient demeanor, grew increasingly restless, especially given my injury. Observing 7 or 8 individuals ahead of us, he contemplated circumventing the queue for a swifter resolution. However, this was a hospital, not a bustling marketplace. There's no need for that. I'm fine, I interjected, sensing his intent. I grasped his shoulder firmly, fully aware of his inclination to cut in line. In a public space, particularly a crowded hospital, everyone in line was undoubtedly anxious to receive medical attention. While Wang Shihai's character and standing in Yinping City might have led him to dismiss such decorum, I found it inappropriate. Realizing my intervention, Wang Shihai sheepishly addressed the individuals in front of us. My apologies, everyone. Please continue with your queue. I was merely jesting with my brother here. He offered an awkward smile, nodding slightly, revealing several gleaming gold teeth. Although my voice was barely audible, the serene atmosphere of the hospital amplified it, drawing the attention of those in line. Before me stood a 30-something woman, several elderly individuals in their 40s and 50s, and a few young adults in their 20s. The moment they turned to investigate the commotion, they were met with the sight of a burly man, over 6 feet tall, awkwardly apologizing. His face bore the marks of a rough exterior, and even in laughter, his eyes retained a menacing glare. Clad in a black mink coat and adorned with a substantial gold chain, Wang Shihai's black sweatshirt could do little to conceal his prominent beer belly, which sported a small tattoo encircling his abdomen. Upon witnessing Wang Shihai's imposing figure, coupled with my shoulder, which appeared as though it had been brutally injured and was stained with blood, the crowd instinctively dispersed. They silently retreated to other lines, avoiding any discussion or glances, as if fleeing from a plague. Consequently, our queue dwindled to just an elderly gentleman and ourselves. Ironically, Wang Shihai's initial desire to bypass the line had become unnecessary. What was intended to be a sincere apology had, in fact, frightened everyone away. "Look at this situation. How absurd," he remarked, chuckling at the startled crowd. Indeed, it was rather unexpected. I could only offer a resigned smile in response. With the queue now reduced to just the elderly man and us, there was no longer any need to wait. I scrutinized the elderly gentleman ahead of me. His frame was stooped, and his scalp was nearly devoid of hair, revealing a prominent expanse of bare skin. He was clad in an antiquated military overcoat, and his right hand emerged, frail and withered, from the cuff, clutching a cane fashioned from pearwood. The old man's voice was raspy, reminiscent of a worn-out cassette tape. To compound matters, he had a remarkable difficulty in hearing. What did you say?" The old man strained to catch the words, his clouded eyes brimming with bewilderment. As he tilted his head, his mouth gaped wide, exposing the few remaining yellowed teeth he possessed. The nurse at the triage desk had repeated herself several times, her face reddening with effort. Perhaps out of respect for his advanced age, she refrained from raising her voice, opting instead to reiterate her instructions. "Grandfather, please take this slip to the second floor. Room 202. Director Liu will assist you." The nurse, quite charming with her round, cherubic face hinting at youthful plumpness, spoke in a voice that, though not loud, was particularly sweet. "What? You want me to take this to the second floor? To see Director Liu?" The old gentleman's words nearly provoked laughter from us both. Thankfully, his voice was subdued enough that only the three of us could hear. Otherwise, it could have led to quite a humorous scene. It was evident that he did not grasp the meaning of the instructions. Seeing the nurse and us stifling our laughter, he assumed he had misspoken and hastily added, "Where do I go to claim it? I'm not familiar with the way. Or else how could I find Director Liu on the second floor?" The old man spoke with earnestness. Upon hearing this, Wang Shihai could no longer contain himself and stepped from behind me to stand before the elderly man, suppressing his amusement as he earnestly addressed the old man's ear. He gently guided the old man away from the window to clear space for me. Given Wang Shihai's tall and robust stature, he had to bend slightly, resting one hand on the old man's shoulder while retrieving the report slip from his grasp. "Sir, you don't need to claim anything. Just go straight to the second floor, take a right, and it's the fourth door, room 208. Wang Shihai, concerned that the old man might not hear clearly, raised his voice deliberately, gesturing with his large hand to emphasize room 208. This time, the old man truly understood. His wrinkled visage turned towards Wang Shihai, apologetically exclaiming, "Young man, I'm sorry. My ears are not what they used to be. Don't hold it against me. I'm not one to be trifled with." The old man seemed to regain his hearing upon seeing Wang Shihai's imposing figure, clearly intimidated by the brawny man. Fortunately, after assisting the old man, it was finally my turn. I handed my outpatient card to the lovely nurse, who had, by now, recognized me standing in line behind the elderly gentleman. She appeared youthful, likely just over 20 years of age. The girl donned a pristine white nurse's uniform, complemented by a matching cap atop her head. As I stood before the reception desk, I peered through the thick frosted glass, finally discerning the girl's features. Not to mention, despite her doll-like visage, her figure was strikingly voluptuous. The white nurse's attire clinging to her form, with several buttons straining against their confines. Her skin was exquisitely fair, smooth and delicate as if it could be effortlessly punctured. "Here is your ticket. Your injuries are quite severe. You should see the emergency room," the nurse chirped sweetly, her gaze captivating enough to ensnare my thoughts. Upon receiving the slip from her hand, an intense heat surged in my throat, a parched sensation consuming me. The uniform she wore exuded an alluring charm that stirred one's very blood. Her eyes sparkled with an almost liquid clarity, and a hint of a beguiling smile graced her lips. Faced with her alluring figure, an irresistible urge to engage in conversation arose within me. Yet I struggled to suppress the flames of desire. However, Wang Shihai seemed utterly enraptured, his large eyes fixated on the girl's alabaster neck, his gaze wandering further downwards, his expression suggesting an insatiable hunger to devour her whole. Internally, I cursed, recognizing the girl's form as utterly enchanting. I could only imagine how many men had salivated at the sight of her. My slight cough seemed to break Wang Shihai from his stupor, and after a few moments, he shifted closer to me with a grin, his bulky frame encroaching upon my space. "Hey there, gorgeous," he exclaimed, apparently oblivious to my presence as he squeezed me into a corner. His face nearly pressed against the glass, the nurse eyed his somewhat lewd smile, a flicker of apprehension crossing her features. Wang Shihai's approach startled the young lady, causing her ample bosom to sway dramatically. the buttons on her uniform seemingly on the verge of bursting under such vigorous motion. My apologies, miss. My friend is rather boisterous. I offered an apologetic smile to the nurse, and before she could utter another word, I firmly grasped Wang Shihai's shirt and pulled him away. It took considerable effort, nearly stretching his clothing, before I finally extricated him from the revolving door. His intentions were all too clear. He wished to flirt with her. Why did you pull me just now? Wang Shihai grumbled as we ascended the staircase to the second floor, still irked by my earlier intervention. I held the ticket issued by the lovely nurse, meticulously scanning the details of the department we were headed to. Regarding Wang Shihai's words, I did not take them to heart. Yet, like a nagging wife, he incessantly rambled on behind me about how attractive that nurse was, pondering how to obtain her contact information. As I listened to his relentless chatter, I sighed softly and remarked, I wonder how my sister-in-law has been lately? Though Wang Shihai was a man of indulgence, particularly in matters of drink and lust, he was quite fearful of his wife. Upon hearing me mention her, he stiffened, quickly donning a smile and rushing to my side. Yanzai, I was just joking. You shouldn't say such things. My shoulder injury was a result of external trauma, necessitating a visit to the surgical department for suturing. After ascending to the second floor with Wang Shihai, we turned a corner and arrived at the surgical room. Upon entering, I saw a middle-aged man clad in a white coat sitting by a desk. I approached him and briefly introduced my condition. The middle-aged man wasted no words. After I signed the necessary paperwork, he instructed me to proceed directly for suturing. My shoulder throbbed with pain, and I dared not delay. Upon receiving the doctor's directions, I promptly made my way to the designated room. This wound is quite serious, remarked a young doctor standing before me. His face was obscured by a mask, allowing me to see only his eyes, and his voice was not particularly loud. I nodded, my expression somewhat strained. Please remove your clothing. I need to disinfect the area, the young doctor said, donning white gloves with a serious demeanor. I complied with his request, but as I removed my shirt, I noticed a momentary pause in the doctor's gaze. Goodness, I didn't expect you to be quite so handsome, and you have tattoos as well. He looked at me in astonishment, his eyes fixated on the intricate tattoos adorning my back, as if he had encountered something utterly unbelievable. Not only did I have tattoos on my back, but I also bore a vividly inked image of a Shura on my chest. The Shura, with its green face and sharp fangs, brandished a weapon in each of its 4 green arms, its glaring emerald eyes resembling those of a demon from the underworld. About this, I said, brushing my hand over the tattoo. I was rather foolish when I was younger and got these inked. My tattoos covered a large area. Aside from the Shura on my chest, my back was adorned with a full depiction of a Qilin. Although the young doctor said nothing further, I could detect a hint of disdain in his gaze. After meticulously cleaning my wound, the young doctor disinfected the area to prevent infection. Once he completed this task, he prepared to suture my injury. Perhaps it was my rather ostentatious appearance that caused the young doctor's tone to grow colder. However, I was accustomed to such treatment, having endured much in my youth. Please stand up, he instructed after tidying up. He barely glanced at me, as though he feared the sight of my tattoos. Please wait in the operating room for a moment while I contact Director Liu to come and stitch you up, the young doctor's indifferent voice echoed once more. In today's society, many individuals continue to perceive those with tattoos through a distorted lens. To some, we are merely delinquents, regarded as societal misfits. And only the morally dubious would choose to adorn their bodies with tattoos, mere remnants of society. It is true that not all tattooed individuals are virtuous, yet it cannot be dismissed that some choose tattoos simply out of admiration for the art form. We cannot allow the narrow-mindedness of a few to dictate our perceptions of the whole. I sensed the bias in the young doctor's tone, but I did not let his demeanor provoke my ire. Seated languidly in a chair, I retrieved a cigarette from my pocket and nonchalantly placed it between my lips in his presence. If he perceived me as a ruffian, I would embody that role for him. With my legs splayed apart and my back arched, one tattooed arm rested on my knee while the other brandished a glimmering lighter. At a moment's notice, I could ignite the cigarette dangling from my mouth. My posture indeed exuded the air of a street tough, though masked. I could imagine the young doctor's expression must be quite grim. Hey there, buddy. Mind if I smoke? I remarked, adopting a mocking tone, a smirk gracing my face. I had no intention of actually smoking in the office. My sole aim was to tease him, given his prejudiced view of me. My voice, though not raised, pierced his ears sharply, causing him to flinch, his disdain for me intensifying. The young doctor shook his head, appearing utterly disappointed, yet he refrained from articulating his thoughts. Since you don't want me to smoke, I won't. I chuckled, casting a knowing glance his way as I returned the cigarette to its box. I had achieved my objective of unsettling him and saw no need for further dialogue. After a few moments, The young doctor seemed to gather himself and spoke again, this time with evident effort to suppress his emotions. Please wait for me. I will be right back. With that, he turned away, leaving the room without another word. Really? Was it such an offense to jest? I watched his retreating figure clad in white, a sardonic smile creeping onto my lips. This young doctor appeared to be merely in his early 20s, likely a novice in his field. I settled back into my chair, opening my phone to chat with Wang Shihai. As Wang Shihai was not the patient, he could only wait outside. Upon seeing the young doctor emerge from the room, his face seemingly contorted with anger, he assumed something untoward had occurred and inquired about the situation. I refrained from divulging the specifics of what had transpired within, instead fabricating a casual excuse. Although no substantial conflict had arisen between the doctor and me, I knew that, given Wang Shihai's temperament, should he learn of the young man's disdain for me, a confrontation would likely ensue. Considering his imposing physique, I imagined he could easily lift the doctor with one hand and press him against the wall to recite the three-character classic. After a few minutes of idle chatter with Wang Shihai, the door creaked open, and I glanced at my phone, noticing a new message in our chat. Yinzai, the doctor has returned. I lifted my gaze just in time to see two doctors entering, one of whom was the young doctor who had previously sanitized my wound. The young doctor whispered something to his accompanying colleague, who furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze towards me now imbued with a hint of gravity. Simultaneously, I noticed his eyes fixated upon my shoulder. Are you certain this wound was inflicted by a rabid dog? The doctor scrutinized my medical report, examining the cause of injury I had provided, his brow knitting into a furrow. The report clearly stated that the patient recounted being bitten by a large rabid dog while jogging in Jinmu Park around 11 o'clock at night, when suddenly, a massive creature had leapt from the shadows of the underbrush. The dim lighting and the patient's lack of vigilance had resulted in the dog seizing his shoulder. And by the time he realized what had happened, the beast had vanished without a trace. By your description, this must have been a dog capable of taking down an adult. It must have been at least a German shepherd, I presume. The doctor's voice possessed an alluring resonance, akin to that of a charismatic radio host, making his words particularly pleasant to the ear. Unlike the young doctor, there was no trace of disdain in his gaze. Yes. Approximately, it was quite dark, and I was frightened, so I didn't get a good look at its breed, but it certainly hurt. I nodded, feeling somewhat guilty as I spoke, aware that I was merely concocting a story to placate them. Did you administer a rabies vaccine? The middle-aged doctor closed my case file and tucked it under his arm. The young doctor paused, clearly realizing he had overlooked this detail. I forgot, doctor. Whoa, my apologies. Should I go and give him a shot now? He said, scratching his head, appearing as remorseful as a child caught in wrongdoing before the older doctor. As I listened to the conversation between the two individuals, a wave of disquiet surged within me, akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. Could it be that this fellow intended to administer a rabies vaccine to me? If that were to occur, it would be utterly disastrous. Nevertheless, I decided to let it go. I had merely inquired out of curiosity. The middle-aged doctor waved his hand dismissively. Upon realizing that he had no intention of giving me the rabies vaccine, my heart finally found some solace. Hello, I am Lu Jinyan, the leading middle-aged doctor introduced himself. He strode towards me with purpose, and the young doctor, clearly respectful, followed obediently behind him. I was correct in my assumption. The younger doctor was merely an intern. As I gazed once more into Lu Jinyan's profound eyes, a sudden jolt coursed through me, as if something had sharply prodded my heart, instilling a sense of unease. I had an instinctive feeling that this doctor was far from ordinary. How did you sustain the injury on your shoulder? Lu Jinyan inquired, his tone unassuming. Yet his eyes betrayed a deeper understanding. The gaze he fixed upon me suggested an intimate familiarity with my wound. A chill ran down my spine as I felt exposed, as if my deepest secrets had been laid bare. Could it be that this man knew I had been bitten by a werewolf? I quelled my rising panic, striving to maintain a neutral expression. Perhaps he was merely curious about my injury. Perhaps it was a wolf dog that bit me, about this size. I gestured in the air, drawing a large circle with my arm, my tone sincere, concealing any semblance of deceit. Strangely, I felt a twinge of guilt in his presence. Oh, Lu Jinyan murmured softly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a delicate finger. His expression was somewhat peculiar, as if he had detected my falsehood. Lu Jinyan was strikingly handsome, making me feel somewhat inferior by comparison. Unlike my sun-kissed skin, his complexion was fair, with well-defined features that would captivate anyone, even as a fellow male. Moreover, he possessed a tall, slender frame that exuded a model-like elegance, complemented by his magnetic voice, which must have been irresistible to women. This is our department's head of surgery. He happens to be on night duty today. The young doctor spoke again, his reverence for Lu Jinyan evident in the respectful tone of his voice. Lu Jinyan waved his hand dismissively, and the young doctor, understanding his cue, fell silent, standing dutifully beside him. It was clear that Lu Jinyan was accustomed to such deference. Zhang Tingyan, let us begin, Lu Jinyan commanded, his eyes particularly deep and bright, as if they contained countless untold stories. His eyes were not only striking in form but also exuded a captivating essence, rendering them remarkably attractive, even to a man like me. Understanding the implication of his words, I refrained from speaking further and followed them into the operating room. I followed closely behind them, my exposed tattoos strikingly noticeable. However, Lu Jinyan did not pay much attention to my inked skin. Rather, he inquired, both intentionally and inadvertently, about the origin of my wounds. Naturally, I refrained from revealing the truth, offering only evasive responses. As I lay upon the operating table, my arm had already been numbed with local anesthesia, diminishing the pain. Though my awareness remained acutely sharp. Away the sutures. Lu Jinyan addressed the young physician beside him. At this juncture, my wound began to be sutured. The young doctor named Away seamlessly assisting him. Lu Jinyan took on the role of the lead surgeon, while Away provided support. Without a doubt, their collaboration was remarkably fluid, suggesting they had performed numerous surgeries together. The procedure progressed smoothly under Lu Jinyan's skilled hands, and in no time, the injury on my shoulder was expertly stitched. However, just as the operation was nearing its conclusion, Lu Jinyan uttered a disconcerting remark. Do you recall the Siberian tiger incident from over a decade ago? His tone was nonchalant, his hands never faltering as he completed the final stitches on my shoulder, as if he were merely making casual conversation. Away paused momentarily, clearly perplexed by Lu Jinyan's choice of topic. After all, that case had long been closed, despite its abrupt nature. Although Away was unaware of Lu Jinyan's intentions, I understood all too well. The so-called Siberian tiger was none other than the Wolfman, was it not? Of course, I am aware. This matter is common knowledge throughout Yinping City, I responded. Lu Jinyan seemed to anticipate my reply, for it echoed the sentiments of the entire city. Upon hearing my answer, Away instinctively nodded in agreement. A sudden realization dawned upon me. Lu Jinyan might be deliberately alluding to me. Indeed, upon hearing my response, a peculiar smile graced Lu Jinyan's lips. Concealed by his mask, Away could not perceive Lu Jinyan's expression, but from my vantage point, it appeared he was intentionally smiling at me. If Lu Jinyan had previously shown concern for my injury, I could interpret it as him suspecting my deception. However, this instance was distinctly different. His inquiry was evidently pointed. All right. Lu Jinyan shook off his shoulders, his demeanor markedly relaxed. This procedure was a mere trifle for him, not demanding in the least. The subsequent tasks would no longer require his attention, as he entrusted the remaining duties to Away. Away, please bandage him up, Lu Jinyan instructed, removing the white medical gloves from his hands and casually tossing them to Away. I anticipated that Lu Jinyan would have more to say. Yet after issuing a few commands to Away, he turned to leave, leaving me somewhat bewildered, uncertain of his true intentions. As I gazed at his departing figure, I found myself at a loss for words, and thus could only awkwardly turn my head away. After a while, my wound had been enveloped in a thick layer of bandage. Although I still felt pain at the sight, at least it was no longer an open sore. A somber expression clouded my face, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. 5 minutes later, I emerged from the operating room to find Wang Shihai seated on a bench at the doorway, his head bowed, seemingly asleep. I approached him, gently patted his shoulder, and softly uttered, "Hi Gu, it's time to go." Startled from his slumber, a hint of drool lingered at the corner of his mouth. We exchanged little conversation before turning to leave. My shoulder wound needed a period of rest before it could heal completely, and I feared I would be unable to return to work during that time. Yinzai, perhaps you should take some time off to come help me here. Your salary won't be affected. Wang Shihai regarded me with a sly smile, as if he had seen through my innermost thoughts, extending his right hand in front of me, as if offering an invisible olive branch. I let out a bitter laugh internally, not immediately refusing, but instead gazing at him with a sense of resignation. Let me think about it. Our bond was profound, so there was no need for circumlocution. Wang Shihai understood my meaning and playfully tapped my chest with his outstretched hand. You rascal. Just as we were conversing, a voice suddenly resonated behind us. It was Lu Jinyan, his tone bright and distinctly magnetic. Zhang Tingyan, wait a moment. Both Wang Shihai and I halted in our tracks, turning to face Lu Jinyan. With his hands in his pockets and a friendly smile adorning his face, he looked at me as warmly as the first rays of dawn. Yet, in my eyes, there seemed to lurk another meaning behind his smile. Lu Jinyan waved his hand at me, seemingly wanting to say something. Without hesitation, I quickened my pace to stand before him. While I was curious about the man before me, I remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Here is my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Lu Jinyan extended his right hand, holding a business card delicately between his fingers. Truly, the hands of a surgeon, long, slender, and fair, with clearly visible veins on the back. I accepted the card, my gaze complex as I regarded him. You will need it. Lu Jinyan flashed me a gentle smile, uttered nothing further, and turned to leave. I stood there in a daze, perplexly staring at the exquisite little card in my hand, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lu Jinyan's final words. Did he perhaps know what had transpired with me? Lu Jinyan, I murmured, gazing at the 3 glimmering golden characters on the card. Chapter 16. Luo Huan's Ambush, Side Story 1. The night was enveloped in a soft darkness, with a crescent moon suspended in the sky, while silence reigned in the surroundings, as if all life had been extinguished in this hazy twilight. At this moment, a black Land Rover sped along the desolate highway with great haste. Inside the vehicle sat 3 men, each bearing an aura thick with murderous intent. Particularly striking was the young man in the back seat, whose face radiated an even greater ferocity. Indeed, he possessed audacity. The man in the rear seat toyed with a metallic dagger, its sheath adorned with several precious gemstones, while the blade was intricately engraved with a lifelike beast's head. A marvel of craftsmanship. As the dagger was drawn, its blade shimmered with a chilling glint. The young man's voice was cold, his gaze revealing an unmistakable thirst for blood. This man was none other than Luo Huan, the one I had previously sent flying with a single kick. Zhang Tingyan must pay for his transgressions. Luo Huan glared fiercely at Uncle Lu, who occupied the front passenger seat. Luo Huan was ruthless. He would not easily forgive those who crossed him. He casually waved the dagger a few times, and in an instant, the blade flashed ominously. Uncle Lu nodded, fully aware of Luo Huan's intense animosity towards Zhang Tingyan. Once we return to the Luo residence, I will handle this matter. A sinister smile crept across Luo Huan's lips, satisfied with Uncle Lu's response. Let us carry this out swiftly, and ensure you uncover all the details about him. Otherwise, at this point, Luo Huan's tone faltered, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, as if he were weighing a significant decision. This may become troublesome. Suddenly, old Zhao, who was driving, interjected. He was a man of few words, typically embodying the adage of speaking less and accomplishing more, only engaging in conversation when it pertained to his duties or personal interests. His interruption caught even Luo Huan off guard. Young master, have you noticed that shirtless fat man? Old Zhao spoke in a low tone. The fat man? Luo Huan queried. Puzzled. If you are referring to Wang Shihai, I admit I have not paid him much mind. Oh, now I remember. The one who threatened me. That wretchedly large fool. Luo Huan exclaimed, snapping his fingers as the memory struck him. And him, Uncle Lu, investigate him for me. If necessary, eliminate him. I can't stand pretentious fools. Luo Huan uttered with venom, his teeth grinding audibly. To be candid, having been born into the Luo family, he had been accustomed to a life of luxury. Anything he desired was readily attainable. Even people, should they offend him, would either face death or suffer greatly. This may not be feasible. It could become quite complicated. Old Zhao's words served as a chilling splash of water upon Luo Huan. Your utterance has indeed jogged my memory. Lu Shu interjected, seemingly struck by a thought. That rotund fellow, clutching a gold cat the size of a walnut. Lu Shu's realization was met with astonishment. Upon hearing old Zhao's remarks, old Lu finally fell silent. The gold cat? Gold Master Wu. The mention of the gold cat caused Luo Huan to wilt, his previously brazen demeanor evaporating entirely. In Yinping City and the surrounding 7 or 8 municipalities, any confidant of Gold Master Wu would possess a walnut-sized gold cat in their possession. The Luo family may reign supreme in Zhanghai City, yet they hold no sway in Yinping City. Moreover, the standing of Gold Master Wu in Yinping is not in the least inferior to that of the Luo family. One might even argue that he holds a higher position. Though he is known for his vengeful nature, it does not imply a lack of intellect. If Zhang Tingyan indeed has Gold Master Wu as his backing, he must contemplate whether the potential loss is worth incurring. The last trouble he stirred up cost the Luo family dearly to quell, should another incident arise. Old Luo would likely be driven to madness. I am aware of this. Currently, the higher-ups within the Luo family harbor significant discontent towards you. Lu Shu sighed, fully cognizant of Luo Huan's character. Were it not for his birth into the Luo family, protected by such a formidable entity, his 20-plus years of wrongdoing would likely have landed him many years in prison. The underlying implication of Lu Shu's words was directed at Luo Huan, urging him to temper his actions and avoid further provoking the Luo family's senior members. Gold Master Wu, Gold Master Wu, Gold Master Wu. That old curmudgeon. Luo Huan's fingers splayed wide, repeatedly rubbing his bald head. If light were to shine upon it, the smooth surface would reflect brilliantly. Since being compelled to adopt a shaved head, he had developed a habit of fondling his scalp over the past 3 months. He once had hair. But following the incident 3 months ago, he found himself shorn by old Luo, who proclaimed that shaving one's head symbolizes a fresh start. Old Luo is the cornerstone of the Luo family. His decisions must be adhered to by all family members, lest they face the consequences of the family law. Damn it! Were it not for that wretched woman, I would not be enduring this humiliation. Luo Huan's eyes blazed with fury, his inner rage erupting like a volcano, unleashing a near-manic roar. His countenance, twisted by anger, resembled that of a frenzied beast. Such a shout in a bustling market would surely lead onlookers to deem him a madman. All this ire was directed at one woman, a beautiful yet venomous serpent of a lady. Lu Shu furrowed his brow, uncertain if he was startled by Luo Huan's sudden outburst, as his expression grew somewhat strained. Not only him, but even Uncle Zhao, who was driving, was drawn to the commotion, casting a sidelong glance in their direction. Young Master Luo, this situation is quite peculiar. I fear that Qinlan's intentions are not solely directed at you. Luo Huan's pupils suddenly constricted, and his seething rage dissipated in an instant. Although he did not fully grasp the implications of Uncle Lu's words, he sensed a whiff of conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Not just me. Who else could it be? Uncle Lu brushed aside a strand of white hair that had fallen from his forehead, and the normally impassive expression on his face grew increasingly grim. He inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of restlessness rise within him. While Luo Huan was the second son of the Luo family, to them, he was merely a frivolous youth. Dealing with him would not shake the foundations of the Luo clan. It was likely that targeting Luo Huan was merely a test, while Qinlan's true objective was the Luo family itself. Should the Luo family falter, the entire Zhanghai city would be in turmoil. The Luo family. Impossible. Luo Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Uncle Lu. He could not fathom that the madwoman possessed the capability to contend with the Luo family. Moreover, what advantage could she possibly gain from opposing them? Thus, the moment Uncle Lu finished speaking, Luo Huan promptly dismissed his assertion. That madwoman could not possibly. No, it is inconceivable. Observing Luo Huan's astonished expression, Uncle Lu regarded him with a mix of helplessness. He had merely voiced his suspicions, never anticipating such a vehement response from Luo Huan. Just as Uncle Lu was about to articulate further, the vehicle's speed noticeably decreased, and before they could exchange any words, the car had already stalled by the roadside. Apologies, young master, I need to relieve myself. Old Zhao, catching the puzzled expressions of the two, turned his head and sheepishly smiled. Luo Huan rubbed his smooth head, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, yet he refrained from commenting. He waved his hand at Uncle Zhao, signaling him to be swift in his return. Unlike old Lu, old Zhao, despite his capabilities, lacked the finesse in handling affairs, often falling short in comparison to old Lu. All right, Uncle Zhao, do hurry. Old Zhao's sudden announcement of his need to relieve himself undoubtedly stirred a wave of discontent within Luo Huan, compounded by the mention of Master Jin Wu, which further vexed him. With an irritable tone, he urged Zhao to hasten. Old Zhao sensed he had misspoken, an expression of guilt manifesting on his face. He quickly nodded at old Lu before opening the car door and dashing into the nearby woods. Approximately 3 minutes later, a piercing scream erupted from the forest, followed by 3 resounding gunshots. This is not good. Something has happened to old Zhao. A chill ran through old Lu's heart as he considered old Zhao's skills. Typically, 5 or 6 burly men would stand no chance against him. Yet, the fact that someone had not only managed to injure old Zhao, but also prompted him to fire 3 shots indicated that old Zhao was in grave peril. Damn it. This is bad. Someone is watching us. Old Lu silently cursed, realizing that old Zhao had been targeted the moment he stepped away. Even if he refrains from exiting the vehicle to relieve himself, the adversary across the way will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Having fought alongside Zhao for over 30 years, Lu harbors a deep-seated affection for him, akin to that of a blood brother. Now that Zhao finds himself in peril, Lu is consumed with anxiety. Young master, Zhao may be in grave danger. Lu's eyes blaze with a fierce intensity, unbeknownst to him. A handgun and a gleaming tactical knife have materialized in his hands, and he is now resolute in his intent to kill. You must leave first. I will handle matters here. It is unsafe. Lu's countenance is grave, clearly indicating that the threat is directed at Luo Huan. He could easily drive away with Luo. But Zhao must not perish in vain. You go save Uncle Zhao. I give you 10 minutes. If you do not return in that time, I shall depart. Luo Huan's voice is firm, not born of indifference towards Zhao, but rather from the understanding that his presence here is a liability. And he senses that the danger is aimed squarely at him. Lu nods without hesitation and dashes toward the direction of Zhao's anguished cries. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 8 minutes. Time races on, and the appointed moment draws near. The air around him feels eerily stagnant, enveloped in an unsettling silence. To stay or to leave? Luo Huan's mind is a tumult of conflict. Ever since Lu departed, the world around him has fallen silent, leaving him isolated in the vehicle. Suddenly, Lu's terrified scream pierces through the trees, a sound imbued with sheer horror, as though he has encountered some monstrous entity. Get out of here. Although Luo Huan cannot see Lu's form from the thicket, he is certain that it is indeed Lu's voice. Resolute, Luo Huan leaps from the back seat to the driver's seat. He must escape. He must leave this place. Yet, just as he believes he is on the verge of a safe getaway, a dark figure ambles leisurely from the roadside into the middle of the street. Seemingly oblivious to the encroaching black Passat, though they are separated by nearly several dozen meters, inexplicably, Luo Huan perceives a mocking smile upon the figure's face. Damn it! A surge of murderous intent washes over Luo Huan. He does not ease his speed. He intends to run down the man before him. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary person would have recoiled in fear at the sight of an oncoming vehicle, for such velocity could indeed prove fatal. The man stretches languidly, his demeanor nonchalant, showing no fear of the imminent danger, even stifling a yawn. Just as the car is mere meters away from the man, an abrupt transformation occurs. A humanoid monstrosity materializes from thin air, displaying no trepidation in the face of the speeding vehicle. It extends its arms, seeking to halt its advance. The humanoid monstrosity stood bare-chested, its exposed skin exhibiting a peculiar bronze hue. Thick iron chains were conspicuously fastened around its wrists. Moreover, the surface of its bronze skin was intricately inscribed with a myriad of incantations, each resembling the ghastly scars left by surgical sutures, forming grotesque elevations across its body that mimicked a thin layer of armor. At the very moment of collision, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The formidable impact of the Land Rover merely caused the humanoid creature to slide back a few steps, akin to colliding with a small mountain rather than a mere human. Following the violent clash, the vehicle found itself rendered immobile, as if the metal exterior had become as fragile as paper, easily pierced by the creature's fingers, which effortlessly anchored the automobile in place. Rohan gazed at the abomination before him with sheer terror, his eyes betraying a profound fear of death. What stood before him was not a mere human, but a fearsome, goat-headed demon. The creature possessed a visage reminiscent of a goat, adorned with two massive, spiraled horns. Its elongated features were pronounced, with two sinister, dark eyes positioned on either side of its face, the pupils resembling that of a goat, elongated and rectangular. Observing just its head, one could easily mistake it for a grotesque old goat. Demon, a goat-headed fiend from the depths of hell. Rohan cried out, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Blood matted his hair, and his body and face were littered with shards of glass, rendering him a pitiful sight. Seemingly oblivious to his own pain, he struggled to open the car door and tumbled out in a frantic escape. Do you think you can escape? Just as Rohan had taken a few steps away from the vehicle, the chilling voice of the man echoed behind him. The goat-headed monster did not pursue him, but instead emerged from in front of the car, standing beside the man, silently awaiting his next command. Rohan froze, his expression morphing into one of heightened dread. He had no desire to turn back, yet he felt compelled to do so. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Listening to Rohan's voice, thick with terror, the man felt an unusual satisfaction swell within him, a smirk curling upon his lips. Clearly, he relished the expression of fear that adorned Rohan's face at that moment. Who am I? That is of little importance. What truly matters is that we find you most intriguing. As he spoke, the man's grin widened. He did not immediately act. Instead, he gazed coldly at the quaking Rohan. Are you seeking money? I can provide you with whatever amount you desire. Fear gripped Rohan, for he saw no trace of compassion in the man's eyes. Having witnessed the terrifying capabilities of the goat-headed creature, he felt no assurance of escaping its grasp. All he could do was plead, hoping that this man would show him mercy. The man tossed his flowing curls and produced a delicate little comb from his pocket. Under the horrified gaze of Luo Huan, he calmly began to groom his hair. Despite the decidedly effeminate nature of his movements, an inexplicable chill enveloped Luo Huan, rendering the situation eerily sinister. You are far more valuable than money. The man dismissed Luo Huan's proposal, leaving him utterly despondent. He flicked his arm and twisted his somewhat stiff neck, a bizarre smile perpetually adorning his face, contrasting starkly with Luo Huan's expression of sheer terror. You. Fear gripped Luo Huan, rendering him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he gazed at the man before him, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. The man's features bore a striking resemblance to those of a Korean, with sharp, chiseled brows, a prominent nose, and a pair of bright eyes that exuded a hint of malevolence, especially accentuated by his moderately full crimson lips. This exotic combination of features crafted an exceedingly enchanting visage. Most notably, the man sported a pair of black eyeliner tattoos. Though your two bodyguards may pose a challenge, they are utterly incapable of saving you now. After all, my companion is not one to be trifled with. The man's interest in Luo Huan had waned, his gaze growing increasingly sinister as he prepared to act. He returned the comb to his pocket. Though he remained still, the goat-headed creature beside him advanced step by step towards Luo Huan. A glint of greed ignited in the man's eyes, akin to that of a ravenous tiger fixated on a plump lamb, ready to devour it whole. You cannot harm me. I am a member of the Luo family. No, no, no. Luo Huan screamed frantically, his eyes betraying despair as he beheld the approaching goat-headed monstrosity. Fear enveloped him, and for the first time, the once arrogant Luo Huan felt the chilling grip of death. He could not comprehend how he had attracted the ire of such a creature. Are you not tiresome? The man's voice, much like his appearance, possessed a somewhat feminine lilt. He idly poked at his ears, seemingly annoyed by Luo Huan's pleas. He was indifferent to Luo Huan's cries for mercy. His sole intention was to take him back. It's you. I've seen you before. I bear you no ill will, brother. A sudden recollection struck Luo Huan. He had encountered this man at the night without in Barbecue City, during a dispute with Zhang Tingyan, when he had been embracing a woman. It dawned on him that he had been targeted from that moment. Yet, none of it mattered now. Luo Huan ceased to ponder, and the despair in his eyes morphed into a cold fierceness. His gaze shifted past the goat-headed creature, ultimately landing on the man. Oh, what do you intend to do? A flicker of mockery crossed the man's eyes as he replied with a sardonic smile. I intend to see you dead. As Luo Huan's words faded, his right hand swiftly retrieved a handgun from his waist, the ominous black muzzle aimed directly at the man's heart. Oh, how terrifying. The man raised his hands, his expression instantly morphing into one of palpable fear. Yet, internally, he was not afraid. Rather, he feigned terror, driven by a desire to witness the despair etched upon Luo Huan's face. Indeed, he succeeded. The sight of the man's panicked countenance resembled a desperate plea for mercy directed at Luo Huan. With no hint of hesitation, Luo Huan pulled the trigger, his intense fear of the man transmuting into an overwhelming urge to kill. A series of flashes erupted from the gun's muzzle, bullets hurtling towards the man with lethal intent. Die, you coward! The man did not flinch, nor did the monstrous figure turn to defend himself. Just as the bullets were about to strike him, Luo Huan's smile began to freeze. To his astonishment, the man evaded several bullets with an uncanny agility. He moved with such speed that it appeared he could perceive the very trajectory of the bullets. For him, 3 or 4 deadly projectiles were mere illusions. You. Luo Huan's expression shifted to one of utter despair, his left hand trembling so violently that the handgun slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He had lost all means of self-preservation, rendered vulnerable like a slab of meat on a butcher's block. Humph, do you really think I would fear you? Naive. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments, from the instant Luo Huan fired to the ensuing chaos. The man spat disdainfully onto the ground, as if to belittle Luo Huan's attempts. Now, your chance has expired. This time, he granted no opportunity for reprieve, casually waving his hand as the monstrous figure lunged towards Luo Huan like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Luo Huan let out a piercing scream, attempting to flee. But before he could rise, a pair of massive hands pressed down upon his face. The creature's strength was formidable, with a single arm. It hoisted Luo Huan off the ground, rendering him as insignificant as a chick in its grip. Luo Huan's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his hands gripping the creature's arm in a futile struggle to escape the overpowering hold. No matter how vigorously he fought, his efforts were in vain. Muffled whimpers escaped Luo Huan's lips, his face completely enveloped by the giant hands, rendering him incapable of articulating any words, only incoherent sounds. Despair washed over him as he confronted the uncertainty of what was to come. Time's up. The man stood at a distance, extending his arm and snapping his fingers lightly towards the creature. Throughout the ordeal, a sinister smile lingered at the corners of the man's mouth, a smile both alluring and lethal. The creature's right hand clamped down on Luo Huan's head like a vice, its immense strength ensuring that no matter how he resisted, he could not break free from its grasp. Upon receiving the man's command, it disregarded Luo Huan's desperate struggles and dragged him towards the direction where the man had vanished. Poor Luo Huan was thus towed along the ground for several hundred meters, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the forest alongside the goat-headed creature and the man. Chapter 18. Brother Hai, True Colors. I possess a strong premonition that this man, Lu Jinyan, is far more than a mere doctor. He undoubtedly harbors secrets unknown to me. However, I remain oblivious to any connection he may have with the creature. I carefully tucked away the business card Lu Jinyan had given me, standing still for several seconds as I endeavored to clear my mind of these convoluted thoughts. Let us go, Brother Hai, I said, approaching Wang Shihai, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions. Wang Shihai is exceedingly astute, capable of easily discerning my thoughts through my expressions. Thus, I must not allow my inner turmoil to manifest on my visage. Who is he? Wang Shihai inquired, walking beside me and gesturing subtly behind me with his right hand. Dr. Lu, our earlier conversation was quite pleasant. He wishes to befriend me. I had anticipated Wang Shihai's question, responding without hesitation. Should I have hesitated even for a moment, it would have only fueled his suspicion. Indeed, upon observing my relaxed demeanor and hearing my nonchalant reply, Wang Shihai ceased to inquire further. As we descended the second floor, Wang Shihai's pace suddenly quickened. Before I could voice my curiosity, he had already advanced several meters ahead of me, clearly intent on hastening my steps. Hey, Brother Hai, are you in a rush to relieve yourself? I called out teasingly, prompting Wang Shihai to halt and wait for me. We had been walking side by side. Yet in mere seconds, he had impatiently left me behind. Watching his frenzied demeanor, I found myself utterly perplexed by his intentions. Come on, Yinzi. Hurry. Don't let that young lady escape. Wang Shihai urged, observing my unhurried pace. His words stifled the question I had been on the verge of asking. I couldn't help but chuckle at his anxiousness. To be candid, with Wang Shihai's burly physique and rugged features, he certainly does not present himself as a paragon of virtue. Standing next to that young lady, he would resemble a real-life rendition of Beauty and the Beast. I remarked, you're nearly 40, and yet you still have your mind on a young girl. Aren't you afraid of scaring her off? I stifled my laughter, playfully chiding him. Well, love requires nurturing. Everyone has their preferences. Besides, who knows, she might prefer someone like me. Wang Shihai, with his thick skin, spoke in a manner so polished that, at first glance, it was difficult to find fault. However, did you not notice how the young lady was shyly retreating from him? Ah, she was merely bashful. Hurry up, or your little sister-in-law might just slip away. Wang Shihai stubbornly insisted, further urging me along. I rolled my eyes at him, and though I was unwilling in my heart, I still made my way towards him. Upon seeing me approach, Wang Shihai proudly gave me a thumbs up. The sight of his broad grin, especially when his large eyes were squinted into narrow slits, evoked an unexpected thought in my mind. Lecherous old man. Were it not for my understanding of Wang Shihai's character, I might have been tempted to punch him for that expression alone. He truly annoyed me. Truly, he is my good younger brother. Wang Shihai patted my shoulder. His eyes filled with admiration for me, as if I had accomplished an exceptionally arduous task. In that moment, he made me feel akin to a small soldier receiving commendations from an esteemed superior for a job well done. I managed a forced smile in response, the kind that masks discomfort with superficiality. Yet Wang Shihai was completely engrossed in thoughts of the young lady and paid no heed to the nuances of my expression. Hey, Brother Hai, wasn't he that old man from room 202? I suddenly recalled the hard of hearing, stooped elder as I gazed at Wang Shihai's close-up face, and I inquired, puzzled. Yes, what about it? Wang Shihai nodded, rubbing his round belly. Did you perhaps tell him room 208? I recalled that Wang Shihai's instructions had differed from what the young nurse had reported. Well, it doesn't matter where you seek treatment. Why split hairs over it? Let us hurry. Wang Shihai clearly did not wish to dwell on this trivial matter, pulling me along with him. But that S.A. gynecology department. My last remark went unanswered. I could not tell if he had not heard me or simply chose to ignore my comment. I was being dragged towards the triage desk by Wang Shihai, feeling completely at his mercy, and it was an oddly exhilarating sensation, perhaps due to the late hour. The entire hall was nearly devoid of patients. Apart from a few severely injured individuals still receiving care, only a handful of busy female nurses remained. Though these night shift nurses were fair in countenance and possessed slender figures, they paled in comparison to the previous voluptuous, alluring nurse who resembled a sultry angel. Wang Shihai's gaze was solely fixated upon that one girl, not sparing a glance for anyone else around. It is not that the other girls lack beauty, but rather that their figures are rather ordinary, failing to ignite the most primal desires within Wang Shihai. Yet, as he arrived at our initial destination, filled with eager anticipation, reality delivered a harsh blow. Where is everyone? Why has everyone vanished? Wang Shihai, as if bereft of his soul, fixated his gaze on a distant nurse. However, The emotions reflected in his eyes at that moment were not elation, but rather a profound sense of disappointment and desolation. I shook my arm, which he had gripped rather painfully, and surprisingly, the vivid expression on his face made the pain dissipate, and I felt a strange, inexplicable glee within me. This. Wang Shihai stared at me with his trademark large eyes, incredulity etched on his face, then turned to glance at the reception desk, mumbling incoherently as if at a loss for words. Truly gone. After a pause of nearly 10 seconds, Wang Shihai finally managed to utter 3 words. Alas, Brother Hai. She must have changed shifts. It's simply fate that you and she are not meant to be. I mimicked Wang Shihai's gesture, patting his shoulder. And although I offered him verbal consolation, my heart was blooming with joy. I was all too aware of the little schemes swirling in his mind, revolving around the dual temptations of wine and women. Following Wang Shihai's gaze, I noticed a nurse in her 30s standing at the reception desk. The alluring nurse from before must have swapped shifts with her. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, for with Wang Shihai's tenacious nature, he might have left a lasting psychological scar on the young lady. This nurse was quite attractive in her own right, possessing a standard oval face with slightly blemished skin. Coupled with her slightly wavy medium-length hair, she radiated an air of maturity, qualifying as a beauty in her age. Brother Hai, this one isn't too shabby either. Why not take a chance? Tonight, there's a possibility she might be working overtime. Isn't there an old saying that goes, women at 30 are like wolves, at 40 like tigers, and at 50 can do anything? I playfully teased Wang Shihai, giving his shoulder another light pat. Although this sister lacked the vivacity of youth, the allure of a mature woman possesses a unique charm. You wouldn't understand, Yanzi. Wang Shihai sighed, scratching his head. His disappointment at not encountering the beautiful nurse was palpable. Naturally, he comprehended the implications of my words. You know Brother Hai has a particular preference, don't you? Wang Shihai shot me a glance, his voice tinged with irritation. Oh, not the younger ones. Wait, Brother Hai, don't rush off. Wait for me. You do have a preference, don't you? Before I could finish my words, Wang Shihai had already strided towards the entrance of the hall. I hastily waved at his retreating figure and followed suit. Upon exiting the hospital, we stood together on the stone steps at the entrance. Wang Shihai produced 2 cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to me. Without uttering a word, I accepted it with unspoken understanding and lit it. After igniting his cigarette, he took a deep drag, and the disappointment etched on his face seemed to ease somewhat. The midnight air in Yinping City during late autumn was indeed quite chilly, with temperatures nearing that of winter. As we stepped out of the hospital, a gust of cold wind swept by, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Yanzi, have you ever witnessed something like this? Wang Shihai inquired gravely, holding a cigarette between his fingers and gazing intently ahead. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke, he appeared to be lost in profound contemplation. I was momentarily taken aback by his grandiose tone. Cough. When I finally grasped the situation, I nearly choked on the smoke. Wang Shihai glanced at me, his expression reminiscent of one who pities my plight. Ignoring my somewhat awkward demeanor, he retrieved his phone from another pocket. After a brief pause, he dialed the number of one of his subordinates. Hello, Ajun. The task is complete. Come pick me up. During the call, Wang Shihai's demeanor transformed entirely. He spoke with the confident tone of a leader. Brother Hai, you truly are something. Your children are already in primary school, yet you still have your eye on young girls. I believe Xiao Ku and Wenwen must be around 8 or 9 years old now. I teased after he hung up, continuing our banter, reflecting the brotherly bond we shared that allowed such jesting. Had it been anyone else, he might have furiously rebuked them. Haha, Yanzi, your perspective is limited. What I am doing is merely sharing the love in my heart with those in need. His earnest expression and gestures evoked a laugh from me that I could not suppress. What are you laughing at? Wang Shihai, noticing my amusement, adopted a serious demeanor once more. He playfully jabbed his fist, which was as large as a sand pot, gently against my chest. Even without exerting force, I found myself pushed back a few steps by his strength. Brother Hai, keep dreaming. You are undeniably lecherous. Upon my blunt remark, Wang Shihai's face reddened, clearly embarrassed. Mind your words. If your sister-in-law hears that, I would be in deep trouble. Though he shared the common flaw of many men, his lecherousness, he was notably submissive in front of his wife, lacking any pretense of authority. After all, his wife bore him a son and a daughter, and she has contributed significantly to his career with her wise counsel. It can be said that Wang Shihai's success is greatly attributed to the support of his virtuous spouse. I have encountered my sister-in-law numerous times, and she is a few years younger than Wang Shihai, possessing considerable beauty. Much like her husband, she has always treated me with kindness. Whenever I dine at their home, she would often advise me, Yanzi, You must not emulate your brother Hai. Indulging in vices such as drinking and gambling is not the way to go. I would suppress my smile and respond earnestly with a gesture to signify my understanding. I am well aware of the dynamics between Wang Shihai and his sister-in-law. Since he has brought her into our conversation, I would not foolishly divulge anything indiscreetly. All right, I understand, Brother Hai. After a brief banter with Wang Shihai, my earlier tension dissipated, momentarily forgotten. One should not dwell too much on thoughts. Otherwise, the mind may become overburdened, leading to an exhausting sensation. Perhaps due to the mention of his sister-in-law, Wang Shihai shifted his focus away, and we began discussing my own life. I had only shared snippets of my past with him, and he was acutely aware that I was concealing many details, which only piqued his curiosity further. I understand his inquisitive nature. Human curiosity knows no bounds, and the more one tries to hide, the more it stirs interest. However, there is an old adage that states, "Curiosity killed the cat." This is not a commentary on my past, but rather a reminder that sometimes it is better to remain a little oblivious. Just as I was about to feign a response, my words were abruptly interrupted by the blaring of a car horn. Wang Shihai and I both looked up to see Zhang, who had parked the black Passat not far from us. "Let us go, Brother Hai," Zhang called out, leaning halfway out of the window and waving his left hand in greeting. Chapter 19. Truth or Deceit. I exhaled deeply, feeling a glimmer of joy at the timely arrival of the driver. Wang Shihai waved at Zhang, exchanging a brief greeting. Everything I had experienced that night transcended the realm of human understanding, encompassing not only werewolves and vampires, but also the sinister intentions of Luo Huan, which left me feeling choked with anxiety. My sole desire was to return home swiftly. Nothing could compare to the comfort of lying in bed for a restful sleep. If there were anything better, it would be to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast the following morning until I was completely sated. I am not one to have grand aspirations. I merely wish to live without undue strain. I extinguished the half-finished cigarette and promptly stood up, following Wang Shihai. Zhang raised an eyebrow at me, and I responded with a subtle nod, acknowledging our unspoken understanding. Asian and Ergo are among the most capable brothers of Wang Shihai. However, the sole distinction between them lies in Asian's age, which is 7 to 8 years greater than that of Ergo. He is also one of the earliest companions who ventured out with Wang Shihai to seek their fortunes. Once we settled into the vehicle, Asian did not hastily drive away, but instead retrieved a cigarette from his pack and offered it to Wang Shihai, who occupied the front passenger seat. Upon receiving the cigarette, Wang Shihai skillfully produced a lighter to ignite it. "Brother Yin, is your wound of no great concern?" Asian turned to me, subsequently extending a cigarette in my direction. "Brother Zhang, the wound has been stitched and will be ready for suture removal in a month or two," I replied with a smile, graciously accepting the cigarette from his hand. Asian's birth name is Wang Zhang, and he is only a year or two apart from Wang Shihai. Thus it is only natural to address him as brother. That is a relief. Wang Zhang's stern countenance softened into a smile upon realizing that I was unharmed. Our conversation remained minimal, and after finishing one cigarette, Wang Zhang drove us away from the Yinping City Hospital. The community in which I reside is named Fukong Residence, situated approximately half an hour's journey from the central hospital. Seated alone in the back, I did not partake in their conversation. Instead, I gazed solemnly out of the window, contemplating the events of the day. Wang Shihai and Asian engaged in lively banter, their laughter occasionally echoing within the vehicle. Having known each other for over a decade longer than they had known me, their shared topics flowed effortlessly, causing them to momentarily overlook my presence. "Brother Hai, do you recall the Siberian tiger incident?" I interjected suddenly amidst their conversation. What prompted you to ask that?" Wang Shihai turned to me, his expression revealing surprise. Although this event occurred over a decade ago, it has not faded from public memory. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry," I replied with a light-hearted chuckle, appearing remarkably at ease. My intention in posing the question was to ascertain the veracity of the events that transpired back then. The werewolf that attacked me and the monstrous black creature from that time must surely be interconnected, or perhaps they are, in fact, one and the same entity. "I am aware. What is the matter?" A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Wang Shihai's eyes before dimming once again. Seizing the opportunity to steer the conversation in my direction, I continued, "I have heard that the matter is rather peculiar. It seems this case was not merely a simple case of animal attack. Years ago, a videotape circulated that purportedly documented the truth behind the young victim's demise." I regarded Wang Shihai with keen interest, my expression betraying my curiosity. He, however, perceived my inquiry as an attempt to lighten the mood and did not dwell on it for long. "Indeed, yes," he replied, seemingly unfazed. "This incident once caused a tremendous stir in Yinping City, leaving the populace in a state of palpable anxiety during that period. Wang Shihai furrowed his brow, his tone considerably grave as he recalled the tragic events of that year, still haunted by the memories. Were it not for that tape from back then, most would likely have attributed the case to the Siberian tiger. What do you think about the authenticity of that tape? I inquired tentatively. I was already familiar with the content of the video and did not require Wang Shihai to reiterate it. What I truly wished to comprehend was his attitude towards this tape. While I was uncertain of his belief in its veracity, I was firmly convinced of it, having witnessed its terror firsthand. Wang Shihai's expression momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by my question. Zhang Gu exchanged a glance with Wang Shihai, both wearing peculiar expressions. Despite his astuteness, Wang Shihai hesitated to respond to my inquiry. I, not lacking in perception, surmised the nature of his hesitation. Hey, brother, I'm just asking. Look at you, still in a daze. I laughed heartily, teasingly observing their expressions. Upon seeing my smile, Wang Shihai and Zhang Gu couldn't help but chuckle as well, breaking the previously somber atmosphere. You rascal. I just don't know how to answer you, Wang Shihai remarked, running a hand through his slicked back hair, revealing a dazzling smile. In this age, we value science. How can you expect me to entertain such fanciful notions? Wang Shihai's assertion was valid, and I found myself unable to contest it. If I had not witnessed it myself, I too would struggle to believe in the existence of supernatural beings. To draw a somewhat off-topic analogy, if you were to ask a person from centuries past whether they believed in airplanes that could carry passengers or automobiles that could replace horse-drawn carriages, they would likely deem you a madman spouting nonsense. The reality is, it is exceedingly challenging to persuade someone to accept entities or phenomena that do not exist. Perhaps one day their existence will be validated or created, but for now, it is simply absent. Just say whether you believe it or not. I continued to jest, observing Wang Shihai's serious demeanor, eager to elicit a definitive answer from him. Somewhat dubious, he replied, a radiant smile gracing his face. His words were nuanced. He neither proclaimed total belief nor outright disbelief, embodying a principle of ambivalence. Zhang Gu, focused on driving, remained largely uninvolved in our dialogue, occasionally interjecting a comment to lighten the mood. I have seen a dragon. Suddenly, Zhang Gu interjected during my conversation with Wang Shihai. His unexpected remark left us momentarily speechless. I had once been attended to by a dragon, and I had naively anticipated something else. To my surprise, Wang Zhun suddenly interjected. And in that instant, we both burst into hearty laughter, the atmosphere becoming exceedingly harmonious. Brother Hai, allow me to share something with you as well, I said, sensing the moment was ripe. I retracted my smile, the teasing tone in my voice replaced by an unusual seriousness. Wang Shihai appeared somewhat bewildered by my abrupt change in demeanor, uncertain of my intentions. Wang Shihai raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching slightly in disbelief. I leaned forward, striving to bring my upper body closer to him, elongating my neck until my face nearly touched his. With utmost solemnity, I finally uttered, would you believe me if I told you I have encountered the creature from the video? Both Wang Shihai and his companion stared at me in astonishment, their expressions reflecting a mix of incredulity and curiosity. My tone was earnest, devoid of any hint of jest, and at that moment, they must have been left with a large question mark hovering in their minds. Before Wang Shihai could fully comprehend the situation, I continued, Brother Hai, you're curious about how I acquired the injury on my shoulder, aren't you? I gestured toward my recently stitched arm and spoke in a grave tone. After a brief silence, I added, it was inflicted by that monster. Fortunately, my brother survived. Otherwise, I would have already been dead. My explanation was succinct, omitting the details of the girl and the events that transpired, as they were inconsequential. He merely needed to understand the origin of my wound. Having spoken my piece, I noticed that Wang Shihai and Zhang Gu had yet to recover from their astonishment. The information I had imparted was substantial, leaving them momentarily unable to process it. Is everything you said true? Wang Shihai gazed at me with a look of utter disbelief. Even if I spoke the truth, he sought to reconfirm whether I was jesting, deep down suspecting that I was merely playing a prank on him. I indeed spoke the truth, though I felt no obligation to convince him. I merely articulated the truths I had long suppressed. Haha, Brother Hai, you can't possibly believe that. I regarded him with an expression of exaggerated peculiarity, a hint of playful sarcasm gracing my lips. This time, Wang Shihai did not remain silent. He erupted into laughter, as if awakening from a dream. How could a creature that doesn't exist be real? He exclaimed, laughing heartily. I knew you were just pulling my leg. We exchanged knowing glances, our eyes locked in mutual understanding. Yet my smile was tinged with bitterness, for only I knew that my words were not fabrications. What I said to them was akin to a harmless jest, merely a spontaneous attempt to amuse them. Subsequently, Wang Shihai and I continued our conversation. Yet neither of us broached the subject of the videotape again. Externally, I maintained a light-hearted demeanor, exchanging various banter, while internally I was a tumult of emotions. Sometimes, what one perceives as falsehood may not necessarily be untrue, and what one considers truth may not be entirely so. The authority to discern lies with the listener. If you deem it false, it is false, and if you believe it to be true, then in your eyes, it is indeed true. 5 minutes later, we arrived at Fakangju. Brother Jin parked the car at the entrance of the community. Since they did not reside here, there was no need for them to alight. Although the light in the security room was still on, it was likely that old Liu, the guard, would not foolishly remain awake at this hour. Ian, it's getting late. We should head back. Your sister-in-law is urging me. I nodded in agreement, and just as I was about to exit the vehicle, I recalled an important matter. I tossed the taxi keys from my pocket to Wang Shihai and, with a cheerful smile, remarked, Brother Hai, there are 2,000 yuan in my car. Could you please bring it back for me? This 2,000 yuan was a sum I had nearly lost my life to obtain tonight. If I were to misplace it in the car again, it would be a loss indeed. Wang Shihai did not inquire further. He simply gestured from the car window. All right, see you later. Aside from that 2,000 yuan, I could think of nothing else to convey. I gently tapped on the car's metal surface, signaling that it was time for them to depart. The moon hung high in the sky, appearing even brighter than before. As we had entered late autumn, it was unusual to hear the chirping of insects at this time. Yet a few melodious sounds echoed from the flower beds of the community. Guided by the glow of the streetlights, I made my solitary way homeward. Chapter 20. The strange man in the elevator. It was now 2 in the morning, and under the cloak of night, the entire community seemed somewhat desolate. I glanced around. Aside from the moths incessantly colliding with the light beneath the street lamps, the vast expanse of the community was devoid of human presence, rendering it oppressively quiet. It's so cold, I lamented, wishing I had dressed more warmly. I wrapped myself tighter in my somewhat flimsy coat, involuntarily shivering several times. This late autumn night, the chill was almost comparable to the biting cold of winter. Rubbing my somewhat icy hands together, I hurried toward building number 3. I resided in apartment 1802 of building number 3, which was not far from the northern gate I had entered. It would take approximately 3 to 4 minutes to reach. 3 minutes later, I found myself standing beneath my building. I positioned myself at the elevator door and pressed the button for the 18th floor. Accompanied by the subtle, mechanical whir of the elevator, the doors slowly opened. Once the doors parted, I stepped inside with haste. Just as I pressed the button for my desired floor, the doors, poised to close, unexpectedly swung open once more. Wait! A deep, resonant voice interrupted the moment, and a man clad in a black trench coat materialized before me. The middle-aged gentleman glanced my way and offered an apologetic smile. I remained silent, merely nodding politely in acknowledgement before retreating a few steps to the rear of the elevator. As he entered, the doors closed again. The man extended his right hand and gently pressed the button for the 19th floor. Since he was facing away from me, he remained unaware of the pair of eyes observing him intently. Hey there, heading home this late? As he pressed the button, he unexpectedly turned around, beaming at me. I did not recognize the stranger before me and was taken aback by his attempt at conversation. Although I resided in Building 3, I had never interacted with any of the other residents, not even joining the building's WeChat group. Thus, when he initiated dialogue, I instinctively glanced around, momentarily thinking he was addressing someone else. Haha, there's no one else here. What are you looking at? The middle-aged man chuckled, clearly amused by my bewildered demeanor. Who are you? Given the peculiar events of the evening, I felt an instinctive wariness toward strangers. My caution heightened upon seeing this man in a black trench coat and a cowboy hat. No need to be so tense. I'm merely trying to chat. The middle-aged gentleman stroked his stubbled chin, his smile unwavering as he spoke again. His face was elongated, with skin that appeared somewhat rough, adorned with numerous narrow wrinkles that deepened when he smiled. While his features did possess a certain familiarity, my gaze lingered on the creases that marked his expression. We locked eyes for a few seconds, yet I discerned no malice therein. However, as the saying goes, one can know a face but not the heart. And I was not inclined to engage with strangers unless absolutely necessary. I don't need to, I replied coolly. We're not that familiar. My demeanor was decidedly frosty, laced with an undercurrent of warning. Typically, such a response would deter most individuals from further interaction, yet the man before me defied my expectations. To my surprise, upon hearing my reply, his smile not only remained but seemed to broaden even further. Calm down, my friend, said the middle-aged man, removing his cowboy hat and brushing off non-existent dust as if to present himself with a certain gentlemanly charm. I harbor no ill intentions, especially since I reside just above you. I merely wished to cultivate a friendship. He replaced the hat upon his head, his narrow eyes fixated on me, sending an unsettling shiver down my spine. I believe we have not met before, I replied, my tone unwavering and assertive. For I felt no affinity towards this cowboy-clad individual before me. But now we are acquainted, are we not? The man remained oblivious to the flicker of annoyance on my face, persisting in his approach as if my reluctance only fueled his persistence. My lips twitched slightly, a small flame of irritation igniting within me. I scrutinized the man standing before me, my expression one of bemusement as I refrained from engaging him further, retreating a step to create distance. After all, the elevator was not particularly slow, and we would reach the 18th floor in less than a minute. Once I departed, he could choose his companions freely. The middle-aged man, noticing my disinterest as I leaned against the elevator's corner, head bowed over my phone, could discern my unwillingness to converse. He let out a resigned chuckle, yet his gaze remained fixed upon me. Is there something you need? I inquired, lifting my head to regard him with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. If I had previously restrained my simmering anger for the sake of decorum, I now teetered on the brink of eruption. Today had already been marred by a series of vexations, from that wretched creature to the foolish bald man. And now this unwanted attention only exacerbated my frustration, shifting my tone from unfriendly to outright irate. I speculated whether he was a solitary oddity or perhaps affiliated with some dubious organization. The middle-aged man, perhaps sensing my growing ire, offered a sheepish smile that struck me as insincere. My friend, it appears you are not in the best of spirits, he remarked, rubbing his gloved hands together, the leather creaking under friction. Why should my mood concern you? I silently fumed, my displeasure evident. I was hardly a paragon of virtue, especially when irked. Yet, this man clung to me like an unwelcome adhesive. I glanced at the elevator display. We were nearly at the 18th floor. Just a little longer, I reassured myself, striving to maintain my composure in the face of this persistent middle-aged man. With my hands clenched into fists, the intensity of my grip caused a slight tremor in my arms. However, as my attention was fixated on the elevator display screen, the middle-aged man stealthily reached into the pocket of his trench coat. While I remained oblivious to his subtle movement, he extracted a delicate vial from within. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed the nozzle of the bottle, containing half a vial of blue liquid, directly at me. A gentle press of his right finger released a mist of pale blue vapor that surged toward my face, accompanied by a rich floral fragrance, sending a chill across my features. Caught entirely off guard by this sudden turn of events, I was thoroughly sprayed in the face. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Just as I was about to unleash a torrent of curses at the middle-aged man, the elevator doors opened. Don't worry. It's just perfume. My apologies. As the man executed this trick, my right hand instinctively swung a punch towards his chest. This was purely a reflexive act of self-defense, not a deliberate assault. My strike carried considerable force, comparable to In Luohan's kick. Yet, to my astonishment, my fist did not meet his chest, but was firmly grasped by his left hand. The speed of my punch was swift, and given the proximity between us, it should have been unavoidable. Yet, not only did he block it, but his grip was also stronger than mine, causing a twinge of pain in my hand. Brother, you've arrived. The middle-aged man released my right hand and swiftly stepped aside to clear the entrance to the elevator. I scrutinized him, hoping to discern some hint of explanation from the smile on his face, but to my dismay, he seemed disinclined to offer any clarification. You. I glared at him, my expression reflecting more than just caution. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and even if this man were an extraordinary anomaly, it seemed no longer strange to me. As long as he harbored no intention to harm me, I wouldn't mind if he transformed before my eyes. I wiped the so-called perfume from my face, shot him a disdainful glance, and exited the elevator. This man was extraordinary. Based on his speed and strength in blocking my punch, I doubted I would fare well in a confrontation with him. What a stroke of bad luck. Though I had no intention of engaging physically, a verbal retort was certainly warranted. Just as I stepped out of the elevator, the middle-aged man spoke again from behind me. I am Duan Wuxi. May I ask your name, young man? I chose to ignore Duan Wuxi's inquiry and walked away without looking back. He seemed to anticipate my reaction, watching intently as I departed. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Duan Wuxi's smile gradually faded, replaced by a perplexed murmur. Something was amiss. He had distinctly caught the scent of a werewolf on the man. Why did holy water seem ineffective against him? Was it possible that he had not been transformed? Yet, how could he have escaped from a werewolf? This was decidedly strange, very strange indeed. Alone in the elevator, Duan Wuxi was besieged by a multitude of questions that left his thoughts in disarray. He removed his cowboy hat and, with his gloved left hand, began to rub his buzz cut repeatedly. Suddenly, A spark of realization ignited in his eyes. How intriguing. This young man must have had some prior contact with werewolves. Huh. It has been a decade since the Lin family's downfall in Yinping City, and no werewolves have been seen since. It seems that I am in for some entertainment. A peculiar smile crept across Duan Wuxi's lips, his mind already etched with the image of his quarry. This odd fellow had set his sights on me. Upon reaching the 19th floor, Duan Wuxi did not exit the elevator. Instead, he pressed the button for the ground floor once more. Chapter 21. A conclusion. What the devil? What on earth did that man spray on my face? I wiped the blue liquid from my visage, yet the faintly pungent floral scent lingered stubbornly in the air. Even the slightest twitch of my nose revealed the delicate aroma wafting around me. While I do not particularly mind the scent of perfume, anyone would surely be infuriated if a stranger randomly sprayed their face with what was claimed to be fragrance. It was an affront that could easily provoke a hostile reaction. Regardless of whether his intentions were malicious or inadvertent, to an outsider, it was a blatant act of provocation. If fortune favored me, I might escape with nothing more than a verbal altercation. If luck was not on my side, I could very well find myself on the receiving end of a fist. I retrieved the scant remnants of my cigarettes from my pocket, extracting one and placing it between my lips. Leaning against the wall at the corner of the elevator, I shakily fished for my lighter in my trousers, struggling to ignite the cigarette. Damn it, that guy had an incredible grip. I shook my aching right hand. The wrist that had been grasped by the middle-aged man still throbbed, with clear red fingerprints lingering on my skin. Judging by the man's speed and strength, he was certainly no ordinary individual. An ordinary person could not possibly possess such agility and power. This night had introduced me to quite a few peculiar characters. After exiting the elevator, I did not immediately return home, but instead paused around the corner. This spot was conveniently situated in a blind spot relative to the elevator, ensuring that anyone inside would be utterly unaware of the presence of a concealed figure. Could it be that I am overthinking, and he is not actually targeting me? I extinguished the cigarette in my hand, which had dwindled to a mere stub, and carelessly discarded it on the ground. In a short span, I had finished the remaining 6 cigarettes in the pack, yet the elevator remained eerily silent. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and the neighbors had long since fallen asleep. If this were during the day, the sight of my casually discarded cigarette butts would likely have been more difficult to explain. After all, this community is my home, and caring for the environment is a collective responsibility. My littering could easily invite disapproving glances from my neighbors, and I might even be labeled as lacking in civility. I retrieved my phone from my pocket and checked the time on the screen. It was 2:25 in the morning. I had already been waiting here for over 10 minutes. Since stepping out of the elevator, the doors had not opened again. It seemed I had indeed been overthinking. I let out a long sigh, finally easing the tension that had been coiling in my chest. The reason for my vigil was to see if Duan Wuxi would make another appearance. I had initially thought he might follow me, but it appeared I had been mistaken. However, one thing continued to perplex me. If he harbored no ill intentions, why had he sprayed cologne on me? Moreover, we had never met before. What could his motive possibly be? From the moment he entered the elevator and struck up a conversation, he had deliberately approached me, and his demeanor suggested he was testing me. I ran my fingers through my hair, my expression growing increasingly serious. If I truly wished to decipher his intentions, I would have to confront him directly. Yet, as this thought crossed my mind, I instinctively furrowed my brow and promptly dismissed it. I sensed that this man was far from ordinary. He must possess secrets unknown to the average person. If I were to provoke him further, I could not predict what strange actions he might take next. Duan Wuxi? I softly murmured the name of the middle-aged man, quickly searching my memory for any recollections of him. However, after considerable contemplation, I found I had no recollection of this man whatsoever. Logically, he resided on the 19th floor, and our relationship was merely one of ascending and descending the building. I should have had at least some impression of him. Furthermore, my memory is quite sharp. I would not easily forget a person's appearance. His attire was far too conspicuous to not remember. How had I never encountered him before? Could it be that he had just moved in? That seemed implausible. I rubbed my head and lightly pressed my fingers against my temples, muttering to myself in frustration. After pondering for a moment, I decided to set this issue aside for the time being. The most pressing concern before me was to deal with the cigarette butts scattered in the corridor. Today, I have encountered an abundance of vexations, leaving me devoid of the energy to contemplate this matter any further. I approached the room at the far right of the corridor, where the doorframe bore the glimmering digits 1802. Extracting a set of keys from my pocket, I unlocked the door with a crisp creak. Approximately 2 minutes later, as I emerged from the room once more, I found myself in possession of a broom and dustpan. After swiftly clearing the litter from the corridor, I promptly returned to my abode and secured the door behind me. My residence consists of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, complemented by a quaint private balcony. The furnishings and appliances within are complete. Although they are not new, they remain functional, allowing me to move in with minimal hassle. This apartment was previously occupied by Wang Shihai and his wife, but 8 years ago, following Wang's acquisition of a 3-bedroom unit in the city center, this place became vacant. Given its exquisite renovation, it commands a price several times that of typical rentals. Were it not for the fact that this property belongs to Wang Shihai, it would have been utterly impossible for me to secure such a prime location at such a modest rate. I made my way to the bathroom, where I washed my face, only to be confronted by a reflection that appeared somewhat haggard, my hair a disheveled mess, presenting a rather dismal sight. A clear gash, inflicted by a branch, marred my left cheek. My complexion was far from appealing, resembling that of one just recovering from a grave illness. I gasped at the sight of myself in the mirror. It was no wonder, as I had narrowly escaped death that very night. Entangled in an unrelenting feud with Luo Huan, undoubtedly impacting my mental state. After a brief moment of shock, my emotions swiftly returned to a state of calm. 1 minute later, I stood before the mirror, bare from the waist up, having discarded my black coat and sweater into the trash. I gazed at my reflection, my once bright eyes now dimmed, casting an aura of profound desolation. As I unwound the thick bandage from my shoulder, a moment of carelessness caused the fabric to graze the wound, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. A minute later, a blood-stained bandage lay discarded in the bin. Why does it hurt so much? I cautiously probed the stitched wound with my fingers, and even the slightest touch elicited a wave of intense pain. Upon closer inspection, I noted that the flesh, torn by a werewolf, had been sutured with at least a dozen stitches. Damn it, if you were a person, I would certainly unleash my fury upon you with a baseball bat. I mimicked the action of wielding a bat in front of the mirror, my lips curling into a fierce snarl. Regarding the werewolf that attacked me tonight, I am overwhelmed with a desire to rend its sinews and bones, reducing it to ashes. However, the mere thought of the beast's ferocious visage, with its glistening fangs glimmering ominously, sends a shiver coursing through my body. Confronted by such a creature, I am acutely aware of my utter lack of advantage. Merely surviving the night has proven to be a formidable challenge. Had it not been for the girl who intervened, I can only imagine my fate would have mirrored that of the unfortunate youths. Perhaps I would have met an even more gruesome end. I yawned, a wave of profound fatigue washing over me. I twisted my stiff neck and stretched my arms wide, feeling the subtle crackling of my bones as they shifted in response to my movements. Regardless of the circumstances, I am fortunate to be alive. Nothing could be more serendipitous than this. In comparison to those who perished at the jaws of the wolf, my outcome is indeed quite favorable. I retrieved my phone from my pocket, opened the messaging app, and entered a message in my work group. Zhao. I was in a car accident tonight, and I am requesting a 7-day leave. With a click, the message was sent. The notification chimed, confirming its successful transmission. I set my phone aside on the couch and felt the weight of drowsiness intensify. Rubbing my heavy eyelids, I made my way directly to the bedroom. Chapter 22, Nightmare. With a crisp mechanical sound, the door creaked open as I gently twisted the doorknob. The dim light in the room, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, prevented total darkness. I did not immediately turn on the lights. Instead, I collapsed onto the bed without even removing my pants. I was utterly exhausted. My body felt as though it were on the verge of disintegration, rendering me a mere heap of fatigue on the bed. As soon as I made contact with the incredibly soft single bed, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness engulfed me. In that moment, I realized how blissful sleep could truly be. I lay helplessly on the bed, my mind a blank slate, devoid of any distracting thoughts. Within mere seconds, I succumbed to a deep slumber. After a few minutes, faint sounds of snoring emanated from the bedroom. Time became an enigma. It could have been half an hour, or perhaps even longer. Suddenly, while still enveloped in my dreams, my eyelids twitched unexpectedly, followed by an involuntary twitching of my fingers. My brow furrowed slightly. My features contorted as if I were enduring immense agony, and beads of perspiration began to form on my forehead. I was ensnared in a nightmare. A truly terrifying one at that. I struggled to awaken, yet no matter how fervently I fight, I remain ensnared within this nightmare. In the depths of my torment, a frail child is bound upon a cold surgical table, his hands and feet shackled by immense iron restraints. Surrounding him are several surgical trays, haphazardly strewn about, containing not only instruments of surgery, but also an array of bottles filled with mysterious liquids. The room is permeated by a pungent odor of antiseptic, mingled with other nauseating scents. Above the boy's head, A circular array of shadowless lamps casts blinding white light upon the scene. Uncle, no, I don't want a shot. The child shakes his head violently, his lips moving in desperate supplication. Beside him stand 4 figures clad in pristine white coats, their presence evoking a profound sense of dread within the boy. He struggles with all his might, his youthful face etched with boundless fear and helplessness. How is it? Has the subject exhibited any signs of rejection to compound number 8? Inquires the lead physician, a middle-aged man. Not yet, however. The other 2 subjects have shown signs of rejection. One girl exhibited symptoms of bleeding from all orifices and has since succumbed to cardiac arrest. Another child, after receiving compound number 8, began to swell, and within half an hour, the pressure became unbearable, resulting in a fatal rupture, responds a female doctor. Her voice cold and devoid of empathy, as if the lives of the 2 children were mere casualties in an experimental trial. They encircle the boy, seemingly scrutinizing his condition, observing whether he too would succumb to rejection and death. Their next task is to meticulously monitor the boy's physical state, ensuring detailed experimental records to facilitate the continuation of their grim work. Each of them bears a black shoulder strap on their left arm, adorned with an odd 6-pointed star emblem. Strangely, a thick white shadow obscures their faces, rendering their features unrecognizable, leaving only their chilling voices audible. In response to the child's plaintive cries, they appear oblivious, continuing their hushed discussions. The subject's integration rate is remarkably high. We must ensure the survival of the subject. The success of object number 11's replication hinges upon us. Within this dream, I feel as though I am that boy, experiencing his profound despair and the overwhelming terror he feels in the presence of these doctors. Uncle, I'm scared. I don't want to be injected anymore. The child utters with a trembling voice, his body shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, the young boy had already dissolved into a cascade of tears, his clear and bright eyes brimming with helplessness and a plea for mercy. Any individual possessing a shred of compassion would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy upon hearing the boy's desperate cries. However, the 4 doctors remained utterly indifferent to his lamentations, as if they had grown accustomed to such scenes. In their eyes, the boy was not a human being, but rather resembled a mere laboratory mouse. A tall doctor on the left produced a large syringe from seemingly nowhere. The sight of the glinting, slender needle sent a jolt of pain through my heart, as if it had been struck heavily. No, 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 I cried out in a rush, the terror within me magnified to its utmost. These words did not escape the boy's lips, but were instead uttered from my own in a nightmarish murmur. The tall doctor gently tapped the syringe filled with green liquid, and a few viscous drops oozed from the needle's tip. He gazed at the boy, muttering incomprehensible words in a language foreign to me. Uncle, please don't. That really hurts. The boy understood that his cries held no significance, yet he still pleaded with the tall doctor, naively hoping he might be spared. What he received in return was only the doctor's callousness. Though I could not recall the specifics of this dreadful scene, I could profoundly sense the boy's fear, as if he lay on that operating table myself. I could even glimpse the cold, unfeeling eyes peering through their indistinct features. The boy emitted a helpless wail, too frail to escape the shackles of iron, forced to watch as the tall doctor approached him. To these heartless doctors, the boy was a perfect specimen, while in the boy's eyes, they resembled demons, fiends who thrived on tormenting him. The 8th fusion material is about to be injected. Prepare to record, announced the doctor, his right hand gripping the syringe without a hint of hesitation, aiming directly at the boy's soft, tender neck. My body trembled violently. The moment the slender needle made contact with the boy's skin, I felt a piercing sensation as if the needle had plunged into my own flesh. The feeling was alarmingly real, as though someone were truly injecting me in reality. Just as the needle pierced the boy's neck, a piercing scream erupted from my lips. Then, unexpectedly, a startling scene unfolded before me. Darkness enveloped my vision, and the entire setting began to spin chaotically. When my senses returned, everything around me had transformed. I now stood in a desolate field, beneath a night sky illuminated by a round moon casting an eerie red glow. Wherever the moonlight reached, it was stained a deep crimson, as if drenched in blood. I hurriedly glanced around, hoping to spot the little boy from earlier. Yet both he and the 4 doctors had mysteriously vanished. As this was my dream, a manifestation of my subconscious, I failed to realize that my dream had transformed. Suddenly, not far from my sight, a shadowy humanoid figure materialized. When I had looked in that direction moments ago, nothing had stood there. Could it have appeared out of thin air? Who are you? I cautiously inquired, gazing at the dark entity. The distance between us was not particularly great, perhaps 7 or 8 meters. Yet, the more I strained to discern its form, the more it became shrouded in darkness and ambiguity. Although I could not ascertain its true nature, I was certain it was a living being. The shadowy figure remained silent, standing there alone. It loomed tall, nearly 3 meters in height. Amidst the blood-red moonlight, its silhouette appeared particularly eerie and terrifying. I swallowed hard, my throat involuntarily quivering. "Hey, are you human or a ghost?" I boldly shouted at the dark creature once more. Still, it offered no reply, remaining steadfast in its position. Just as I contemplated approaching to uncover the identity of this dark being, an unexpected twist occurred. It moved. With lightning speed, like an arrow released from a bow. It charged directly towards me. In mere seconds, the creature was upon me. Enveloped in an eerie crimson glow, I finally discerned its true form. A werewolf. It was a werewolf. By the time realization struck me, it was too late. The imposing figure of the werewolf was now before me, accompanied by its terrifying gaping maw. Another piercing scream escaped my lips. My immediate instinct was to flee, yet this time, I found myself paralyzed, as if my legs had taken root, merging with the ground beneath me. I could only watch helplessly as the werewolf lunged at me. Sadly, even the thought of resistance felt like a distant luxury. Just as I was about to be torn apart by the creature, my body finally reacted. I could move, but its glistening fangs were mere inches away. In the next moment, its gaping mouth was poised to sink into my shoulder, ready to shred my fragile neck. Chapter 23. Awakening from the dream, I abruptly opened my eyes, sitting up with a sudden jolt. Gasping for breath, I pressed my right hand against my chest, feeling my heart racing violently within my ribcage. Goodness, that terrified me. I was drenched in cold sweat, and even the sheets beneath me were thoroughly soaked. Outside the window, a gentle ray of sunlight streams through the glass. I am unaware of when the day has brightened. At this moment, a faint blush of dawn graces the distant horizon. The day has arrived. I slowly exhale a breath of stale air, my expression softening considerably. Although my complexion remains somewhat pallid, it has regained a hint of color compared to earlier. Despite awakening, a lingering sense of trepidation and unease remains within me. The events of that dream were so vivid they could easily be mistaken for reality, especially the final scene that unfolded as I awoke. When the werewolf leapt towards me, I could almost perceive its unbearable, acrid stench and see its gaping maw filled with fangs capable of piercing steel. This dream was excessively vivid. So much so that I almost believed I was truly on the brink of death. What a fearsome creature the werewolf was. It has instilled in me a profound psychological shadow. I gently press my fingers against my temples, seeking solace. It is well known that extreme anxiety and stress can lead to nightmares, and it seems this beast inflicted considerable psychological turmoil upon me last night. I shake my head in resignation, a bitter smile gracing my lips. Reflecting on the events of last night, I realize I have narrowly escaped death. As my thoughts drift back to last evening, the image of the girl suddenly emerges in my mind. I wonder how she fared. Did she manage to escape? Propped up on my bed, I begin to recall everything that transpired in the Lin family's ancestral home last night. Initially, I brought the girl to the dilapidated site of the Lin residence, and then she ventured into the old house alone. Shortly thereafter, she encountered an attack within the Lin family home, prompting me to rush to her aid with the heart of a hero. Unexpectedly, I found myself face to face with the very creature responsible for the murders of innocent men and women years prior. A werewolf, nearly 3 meters tall, its body cloaked in black fur. I was no match for such a non-human adversary. Our encounter lasted only a few brief exchanges before I was left battered, with several bloody wounds inflicted on my shoulder by its teeth, revealing glimpses of the white bone beneath my flesh. Just as I believed my end was nigh, the girl appeared in the nick of time. Her ghostly figure manifested before me, and with a single strike, she pulled me back from the precipice of death. I never anticipated that the girl was also a monster. I sigh in resignation. Though reluctant to accept this truth, the reality stands before me, undeniable. Yet, it is fortunate that if she were not a creature of the night, I would likely have perished in the Lin family's ancestral home. In contrast to the grotesque appearance of the werewolf, the girl's exterior remains largely unchanged. Aside from her crimson-red eyes, the 4 sharp fangs protruding from her mouth, and the razor-like nails adorning her fingers, she bore little difference from an ordinary person. It was precisely because she retained her human appearance after her transformation that I felt a modicum of aversion towards her. Had she morphed into a nearly 3-meter-tall, pitch-black beast covered in fur like a werewolf, I suspect my disposition would not be as serene as it is now. In fact, I might have developed a lingering distaste for women throughout my life. Is it not the case that animals are no longer permitted to attain sentience? I rubbed my head and uttered a rather foolish remark. As for werewolves and vampires, I adhere to our traditional Chinese beliefs, perceiving them as ancient folklore creatures. If such beings as these truly exist, might there not also be deities? Or even ghosts? In realms of the afterlife? With these thoughts swirling in my mind, my contemplation grew increasingly chaotic and absurd. I shook my head vigorously to dispel the jumbled thoughts, realizing that if I continued down this path, I might very well descend into madness. After a brief moment of calm, I began to reflect on my first nightmare. If the werewolf was a product of the ordeal I endured last night, then from where did my first nightmare originate? That child, could it be me? I closed my eyes, attempting to recall the visage of the child from my dream. A vague sense washed over me, as if the child in my dream was indeed myself, and everything he experienced was a manifestation of my subconscious. I found myself lost in thought. But barely half a minute into my pondering, I had to reluctantly open my eyes. For I had, to my dismay, completely forgotten my first nightmare. The only recollection I could muster was the hazy image of that boy, accompanied by a scattering of fragmented memories. How could this be? How could I have forgotten? I struck my head forcefully, hoping to awaken my memory through the act, but after a few futile attempts, I found not a single clue. By the end, even the boy's indistinct features had slipped from my grasp. Reluctantly, I decided to abandon the pursuit of those thoughts. However, it is quite normal for one to forget dreams. Most people wake to find that the dreams of the previous night, be they beautiful or terrifying, have vanished from memory after a short while. Therefore, there was no need for me to dwell on it. After soothing myself with a few comforting thoughts, I was suddenly struck by a craving for a cigarette. I glanced around, rummaging through my bedside drawer and the pockets of my trousers, only to recall that I had finished the last of my cigarettes the previous night. Resigned, I had to temporarily suppress my desire to smoke. With daylight breaking, I had no reason to linger in bed any longer. It would be prudent to head downstairs for breakfast and perhaps purchase a pack of cigarettes, thus serving two purposes at once. I gently caressed my emaciated belly, and as if responding to my touch, it finally emitted a series of rumbling sounds, awakening within me a profound sense of hunger. Since encountering the girl last night, I had not consumed a morsel, and the added exhaustion from the tumultuous events of the previous evening left me utterly drained. My stomach growled in protest. I pressed my lips together and swallowed hard, suddenly acutely aware of an insatiable hunger, a longing for sustenance unlike any I had ever experienced. It was more than a mere desire for food. It was an urgent craving, an overwhelming need to eat anything edible. This was no simple yearning for a meal. It was a fierce desire that startled me, yet I found myself unable to suppress the impulse within. At that moment, my phone, carelessly discarded in the living room, rang unexpectedly. The abrupt sound jolted me, as if my mind had been sharply roused from slumber. I hurried to the living room and picked up the phone from the corner of the sofa. Hello? What is up, Ergo? I spoke with a faint voice, weakened by hunger. Upon hearing my feeble response, Ergo's familiar voice chimed in on the other end. You're awake, Yingo? Yesterday, Daiga gave me the money you asked for. Do you have a moment? He asked cheerfully, his tone suggesting he was in good spirits. Uh-huh. Let me eat first. I'm quite hungry, I replied, patting my protesting belly, my voice growing increasingly listless. Ergo fell silent for a few seconds, likely contemplating how to proceed with the conversation upon sensing the undertones of my words. Before he could speak, I preemptively interjected, No need, I can manage on my own. Just wait for my message. Ergo chuckled awkwardly, clearly realizing I had guessed his intentions. All right then, Yingo, since you've said that, I'll wait for your call. By the way, how is your wound now? This morning, I heard from Daiga that it was quite serious and required several stitches. I didn't notice much last night, as I had a bit too much to drink. I hadn't actually consumed any alcohol. I was merely crafting an excuse to dismiss him. Hey, sorry Yingo. You must be feeling better now, right? Planning to rest for a few days? I have a gathering tonight. Want to join? There will be plenty of lovely ladies around 25 or 26. I guarantee it'll be a delightful time. You can relieve some stress while you're at it. On the other end, Ergo showered me with pleasantries mixed with suggestive remarks, leaving me unsure of how to respond. My hunger felt as ferocious as a starving dog, leaving me with little inclination for idle chatter. Certainly, I recognize that Ergo's words stem from a place of genuine concern for me. However, I find myself utterly disinterested in engaging in idle chit-chat with him. Just as I was on the verge of articulating my desire to terminate this amiable, yet utterly pointless exchange, I suddenly halted mid-sentence. What's the matter, Yingo? In response to my abrupt silence, Chin Ergo's voice betrayed a hint of urgency. After a few moments of silence, my somewhat muffled voice finally emerged from the receiver. Nothing, just wait for my news. After delivering this message to Ergo, I hung up the phone before he could utter another word. I paid no mind to Chun Ergo's apparent bewilderment on the other end. I was already in a state of shock myself. The reason for my intense reaction lay in the startling sight that met my eyes when I glanced at my shoulder. In that instant, I felt as though I could scarcely breathe. The wound had disappeared. The sutured injury on my shoulder had inexplicably healed. Chapter 24. The Werewolf's Curse. What in the world is happening? How could the wound simply vanish? Soon, my voice echoed through the living room, almost a howl of disbelief. I sat on the sofa, my expression frozen in shock, with my eyes wide open. This must be an illusion. It simply cannot be real. I could hardly believe my own eyes. The wound that should have been on my shoulder had inexplicably vanished. Not only that, but even the stitched remnants had bizarrely disappeared. This is utterly absurd. How could a perfectly good wound just disappear without reason? Could it be that it healed on its own overnight? Everything I experienced last night felt as if it were a mere dream. But no, that is impossible. It defies all medical logic. I widened my eyes, my pupils constricting in disbelief. At that moment, it felt as though the air itself had solidified. After what felt like an eternity, I finally regained my composure. I had undergone surgery. This cannot be a mere trick of the mind. I rummaged through my pockets, and the business card that Zhang Tingyan had given me was still there, albeit crumpled. My voice quivered slightly, and I began to doubt my own perception. I gently caressed the area where the wound had been stitched, initially thinking I was merely experiencing hunger-induced hallucinations that made the injury seem to vanish. Yet, the smooth sensation beneath my palm and fingers confirmed that I was not dreaming. This was no illusion. Not willing to accept this reality, I pressed my fingers against the site where the stitches had been. A sharp cry escaped my lips as a wave of intense pain surged through me, accompanied by a chilling sensation that enveloped my heart. I rose to my feet and hurried to the large mirror in the bathroom, my skin appearing flawless as ever. Even the muscles of my bare torso seemed to have grown more pronounced than usual. After retiring, I had hardly engaged in any physical training, occasionally visiting the gym to lift weights. My muscles had long since become somewhat slack due to this lack of exercise. Damn, it seems I have indeed healed remarkably. I uttered an expletive, with my eyes almost ablaze. I am well aware of my own physical condition. I should not possess such extraordinary recuperative abilities. Since childhood, I had frequently participated in fights, enduring a tumultuous existence from the orphanage into adulthood. Brawling had become my daily routine. Consequently, my body bore numerous scars, a testament to the blood I had shed. Countless times, I had fought alongside my comrades, emerging from each skirmish with bruises and wounds. While my injuries did heal relatively quickly, it was never to this bizarre extent. If I were to pinpoint a unique trait, it would be my exceptional resilience and reflexes, coupled with strength far exceeding that of an average individual. My childhood friends often remarked on my natural talent for combat, which explained my prowess. To be candid, I never regarded it as anything extraordinary. I glanced down at the scar on the left side of my waist. A remnant from when I was slashed by a thug during my military service. It was still there. Could it be? The thought of werewolves crossed my mind, and a chilling realization surged forth. A dreadful notion began to take shape regarding the inexplicable disappearance of my wounds. Goodness, this is absurd. I furrowed my brow, my expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Could it be that if my suspicions were indeed correct, it would certainly elucidate the mystery. However, if this were the case, then I might be. At this moment, a prickling sensation ran through my body, a bone-chilling dread creeping from my tailbone to the crown of my head. Surely, I am not destined to transform into a werewolf, to become a creature driven solely by bloodlust and slaughter? My tone betrayed a hint of panic, as an ominous premonition washed over me. In Western lore, werewolves are depicted as exceedingly cruel, bloodthirsty, and savage beasts. They revel in murder, often relishing in the torment of their victims. Any prey ensnared in their gaze typically meets a harrowing end, engulfed in excruciating pain and despair. The remnants of victims, captured in the frames of discarded film, bear testament to this horror. Moreover, those who survive a werewolf's bite are said to be cursed, ultimately transforming into similar monstrosities. Each full moon awakens the latent savagery within, metamorphosing them into a creature that is half human, half wolf. Good heavens, could it be that I am cursed? My heart jolted violently, as if someone had forcefully squeezed it, causing my breath to quicken in response. It seems increasingly likely that I have been cursed by a werewolf. How else could I explain the bizarre disappearance of my wound? Yet, if this is indeed the case, will I ultimately transform into a creature like it? What am I to do? I certainly do not wish to become a monster. At this moment, I am utterly engulfed in panic. The mere thought of eventually turning into a werewolf fills me with dread. I would have preferred to have been bitten and perished at the hands of that beast last night. Surely, that would be far better than becoming a monstrous entity. I had assumed that this ordeal would conclude upon my departure from the Lin family's ancestral home, but given the current circumstances, it appears I am already ensnared by this curse. Although I remain human for now, it is only a matter of time before I metamorphose into something akin to it. Damn it, even if I become a werewolf, I, Zhang Tingyan, shall strive to be a law-abiding creature. After several minutes of internal conflict, I finally resigned myself to this grim reality. Since events have unfolded to this extent, I can only proceed step by step. Despite the advancements in medical care and facilities in the 21st century, many previously insurmountable ailments have been gradually conquered. However, the dilemma lies in the nature of my affliction. This is no ordinary curse like cancer or some terminal illness. It is worth noting that, in this day and age, the existence of werewolves has not even been substantiated, let alone the possibility of modern medicine liberating me from this curse. It seems I have unwittingly become a guinea pig. I have truly found myself in a precarious situation. With a resigned sigh, I tilted my head back to gaze at the stark white ceiling above. Just as I fell into contemplation, my stomach began to rumble, accompanied by a fierce pang of hunger. Thus, I resolved to descend for breakfast. After all, sustenance remains a necessity. I rose and approached the wardrobe, selecting a black fleece jacket. Subsequently, I retrieved a pair of sleeves I often wear. As for my shoes and trousers, I had not changed them since last night. Thus I opted to forego that effort. Once I donned my attire and slipped on the sleeve over my tattooed arm, I stepped out into the living room. 5 minutes later, I found myself in the elevator, heading downstairs. Fortunately, I did not encounter the peculiar individual from last night within the confines of the lift. Across from our residential complex lies a street of food stalls, where a renowned bun shop serves delectable offerings. It is where I typically resolve my breakfast dilemmas. As I stumbled out of the entrance of my building, I felt as deflated as a punctured balloon, utterly devoid of energy. It is now around 7 or 8 in the morning, and the community is gradually becoming more populated. However, at this hour, the majority of individuals are elderly men and women basking in the sun, along with mothers and children. After all, today is not a weekend, and most people have already left for work. I slightly lifted my gaze to glance at the sky, where I beheld a cerulean expanse dotted with a few wispy clouds, while flocks of birds occasionally soared overhead. In the small garden before the entrance of the apartment building, 4 or 5 children were joyfully chasing one another, their innocent laughter ringing through the air. Shifting my gaze a little further, I noticed a few common fitness apparatuses positioned centrally in the garden. At that moment, several mothers were gathered there, engaging in lively conversation. Although I seldom communicate with the residents of the building, I see them often enough to recognize their faces. To the far right of the garden, 5 or 6 stone chessboards were arranged, where a few retired gentlemen leisurely played chess on stone benches. Sighing, I tugged the zipper of my black jacket upwards, nearly covering most of my neck. After casting a cursory glance at the surrounding crowd, I lowered my head and continued to walk briskly forward. In our apartment building, I only know Wong, the limping man on the 6th floor. The rest remained strangers to me. Thus, I felt a sense of anonymity and was untroubled by the thought of being noticed. However, after walking a short distance, I suddenly sensed a pair of icy eyes scrutinizing me from behind. I could not comprehend why I felt this way, but the sensation of being observed made me quite uncomfortable and self-conscious. Stopping abruptly, I turned my head sharply to look back. To my surprise, there was no one behind me. I took a moment to observe my surroundings, but the residents exhibited no unusual behavior. How peculiar. There was no one. I scratched my head and muttered softly to myself. Just as I was about to turn and leave, a tall figure emerged from behind a large tree on the far left side of the garden. This individual wore a black trench coat and a tan cowboy hat. It was none other than the peculiar man I had encountered in the elevator the previous night, Duan Wuxi. He was toying with an exquisite metal pocket watch in his left hand, and after glancing at the time, he carefully closed the watch and tucked it into the inner pocket of his coat. Observing my departing figure, Duan Wuxi's lips curled into an odd smile. "Young man, you possess quite the investigative acumen," he remarked, his grin widening as he playfully licked his lower lip with the tip of his tongue. Duan Wuxi's visage was inherently elongated, and when combined with his signature willow leaf eyebrows, his smile caused his eyes to narrow into mere slits. Each grin tugged at the myriad creases across his face, and coupled with his habit of licking his lips, he exuded an air of unmistakable lewdness. How might one accurately depict Duan Wuxi's appearance? Perhaps he bore a striking resemblance to Kizaru from One Piece. As I was about to vanish from sight along the cobbled path of the community, Duan Wuxi extended his right hand, adorned with a black leather glove, to remove his western cowboy hat. He then leisurely patted the hat with his left hand before blowing gently upon the spot he had just touched. After completing this series of peculiar gestures, he donned the cowboy hat once more with a satisfied demeanor. Pray tell, what is your connection to werewolves? Although a smile lingered at the corners of NWX's mouth, his eyes sparkled with keen interest, suggesting a profound curiosity towards me. After a minute or two, he glanced towards the direction I had departed, rubbed his gloved hands together gently, and with a strange grin, began to follow me. Chapter 25. I am famished. I traversed the bluestone path for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, only to soon arrive at its terminus. Lifting my gaze, the community's entrance lay before me. I caressed my hollow belly, exacerbating my sense of hunger. I felt as though I could devour an entire cow. What was happening to me? This sensation was unbearable. Gurgle. Gurgle. My hunger intensified. Compelled by this acute craving, my pace quickened. What began as a leisurely stroll transformed into a brisk walk, which ultimately escalated into a full sprint. My eyes felt swollen and congested, and the world around me blurred into a hazy crimson, as if a sheer veil of red obscured my vision, rendering everything a deep scarlet. Initially, I managed to maintain control over my thoughts, but soon, a singular obsession consumed my mind: to eat, to indulge in a frenzy of consumption until my hunger was satiated. This notion was terrifying, yet I found myself utterly powerless against it. As though another entity were commandeering my actions, I dashed forward with the fervor of a madman. And the throngs of people parted instinctively at the sight of my frantic demeanor, wary of my apparent insanity. For heaven's sake, Zhang Tingyan, regain your composure. I silently admonished myself, wishing to slap some sense into my own consciousness. However, no matter how fervently I tried to alter my frantic craving, I could not escape the relentless urge to consume. I sprinted towards the community entrance as if in a 100-meter dash, disregarding the bustling pedestrians around me, weaving through the crowd without a care for potential collisions. Hey, that kid in black. Why are you running so fast? The elderly security guard stationed at the entrance immediately discerned that something was amiss as he spotted me running from a distance. He flung open the window, leaned out, and bellowed at me with all his might. When he noticed my utter lack of response, he promptly rose from his chair in the security booth, pushed the door open, and beckoned me to halt from afar. However, I was completely oblivious to any voices around me, driven solely by the primal instinct of hunger. As I approached the access control point, without even swiping my card, I leaped across nearly 3 meters, soaring over the barrier. This astonishing leap drew the attention of everyone nearby, all eyes turning towards me. The height of the access control barrier in our community was approximately 15 centimeters, easily surmountable by an average person. Yet, according to the community regulations, one was prohibited from vaulting over without swiping their card. Not only did I disregard the swipe, but I also propelled myself from a distance of over 3 meters, landing on my hands, using my hind legs to push off with great force, akin to a dog. Making a fierce lunge into the air, my body forming a graceful arc as I flew over. The security guard at the entrance stood with his mouth agape, exclaiming in astonishment, nearly dropping the glass teacup he held. The surrounding crowd mirrored his shock. Some recoiled in fear, others gasped, and many stared in disbelief, all instinctively keeping their distance from me. The guard was momentarily speechless, astonished at my canine-like leap out of the community. After a few seconds, he finally came to his senses. Such an extraordinary leap was likely beyond the capabilities of even a police dog. Old Lou, come quickly. This is serious. Someone has gone rabid. The elder guard trembled, nearly losing his balance in fright. He pushed open the partially closed security door and shouted inside. His mention of rabies ignited a frenzy, akin to a bomb being dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of chaos through the crowd. In an instant, pandemonium erupted. Shouts filled the air, people fled, and utter disorder ensued. Rabies is also known as mad dog disease. When a person is bitten by an infected dog, the rabies virus can be transmitted through bites or contact with the saliva of an infected individual if it comes into contact with broken skin or mucous membranes. Rabies is essentially untreatable, and under modern medical conditions, there is no complete cure, making it invariably fatal. No one wishes to be bitten by a rabid individual. Where's the rabid person? As old Lou burst from the security booth wielding a steel fork, the crowd had descended into complete chaos, rendering me invisible amid the tumult. Upon leaping out of the community, I did not linger for a moment. The crowd, too terrified to intervene, allowed me to run freely to the left. In this situation, who would dare to stop me? It would be like the old immortal consuming arsenic, as if he were weary of life. My hunger is becoming unbearable. A gnawing pain that feels as though my intestines are cramping, causing my chest to feel heavy. I am plagued by the unsettling notion that if I am unable to find sustenance soon, I might resort to cannibalism. For, upon seeing others, particularly exposed areas such as necks, arms, and hands, I find myself salivating. It is as if the individuals before me are not human, but rather delectable feasts waiting to be savored. No, I must resist. I cannot allow myself to succumb to such barbarity. If I do, I shall cease to be human. I shook my head vigorously, striving to suppress the bloodthirsty urges within me. My goal is clear, the snack street across the road, specifically the bun shop I frequent. Regardless of the filling, I must eat something. I still ran swiftly, though I refrained from the peculiar movements akin to a dog, thereby avoiding the curious glances of passers-by. 3 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance of Brother Li's bun shop. Ah, Xiaoyan, why are you so late today? By this time, I usually would have finished my breakfast. At the entrance, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, apron tied around his waist and sleeves donned, stood before the steaming bun steamer, grinning widely as he addressed me. His keen eyes recognized me instantly through the crowd. I gazed at the towering bun steamer. Approximately 7 or 8 layers high, continuously emitting steam, my eyes wide with anticipation. Give me 10 baskets of meat buns. I pushed my way into the throng, disregarding the customers still queuing for breakfast, and unceremoniously inserted myself at the front. Hurry, quickly, give them to me. My voice was urgent, akin to that of a man on the brink of starvation, desperate for food. The proprietor of the bun shop, named Li Dalu, shares a close bond with me. This establishment has been operating on this street for over 40 years, making it a venerable institution. 5 years ago, Li Dalu took over the shop from his father, continuing the family legacy. What's wrong, Yinzi? Why are your eyes so red? Li Dalu observed me warily, concern etched across his face. Before him, my complexion was ghastly. Veins bulging on my forehead, a sight to behold. Not only that, the blood vessels in my eyes were nearly bursting, and it seemed as though blood was about to spill from my eye sockets. My appearance would frighten any onlooker. Don't mind me, just give me the buns. I struggled to keep my fury in check, my fingers nearly embedding themselves into the wooden table as I spoke through gritted teeth. Li Dalu, perceptive as he is, recognized that something was amiss with my state. He scrutinized my face and my trembling body, hastily instructing his wife, who was still tidying up inside. Chui, hasten to tidy the table for Brother Zhang and serve the buns. Li Dalu, ever the noble soul, typically produces about 12 steamer baskets of buns at a time. Yet I have just claimed 10 of them. The next batch, I fear, will take another 15 minutes to emerge. His actions show a blatant disregard for the dozen or so customers waiting behind me for their buns. Alas, boss, this is rather unkind of you. You've given him all the meat buns. What are we to eat? Indeed, after Li Dalu finished speaking, a disgruntled customer waiting for buns voiced their dissatisfaction. I've been waiting for 7 or 8 minutes. Laoli, this isn't fair. A slightly older woman chimed in. Exactly. This young man not only cuts in line, but also demands so many. How can others possibly eat? Once someone broke the ice, the crowd began to murmur with discontent. Among them were young individuals rushing to work, elderly folks hastening to take their children to school, parents, and even young women in their 20s, all unequivocally condemning my lack of fairness. Most of these customers were familiar faces from the neighborhood, longtime patrons. Hearing their remarks, Li Dalu appeared somewhat distressed, a bitter expression crossing his honest and broad face. The cacophony behind me grew increasingly unbearable, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly in my ears, causing great vexation. I remained silent, refraining from any physical confrontation, merely turning to glare at the chattering crowd behind me. My gaze was fierce, and the fire in my eyes suggested a murderous intent, coupled with my bloodshot eyes and the wrinkled skin that appeared to be layered with uneven patches of dryness. I looked far from human, a visage almost ghostly. The crowd fell into an abrupt silence, each person exchanging glances, no one daring to utter another word. My eyes, red and unfocused, reflected only blurred outlines of humanity, devoid of distinct features. I slightly parted my lips, exhaling a breath laden with frustration, revealing 4 elongated canine teeth. At the sight of my peculiar appearance, the crowd instinctively recoiled, some even abandoning the queue in a flurry of panic. I apologize, my brother is unwell today. Please bear with us, Li Dalu implored, his tone laden with a desire to appease. His words served to extricate me from the uncomfortable situation. Unbeknownst to him, as he stood with his back to me, he did not perceive my countenance, nor the tension among those around, and he left hastily, assuming I was simply angered. No one responded to his attempt at reconciliation. No one dared to reply. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Dalu found himself unable to conduct any business for the time being. However, he held no regrets. I entered the room in silence, disregarding Li Dalu and my sister-in-law, and made my way directly to a table. At that moment, I was completely suppressing my emotions. Brother, We only have 5 baskets of meat buns left. The rest consists of 2 baskets of chive and egg, 2 baskets of tofu, and 1 basket of kelp, totaling 120. My sister-in-law, startled by my demeanor, spoke with a tremor in her voice. However, with Li Dalu urging her on, she reluctantly approached. In the small bun shop, approximately 50 square meters in size, there were still a dozen customers who had been enjoying their meals. Yet, upon hearing the commotion outside and seeing my peculiar appearance, they paused, turning their curious gazes towards me. They waited, observing, intrigued by my next move. I wasted no time, eyeing the towering stack of buns that my sister-in-law had brought over. Ignoring the heat, I grabbed one without hesitation. "Oh my goodness!" my sister-in-law exclaimed softly, frightened, as she hurried to Li Dalu's side. Li Dalu stared at me, momentarily speechless. It was as if I were a starving ghost reborn. 1, 2, 3. I devoured the buns almost in 2 or 3 bites each, one in each hand, shoving them into my mouth so quickly that the juices dribbled down my chin. All the customers were utterly transfixed, gazing at me as if I were a monster. Some even took out their phones to record the spectacle. The crowd buzzed with whispers and exclamations. Yet, I felt no sense of shame. I was simply overwhelmed by hunger. "Brother Zhang, are you possessed? You look like a starving ghost." Sister-in-law Chui stammered. "I don't know," I replied. "Let's just observe for now. If it gets out of hand, we can call the police." Li Dalu swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow. In all his decades, he had never witnessed anyone eat buns in such a manner. My pace was rapid, consuming a bun every few seconds, unperturbed by the risk of biting my tongue. Sitting on the stool, I focused solely on the buns. 5 minutes later, nearly 100 buns had vanished. The gnawing hunger had dissipated significantly, my eyes returning to normal, the sharpness of my teeth and the swelling on my face gradually subsiding. I felt as if I had regained my senses. I lifted my gaze, surveying the remnants of my feast. Crumbs of dough, bits of meat, and scattered baskets littered the table. Upon further inspection, I confirmed my location, Li Dalu's bun shop. "Have you had enough, Tingzi?" Li Dalu cautiously approached, testing the waters while maintaining a safe distance of 1 or 2 tables between us. Chapter 26. I have rabies. I nodded, awkwardly rubbing my face. Seeing that I could speak normally again, Li Dalu approached with a sense of relief, having shed the terrifying demeanor he had moments before. He instructed Chui Sa to attend to the other customers seeking buns. Without a word, she turned and smiled as she went to settle the bills for the other patrons. "Yanzi, what happened? You devoured so many buns just now, and your face is still." Li Dalu inquired, concern etched on his features. In his 40s, he possessed a square face with prominent brows and large eyes. One glance at his visage revealed his earnest and honest nature. "Just moments ago, within a mere 5 minutes, I had astonishingly consumed over 100 buns, a feat that not only startled him, but also left all the other customers equally astounded. My exaggerated actions and voracious eating resembled that of a starving ghost, as if I had not eaten in decades. The speed at which I devoured the buns was something even competitive eaters would find hard to rival. All eyes were upon me, akin to spectators observing a rare creature. They watched in shock as I consumed the buns with alarming rapidity, fearing I might choke or that my state might suddenly turn aggressive. For a brief moment, none dared to approach me. Burp. Just as I intended to speak, a surge of gas erupted from my esophagus, resulting in a rather fragrant belch. The odor was so potent that even Li Dalu could not help but furrow his brow, indicating the overwhelming nature of the scent. However, I was finally full. Li Dalu regarded me with a complex expression, his lips slightly parted, and his Adam's apple bobbing as if he were about to retch. He abruptly closed his mouth, turned away, and swallowed several times, desperately forcing back the urge to expel the contents of his stomach. When he turned back to me, his complexion appeared slightly pale. Though his face betrayed no emotion, I could discern the subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth and the slight flutter of his eyelids, revealing that he was struggling to suppress his discomfort. "Lu Gu, I apologize. It was unintentional. I just couldn't help myself," I exclaimed. Given how close he had been, my belch had nearly landed on his face, catching him completely off guard. Strangely, the belch carried a particularly foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs, akin to the stench of decaying animals. Li Dalu remained silent, his expression stern as he stood up and pulled me towards the kitchen. I offered no resistance, following him into the cooking area. "Yanzi, just now, you..." "Ugh." Li Dalu finally succumbed, unable to articulate his thoughts coherently before he was overtaken by dry heaves, though nothing emerged. "My apologies, Lu Gu," I said, instinctively grabbing a towel hanging in the kitchen and offering it to him. "It's nothing, Xiao Yan. Your belch was overwhelmingly potent. You nearly suffocated me." Li Dalu bent down, took the towel from my hand, and wiped his mouth, Only then did the discomfort in my stomach begin to subside. We sat on a bench in the corner of the back kitchen, facing each other, our eyes locked in silent confrontation. After a moment, I finally broke the silence. "Thank you, Brother Liu." I expressed my gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I fear I might have done something outrageous." I spoke sincerely. Had it not been for Li Dalu's timely delivery of buns, I might have truly resorted to a desperate act. "Ah, brother, it's no big deal. If it weren't for you, my shop wouldn't be this peaceful." Just then, Sister Chui entered the kitchen, lifting the curtain, carrying a pot of freshly brewed tea. Upon seeing us engaged in conversation, she glanced at me and, noticing my recovery, the tension on her face dissipated. "Yinzi, you nearly scared me to death," I thought. "Oh, never mind, you two chat. I'm swamped outside and can't spare anyone." Sister Chui chuckled, placing the tea on the table before us, rubbing her hands together before stepping back out. At around 8 or 9 in the morning, the breakfast shop was bustling with activity. "Let us not dwell on the past," I said, waving my hand dismissively. I took a sip of tea, which effectively quelled the greasy sensation rising in my stomach. My familiarity with Li Dalu stemmed from a seemingly trivial incident that occurred 2 years ago. While it might have seemed insignificant to me, it was a significant event for Li Dalu, who was then a small business owner. Over 2 years ago, a notorious little thug roamed Shuanhe Street. Emboldened by the fact that his uncle was the police chief overseeing the area, he bullied local shops and engaged in numerous scams. Li Dalu's shop was one of his victims. He not only extorted protection fees, but also took buns without ever paying. Li Dalu, however, dared not protest and had to endure in silence. The vendors on this street were honest, believing that enduring minor losses would eventually lead to better times. Thus, nearly 3 years slipped by in this manner. It was around June 2 summers ago, during the sweltering heat. Wang Shihai had some business dealings the night before and had a drinking session with his partners. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, he successfully closed a deal. Coincidentally, the restaurant he had chosen was nearby, and he had his underling escort him to my place for the night. The next morning, I came as usual for my buns, but this time, Wang Shihai accompanied me. While we were quietly enjoying our breakfast, that little thug, accompanied by 2 or 3 rough characters, swaggered into the shop. Normally, I arrived later and had never encountered these 3 ruffians before, but today, arriving earlier, I discovered the presence of such a brazen bully. "Hey, Guozi, the protection fee, 1,800, it's time to pay up," the thug sneered. His lean frame clad in a patterned checkered shirt, sporting a middle-parted blue hairstyle. He wore a glaring gold chain around his neck, likely a counterfeit, and one could only wonder from which petty stall it had been procured. This little thug, whose name I vaguely recalled as something like Daqiang, had an indistinct surname that escaped my memory. Did you hear that? Accompanied by 3 or 4 associates, he exuded an air of audacity, brandishing a small black iron rod and tapping it rhythmically in his hand. The moment these ruffians appeared, the queue outside the Baozi shop swiftly dispersed. Li Dalu, known for his honest demeanor and aversion to trouble, hastily urged his wife to retrieve some money. The gang could easily discern that Li Dalu was an easy target, and they took advantage of him without hesitation. Such bullies, of course, warranted intervention. When Wang Shihai saw me rise, his serious expression made it evident that he understood my intentions. "Brother Hai, stay put. I'll handle this," I said, pressing down on his arm to signal him to remain still. I approached the entrance of the Baozi shop and promptly closed the lid of the cash box that Chui Sa had carelessly left open. It was a sweltering summer day, and I wore only a short-sleeved shirt, revealing my tattooed arm. "Who are you?" I stood beside Li Dalu, glaring coldly at the thugs. The little ruffians were momentarily taken aback by my fierce countenance, particularly my exposed tattooed arm. Having served in the military and as a mercenary, I was tall and robust, making it child's play to confront the 3 puny thugs. "What's the matter? Haven't you ever encountered someone from society?" I scoffed. "Just because you have tattoos, you think you're tough?" The leader of the gang was the nephew of the police chief. At his words, I couldn't help but chuckle. "If you're a person of the street, then what does that make Wang Shihai, who is seated behind me?" Before I could speak further, Wang Shihai, swaying slightly, ambled over. "You think you're the mafia?" Wang Shihai's appearance was far more intimidating than mine, broad-shouldered and stout. His imposing figure alone was enough to instill fear. The quartet of thugs trembled at the sight of him. I. The ringleader stuttered, his words faltering as he gazed at Wang Shihai's bulging eyes. Nevertheless, he straightened his frail frame, mustering all his strength to appear menacing. "I am." Before he could finish, a colossal hand swung toward his face. "Here's a slap for you. Open your eyes and see who you're dealing with." The sound echoed as the thug was sent sprawling onto the street, landing in a heap, seemingly losing a few teeth in the process. Wang Shihai showed no mercy to such miscreants. Evil will meet its match. The crowd erupted in astonishment, many halting to observe the spectacle. Seeing their leader struck, the thug's three companions rushed forward, seemingly ready to retaliate. I approached Wang Shihai, positioning myself in front of the three ruffians, extending my hand and menacingly pointing at them. These individuals were nothing more than uneducated thugs, relying on their connections to wield power over others. Upon witnessing my fierceness, particularly Wang Shihai's propensity for violence, they realized they had encountered a formidable opponent and dared not make a move. Wang Shihai remained unfazed behind me, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. His earlier display of strength had thoroughly intimidated them, leaving an indelible psychological scar. One of the thugs, nursing his swollen cheek, felt numbness creeping across half his face, while the ringing in his ears persisted, accompanied by a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Fearing another blow from Wang Shihai, he instinctively recoiled a few steps. Mark my words, Wang Shihai bellowed, I am Wang Shihai. If anyone dares to challenge me, come find me at the Shanghai building. His voice resonated throughout the street. From that moment on, the four ruffians never dared to cause trouble again. Not even a trace of them was seen on Shuana Street. What's the matter with you? Li Dalu inquired, concern etched across his face. Do you truly wish to know? I replied. Li Dalu chuckled, rubbing his rough hands together in front of his chest. If you prefer not to share, I won't pry. This quality of his was commendable. Honest individuals tend to be devoid of ulterior motives. Hearing his words, I found myself at a loss, contemplating how best to respond. Suddenly, I recalled the medical record I had filled out at the hospital yesterday. I was bitten by a rabid dog, I declared, and the effects are manifesting now. Upon seeing the shock in Li Dalu's widened eyes, it was clear that this earnest man believed me. No worries, I received my shots. Rest assured I won't bite. I stifled a laugh and spoke with utmost seriousness. Oh brother, is rabies truly that terrifying? It's rather frightening. To alleviate any doubt, I even showed him the electronic copy of my medical record taken at the hospital. It clearly detailed my injury from a rabid dog, the stitches I received, and the pending rabies vaccination. Goodness, you haven't been vaccinated yet? Li Dalu exclaimed, springing to his feet with heightened agitation. Lu Ge, fear not. I have indeed been vaccinated. This is yesterday's record. I quickly clarified, putting my phone away, eager to avoid further explanations. With a loud slap, 200 yuan was placed on the table. Hey, Yanzi, what are you doing? There's no need for this. As long as you're all right, Li Dalu insisted, attempting to shove the money into my pocket. However, he was unable to sway me. Brother Lu, fair is fair. Regardless of the circumstances, you truly saved my life. You must accept this money. Chapter 27. The initial transformation. A few minutes later, I departed from Brother Li's dumpling shop, my bag laden with a dozen succulent meat buns he had prepared for me. Brother Li stood at the entrance, waving and calling out to me. Yanzi, next time, if you fall ill again, come here for buns. I've got plenty. I was rendered speechless. His loud voice attracted the attention of passers-by on the street, who gazed at me, perhaps thinking I was seriously ill. My face flushed with embarrassment, and the intention to bid him farewell evaporated. I could only quicken my pace. This jest was something I could not endure. I had arranged with Chun Ergo to send over the 2,000 yuan once I had eaten my fill. I reached the roadside, opened my messaging app, and sent him a message. Let us meet at the rock formation in the west end of Baihu Park in half an hour. Moments later, Chun Ergo replied with a sticker. What did you eat, Yingo? I hesitated, wavering between replying and remaining silent, my fingers frozen, unable to convey what I wished to express. Not much. Just about 100 buns or so. Pork, beef, chives and egg, tofu. These two sentences took me a minute or two to muster the courage to send. I wasn't jesting. I had indeed consumed over 100 buns, but I was reluctant to share this out of fear he might think I was exaggerating. As expected, after receiving my message, our chat displayed that the other was typing. After nearly a minute of silence, he burst out, "Ha, Yingu, you really can eat. I can't compete with you. What buns are so delicious that you managed to eat over 100? His message concluded with a comical laughing sticker. I was also a bit reckless. This conversation should have ended here, but for some reason, I found myself sending another message to Chun Ergo. Do you want some? I still have a dozen left. Ultimately, I sent him a picture as proof, a snapshot of the buns I held in my hand. Once again, the chat displayed a lengthy typing status. Meanwhile, on the other end, Chun Ergo fell silent. At that moment, a call came through on my phone. Recognizing the familiar number, I accepted it without hesitation. Hello, Yanzi. I saw your message in the group yesterday, mentioning you were injured and needed a week off. A jovial voice resonated from the receiver. Yes, Brother Zhao, I appreciate your concern. I acknowledged. Zhao Gu, whose full name is Zhao Xianghao, wears a pair of heavy black glasses. He is not particularly tall and has a somewhat unrefined appearance. Among us, he is affectionately nicknamed Lu Daneata due to the size of his head. He has served as the manager of our taxi fleet for over a decade. All right, everything is negotiable. Should you have any matters, do not hesitate to voice them. I will handle everything. You may bring your vehicle to the company in the next few days. Upon hearing my acknowledgement, Zhao Xianghao quickly reassured me. The subsequent arrangement was for me to drive the taxi back to the company, where he would take care of the paperwork. Zhao Ge is a decent person. He takes good care of the brothers in our fleet and occasionally treats us to meals. Thank you, Zhao Ge, I replied politely. After exchanging a few casual remarks with him, I ended the call without glancing at the messages from Ergo, slipping my phone into my pocket. I hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed directly to Bihu Park. Bihu Park is the first wetland park established in Yinping City, centered around the serene Bihu Lake and expanding outward. As a 5-star scenic area, it is situated at the intersection of the 2nd and 3rd ring roads of Yinping City. For a long time, it has been a favored destination for the citizens to enjoy leisure and weekend retreats. I instructed the driver to stop at the northwest entrance, as it was quite close to my intended destination, thereby saving some distance. I handed the driver the remaining 50 yuan in my pocket. He intended to return the change, but I declined it. After exiting the vehicle, I pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat on a stone bench in a corner at the park's entrance, observing the passers-by while lost in contemplation. Am I still human? I touched the shoulder that had been bitten by the werewolf yesterday. There was no pain, not a hint of sensation. I removed my jacket and rolled up the sleeves of my short-sleeve shirt to my shoulders, revealing my fair skin, with the contours of my deltoid muscles clearly visible. The scar that should have remained after stitching was conspicuously absent. Goodness, am I destined to become a werewolf as well? Sitting on the stone bench at the entrance, my mind was in turmoil, with countless thoughts swirling in my head. After finishing one cigarette, I lit another, and then yet another, until a sharp pain pierced my throat. I envisioned countless outcomes, all of which were grim. After being completely transformed into a werewolf, I could be captured by the experimental department, subjected to inhumane scientific tests. Alternatively, I might become bloodthirsty, devouring humans, feasting on raw flesh like the creature itself. Perhaps I would leave Yinping City, distancing myself from society, retreating into the remote mountains to live as a wild man. Or perhaps I shook my head, striving to clear my mind of such thoughts, unwilling to delve further. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone jolted me back to reality. I illuminated my phone screen to find a stranger's number, one that did not belong to our province. I chose not to answer, simply disconnecting the call. At that moment, I lacked the inclination to converse with anyone, yet the owner of that number seemed determined to reach me, incessantly dialing my number. Each time I hung up, they would promptly call back, and so we engaged in this back-and-forth tug-of-war for 7 or 8 times. I couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you keep calling me?" An uncontainable rage ignited within me, not solely due to the incessant calls, but rather because it coincided with my emotional breaking point. Clenching my fist, I struck the stone table in the flower bed with a violent punch. I was entirely unaware of my own anger, not even cognizant of the shift in my emotions. My blow left cracks in the stone surface, shattering the area where my fist landed into uneven fragments. Oddly, my hand felt no pain. It was as if I had struck a cloud. The fury transformed my visage dramatically. My eyes morphed into a deep violet, akin to wearing striking contact lenses, while sharp canines emerged in my mouth. My ears elongated swiftly, their tips tapering into a wolf-like shape, adorned with a growth of white fur. My facial structure underwent a profound metamorphosis, bones expanding and reshaping. The orbits of my eyes and cheekbones thickened, my nose protruded, and the bridge from my brow to the tip of my nose became a near straight line, with dense black fur sprouting along my cheeks. In the span of a breath, I had undergone an extraordinary transformation. Though I retained some human features, my visage bore unmistakable signs of a beastly nature. It felt as if I had been awakened to a new realm of perception, my senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. My olfactory, auditory, visual, and instinctual faculties surpassed those of an ordinary human. I could detect dozens of scents in the air, each distinguishable. For instance, I could smell the aroma of fried chicken from across the street, the grilled skewers from a nearby food stall, and the delicate fragrance of roses from the flower bed. I could even hear a baby crying from hundreds of meters away, as well as a cacophony of voices, mechanical sounds, and birdsong, all blending together, expanding in my ears as if they were mere whispers beside me. This sensation was both eerie and wondrous. Before my eyes, the world had transformed into something tangible and different. The reality I perceived was altered. In my visual field, vehicles seemed to move at a crawl. allowing me to track the rotation of their tires as they sped by, as if time itself had slowed. Before my eyes, 7 or 8 pedestrians gazed at me with palpable dread. Even from several meters away, I could discern the minuscule pores on their faces. Why were they all staring at me? Their expressions resembled those of individuals beholding a monster. Suddenly, it struck me, they were fixated on my visage. I lifted my hand and was alarmed to discover that my fingernails had inexplicably elongated, reminiscent of that girl ass. Moreover, they gleamed with an ominous, translucent black hue. My nails, my nails. I stared at the 5 or 6 centimeters of black nails adorning my fingers, murmuring incessantly, as if ensnared in hysteria. My face, it too had transformed. I meticulously felt the contours of my visage. It was unmistakable that my features had undergone a metamorphosis. High, pronounced cheekbones, protruding orbital bones, and the coarse texture that my fingers encountered against my skin confirmed it. This was unequivocally not my face. Observing my agitated demeanor and the sharp fangs that emerged each time I spoke, the crowd recoiled even further. Why does he look like that? A woman's voice queried. Look, his canine teeth are so elongated, resembling a zombie, a male voice remarked. Is this real? The woman responded. How frightening. Perhaps we should call the police. An elder suggested. Mom, that uncle looks like a beast. A curious 5 or 6-year-old child tugged at his mother, pointing at me. Their voices were barely above whispers. Yet each word resonated clearly in my ears. Help. At that moment, my ears twitched, and a voice distinct from the others reached me. It was the voice of a young girl. Someone has fallen into the lake. Hurry, save them. The voice grew increasingly clearer, until a chorus of shouts for help echoed in my ears. Someone has fallen into the water. It suddenly dawned on me that someone had indeed plunged into the azure lake. In an instant, I sprang to my feet, turning towards the direction of the lake. My eyes burned with intensity, shedding the panic I had just exhibited. As the crowd witnessed my abrupt movement, they retreated even further. The woman who had been leading the child disregarded his cries, cradling him and fleeing. Although I was oblivious to my current appearance, I was acutely aware that it must be terrifying. I draped my coat over my head, revealing only my 2 violet irises. Upon observing my covered head and my gaze directed toward them, the onlookers became even more terrified. Did you hear someone calling for help from the water? I inquired. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Never mind, you cannot hear. I shook my head in resignation. This time, I was surprisingly still in possession of my faculties, not succumbing to chaos. I disregarded the onlookers who were reveling in the spectacle and made my way directly towards the verdant expanse of Bihu Park. Chapter 28. Rescuing a life. I sprinted swiftly toward the direction of the cries for help. Although today was neither a weekend nor a holiday, it was hard to believe that the park could be devoid of any souls. However, perhaps this was fortuitous. Otherwise, given my current appearance, with a coat draped over my head and my rapid pace, I would undoubtedly attract attention once again. I had no desire to be the center of attention once more. I was nearing my destination. The pleas for assistance were becoming increasingly distinct. I realized that I had always been one to meddle in affairs that did not concern me, a habit I had carried since childhood. Indeed, it was a rather undesirable trait that I desperately needed to amend. Take, for instance, the incident last night when I rescued a girl. I could have simply accepted the money she offered and departed, avoiding this troublesome situation entirely. Had I not intervened, I would not be in this predicament now. Today, I was once again contemplating the notion of saving a stranger. Damn it, I truly deserve this. Despite berating myself internally, my feet did not falter. My phone continued to ring incessantly. That fool kept calling, showing no signs of stopping. I mentally counted, over 20 calls thus far. 3 minutes later, I arrived at the edge of Bihu. During those moments, I chose not to traverse the park's leisurely pathways, but instead maneuvered through the trees. Running through the woods allowed me to circumvent pedestrians and remain unseen. At a larger observation platform by the lake, a crowd had gathered around the railing. Men and women of all ages filled the space. It appeared that the absence of people in the park was due to their congregation here. The onlookers were fixated on the center of the lake, chattering incessantly. In the past, I might not have clearly heard their words from 6 or 7 meters away, but now they resonated distinctly. Oh no! Who can swim? The little girl is running out of time. Call 120. Has anyone reported this? The scene was chaotic. Despite the gathering of nearly 40 individuals, none dared to leap into the lake to save her. Most were merely spectators, content to watch the unfolding drama. Listening to the cacophony, I confirmed that the victim was indeed a girl, and the site of her peril lay just ahead. It was now late autumn, and in just over a month, Yinping City would embrace winter. The waters of Bihu were frigid and biting, significantly cooler than the ambient temperature. Jumping into the water recklessly could result in failure to save her and perhaps render oneself incapacitated by the cold. Even those who were capable swimmers hesitated to plunge into the lake to attempt a rescue. After all, who would dare to risk their own life to save a stranger? In cases of drowning, the time leading to death is often exceedingly brief. Medical studies indicate that a person can succumb within 5 minutes of submersion, with a 10% chance of mortality at that mark. After 25 minutes, the likelihood of death escalates to 56%, and beyond that, it reaches a grim 100%. The girl had likely been submerged for over 4 minutes already, and given that it was late autumn, the chilling waters would only hasten her demise. With each passing second, her life hung perilously in the balance. "Make way," I shouted to the crowd, bursting forth from the thicket like a man possessed. The onlookers were startled by my sudden outcry, turning to gaze at me, and promptly parting to create a gap wide enough for me to pass through. I covered my head with my coat, gripping the sleeves tightly to shield my face. Initially, the crowd regarded my odd attire with confusion, but after a few moments, realization dawned upon them. This young man, acting bravely, clearly wished to remain anonymous, intending to rescue the drowning girl and depart gracefully, like a nameless hero. Their expressions transitioned from bewilderment to fervent admiration, casting appreciative glances in my direction. "Young man, you are commendable," they murmured. I paid them no heed, my sole focus on the task of saving a life. Before me, a beautiful young woman dashed forward, tears glistening in her eyes, her face etched with desperation. It was evident she was either a friend or family member of the drowning girl. "Please, save my friend," she pleaded, her voice laden with urgency. Her nose quivered slightly, and traces of tears streaked her fair cheeks, clearly signs of recent distress. I took a moment to appraise her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, radiating an innocent charm reminiscent of a girl next door. A beauty mark adorned the corner of her left eye, and her soft features exuded a gentle allure. Her large eyes, still glistening with tears, invoked a deep sense of tenderness. Upon noticing only my eyes peeking from beneath the fabric of my coat, her expression shifted momentarily in surprise, as if she intended to grasp my hand, but quickly withdrew. In her gaze, she perceived that my irises were purple. Initially, she thought I wore colored contact lenses, but upon closer inspection, she realized my pupils were not the typical round shape of a human S, but rather conical, a sight completely alien to humanity. "Here," I exclaimed, retrieving my phone from my pocket along with a handful of steamed buns I had been carrying, and handed them to her. I was acutely aware of the changes in my appearance, hence I did not mind her reaction. Okay," the girl finally responded, coming to her senses at my call. She became aware of her earlier lapse, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she hurriedly accepted the phone and bun I handed her. After passing her the items, I dashed towards the railing. This was not a moment for conversation. "Someone's calling you," she shouted behind me, holding my phone aloft. As she gazed at my determined silhouette, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Disregard that fool." I did not look back. Just a meter or two from the railing, I leaped into the frigid lake water. Splash! The impact sent ripples across the surface. Onlookers hurriedly leaned over the railing, peering into the water, where only my black coat remained afloat. So cold. This was my immediate sensation upon entering the water, bone-chilling. I felt every pore on my body expand in response to the lake's icy touch, sending shivers down my spine. My teeth began to chatter. The numbing cold coursed through me, my mind blanked out, and my limbs grew somewhat numb. I had to rescue the girl before I succumbed to the freezing temperature. When one submerges in water without goggles, the eyes often sting, making it difficult to see objects beyond a meter. However, I experienced none of that. I could clearly see a girl sinking slowly in the water about 4 to 5 meters ahead. I emerged from the surface, inhaled deeply, and plunged back into the lake. Perhaps due to the lake's stimulation, my irises shifted from violet to black, my fangs receded, and my appearance reverted to that of an ordinary human. In the water, I utilized a frog-style stroke. After being bitten by a werewolf, I discovered that not only had my senses sharpened, but my strength, appearance, endurance, and healing abilities had also significantly improved. In mere moments, I reached the girl. She had long golden hair, a high nose, fair skin, and an elegant figure, with a pair of strikingly prominent breasts that surpassed those of Asian women, embodying the essence of a European beauty. The girl was not struggling. Her body was sinking freely. She had evidently inhaled a substantial amount of lake water into her lungs, rendering her unconscious. Despite her state, I remained vigilant. I swam to her back, supporting her waist to ensure her mouth and nose remained above water for breathing. "Quick, young man, swim this way." I turned towards the voice and spotted a wooden platform parallel to the lake's surface, about 30 meters to the east, where a dozen individuals, including the girl, were waving at me. Without hesitation, I encircled her chest with one arm, grasping her under the armpit, and disregarding the possibility of touching her sensitive areas. I struggled to swim her towards the shore. It must be said that the European girl possessed a rather impressive physique. I could barely reach her armpit with one hand, relying solely on the strength of my arm to hold her as tightly as possible. The girl, having spent an extended period submerged in the frigid lake water, appeared pale, her lips tinged with a bluish hue. Fortunately, she still breathed, albeit faintly. My hearing seemed to sharpen, allowing me to discern the faint rhythm of her heartbeat echoing within her chest. 2 minutes later, with the collective effort of those around us, the large European girl was finally pulled up. I clung to the platform, struggling to ascend. As I emerged from the water, my clothing was thoroughly soaked, droplets cascading down my body incessantly. Initially, upon reaching the shore, my body trembled uncontrollably, my heart raced chaotically, and I could exhale frosty breaths. However, mere seconds later, my body temperature began to rise autonomously, my heartbeat gradually steadied, and the blood coursing through my veins quickened, causing my skin to warm slightly. Despite being drenched, I felt no chill at all. It was akin to taking a refreshing cold shower on a sweltering summer day. I turned my gaze towards the lake, noticing my recently purchased black fleece jacket still floating on the surface. I hesitated, contemplating whether to dive back in to retrieve it, considering it had cost me $300. Thank you for saving Prada. Once the European girl was brought to safety, the arriving medical personnel commenced emergency resuscitation before transporting her into an ambulance. Only after confirming the girl was out of danger did she squeeze through the crowd and rush towards me, visibly relieved. Prada, isn't that a brand? I pondered with confusion. I accepted the white bathrobe and a cup of ginger tea offered by the girl, draping the robe over my shoulders. Although the cold no longer bothered me, I gulped down the ginger tea in one swift motion. The spiciness ignited a warm sensation within my stomach. The girl gazed into my eyes, astonished. After a few moments, a blush crept across her face as she recollected herself. I'm Xiaojinjin. I apologize for letting your purple contact lens fall into the water. How much is it? I'll compensate you, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she hurriedly reached for her phone in her pocket. Upon touching her pocket, she discovered she had 2 phones, one of which was naturally the one I had given her. I'm so sorry here. This is your phone. Oh, where's your bun? The girl raised her left hand and noticed that the bun she had been holding had vanished. I was clearly holding it just now. I took my phone from her hand, gazing into her slightly reddened eyes. Witnessing her bewildered expression over the lost bun instantly brought a smile to my face. How charming this girl is. Xiaojinjin stands a little over 1.7 meters tall, her height reaching approximately to my brow. She possesses a cascade of long, dark hair, styled into a sleek ponytail that nearly grazes her waist. A subtle fragrance of osmanthus emanates from her, distinct from the overpowering scents of typical perfumes worn by young women. Instead, it is a natural aroma that radiates from within. I observe her anxiously scanning the surroundings, her eyes searching intently for the dumplings. And I find myself irresistibly tempted to reach out and gently pat her head. But it's just a few dumplings, and besides, my colored contact lenses are hardly valuable. I'm unsure what she means by colored lenses, as I do not wear such things, yet since she mentioned it, I went along with her words. As for that foreign horse. Ahem, I meant that girl. As long as she is fine, that's what matters. I nearly misspoke, quickly correcting myself. The term foreign horse is not a flattering one. It refers broadly to tall, attractive Western women, and carries a certain disrespectful connotation. When 2 men converse about Western women using this term, the implications take on an even more distorted meaning. If she were to overhear, it would certainly lead to misunderstandings. Just as I was engaged in conversation with the girl, a slender young man rushed over from the lingering crowd. Brother, you are truly a hero in Yinping City, he exclaimed, immediately shedding his jacket and draping it over my shoulders. A true hero. He placed his arm around my shoulders, giving a thumbs up to the crowd, which erupted into thunderous applause. Thank you, I replied awkwardly, turning to leave. His interruption had completely extinguished my desire to continue chatting with Xiaojinjin. I dislike such public displays of admiration. I acted out of valor, not mischief, and seeing my intent to depart, the onlookers did not attempt to stop me. Wait, where are you going? Just as I was about to turn away, someone grasped my arm. Turning back, I found Xiaojinjin gazing at me with her bright, expressive eyes. Her expression shy, as if she had something to say. I'm going home, what else? I replied, bemused. Can't you see I'm completely soaked? Do you really want me to come home with you? Why don't you accompany me to the hospital by ambulance instead? Xiaojinjin observed my drenched state, steam still rising from my body, her concern for my well-being evident. It's fine, I'll take a taxi home. A good sleep will suffice, I assured her. Hearing my nonchalant response, Xiaojinjin fell silent. She found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, the temperature of the water in the Bai lake was nearing freezing. Xia Jinjin understood that amongst the onlookers, there were certainly some who would brave the water to save someone, yet they refrained from doing so due to the frigid temperature. She had witnessed individuals plunging into the water to rescue others, and without exception, they emerged trembling, shivering, and moaning, embodying the very essence of self-sacrifice. Yet here I was, drenched and with certain parts of my body already crystallized with ice. My physical condition was far from that of an ordinary person. One might even deem it somewhat abnormal. In her heart, an inexplicable affection for me had begun to blossom. "May I take my leave?" My voice snapped her out of her astonishment. Observing my coherent speech and composed demeanor, devoid of any signs of distress, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you are all right. By the way, that imbecile who called you, I have blocked him. He kept calling incessantly, and I didn't dare to answer," Xia Jinjin said, her gaze lowered. Unable to meet mine, her movements awkward, clearly feeling embarrassed for taking the initiative. "Thank you," I replied, feeling no resentment towards her tampering with my phone. Moreover, I harbored no secrets within it. "You should leave quickly. The ambulance charges for waiting," I reminded her, noticing her persistent grip on my hand. My act of saving was instinctual, not driven by any desire for the young lady. It was merely a fleeting encounter, and I had no thoughts of meeting again. Seeing my indifferent demeanor, she finally released her hold. After I had distanced myself, Xia Jinjin mustered her courage, fists clenched, and called out to me. "Hey, your phone isn't locked, so I took the liberty of adding you on WeChat without your consent. Please don't be angry." I turned my back to her, gesturing dismissively. It was merely a matter of exchanging contact details. It was no great concern. Did she expect me to pledge my life in return? "Hey, what is your name?" Xia Jinjin shouted after me, watching my retreating figure, noting my lack of response. She bit her lip, gathering her courage once more to call out. "Zhang Tingyan," I responded loudly and kind. Such a good person. A truly wonderful person. The lean young man who had just given me his coat now stood there in just a thin sweatshirt, still shivering as he rubbed his arms. His eyes filled with admiration for me. Chapter 29, Monster. I arrived at the rendezvous point with Ergo and selected a park bench to sit upon. I had intended to take a taxi home, but Ergo messaged me, stating he would arrive in approximately 10 minutes. It would be unreasonable to request him to return to my home. I sent a message on WeChat, requesting Ergo to purchase a pair of pants, some underwear, and a pair of shoes on his way, deducting the expenses from the 2,000 yuan I had. Curiously, this time, Ergo did not inquire about the purpose of these clothing purchases. He simply replied with an acknowledgement and then fell silent. I am utterly soaked. My clothes cling uncomfortably to my skin, creating a sticky sensation. My shoes, in particular, squelch with each step, and the tops of my feet feel exceedingly slick, making it quite unpleasant to wear them. Consequently, I had no choice but to remove my shoes and socks. However, being in a public park, surrounded by many onlookers, I could not dare to strip off my shirt and pants. I am already in a lamentable situation. I cannot afford to be perceived as a deviant. The sound of the ambulance sirens has faded into silence. I wonder how Xia Jinjin's European friend is faring. I opened a messaging app and entered Xia Jinjin in the contact search bar. Sure enough, a charming little bear avatar appeared. Upon entering the chat interface, I found only a greeting sticker sent by her. I refrained from replying, as I had left without so much as a backward glance or a few parting words. It would seem rather contrived for me to initiate a conversation now. While I might not be inclined to send her a message, I certainly had no qualms about perusing her moments. As I opened Xia Jinjin's moments, her background image featured a photo of herself. She donned a flowing blue dress, standing amidst a sea of blossoms. A straw hat adorned her head. Her long hair danced in the breeze, and she gazed upward, her face radiant with a blissful smile. With arms outstretched, she seemed to embrace nature itself. Her smile was truly therapeutic. Not far behind her stood an ancient European-style windmill, under a cerulean sky adorned with clusters of white clouds, as a few birds playfully chased each other, frozen in mid-flight. I must admit, Xia Jinjin, with her neighborly girl-next-door charm, looked remarkably beautiful against such a backdrop. I continued scrolling through her posts, apart from a couple of selfies. The remainder consisted of videos of cats and dogs, or advertisements for pet food. It appears that Xia Jinjin owns a pet shop. I scrolled further until I encountered a photo of her wearing a baseball cap embroidered with a dog, standing in front of a pet shop, cradling a Yorkshire Terrier and grinning foolishly. I paused my scrolling. The pet shop's name, Encountering Early Summer, was inscribed on the sign. Accompanying the name were animated paw prints of a cat and a dog. How curious that the name of this pet shop resembles that of a bubble tea shop. I closed my phone, pondering the peculiar connection between the shop's name and its purpose, when suddenly, an urge for a cigarette surged within me. I reached into my pocket, only to find that my cigarette pack had been thoroughly soaked by the lake water, rendering it utterly unusable. It dawned on me that I had completely forgotten to retrieve my cigarettes earlier amidst the chaos. Damn it! I tightly grasped the cigarette pack in my palm, squeezing it vigorously, causing the moisture within the cigarettes to be expelled, along with fragments of tobacco that trickle through my fingers. When I finally release my grip, the remnants have transformed into a compact ball. Damn it! With a sharp exclamation, I hurl the cigarette pack away, and it lands perfectly in the trash bin 3 meters distant. Those who do not smoke cannot comprehend the agony of being without a cigarette. Only seasoned smokers truly understand this torment. The withdrawal feels akin to losing vital blood, leaving one lethargic and restless, with an unsettled heart. Indeed, this sensation is more distressing than death itself. A heaviness grips my chest, and my heart begins to race. As my pulse quickens, a faint purple hue emerges in my vision, my canines elongate, and my face begins to contort, resembling the beast I once was. At this critical moment, my nostrils twitch, catching a familiar scent. It's the unmistakable aroma of smoke. I lean forward and see, about 20 meters away, a bald man leisurely strolling towards me, a cigarette dangling from his lips. This middle-aged rotund figure sways as he walks, his belly jiggling with each step. He takes a gentle puff from his freshly lit cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Even from such a distance, I can distinctly observe the greasy contours of his face and the nuances of his expression and movements. My vision and sense of smell surpass those of an ordinary person by a considerable margin. Hey, brother, could you spare a cigarette? I call out as the bald man approaches within 5 or 6 meters. However, he lacks my keen eyesight, as he has not suffered the misfortune of being bitten by a werewolf. Even if he had, he would merely serve as fodder for the creature. Huh. The bald man pauses, scanning his surroundings, utterly unaware of my presence. Brother, I'm right here. Look this way. The bench on which I sit is nestled between 2 foam mountains, creating a significant visual blind spot. Without coming closer, my presence remains concealed. Upon my prompt, the bald man finally discerns my location. Goodness. Upon noticing me, his body jolts, and the bag tucked under his arm nearly slips from his grasp. From the shadows of the foam mountain, an unexpected head emerges, with a pair of violet eyes gleaming like little lanterns and wisps of white smoke rising from it, resembling a small chimney. At first glance, one might overlook it, but upon closer inspection, it could easily be mistaken for a ghost. This sight truly startles the bald man, causing him to falter. Come over here, brother. Why are you hiding? The bald man, rather than meandering along the pathway, boldly stepped into the flowerbed enclosure. He preferred to risk the scorn of others than to walk alongside me on the path. Observing his fearful demeanor, I called out to him in haste. It was a rare moment to encounter another person. If he were to flee, I would truly be deprived of my smoke. Who are you? Are you human or a ghost? The bald man spoke with a tremor in his voice. Brother, have you ever seen a ghost in broad daylight? I merely seek a cigarette. I patiently elucidated to him. The bald man swallowed hard and glanced up at the sky, where indeed, a glaring sun hung high above. The autumn sun remained fierce, causing him to squint against its brightness. Damn, man, you're downright terrifying. You're wearing purple contact lenses, and there's smoke emanating from your head. I thought I was seeing a ghost in the park. The bald man, visibly relieved, found his fear subsiding. He cast a glance at the sign posted at the edge of the flower bed that warned against trampling the lawn, carrying a fine of 200. Hastily, he stepped out of the enclosure. The bald man rubbed his smooth scalp and, with his sturdy legs, approached me. For smokers, borrowing a cigarette is a commonplace act. Most individuals are quite willing to oblige when asked. Thank you, I courteously expressed to the bald man. I appreciated his generosity. Oh, it's nothing. We're all smokers, he replied as he extracted a cigarette from his pack, ready to hand it to me. Suddenly, his smile froze. At that moment, he was less than 2 meters away from me. I had overlooked a crucial detail. My face bore distinct features of a beast. For instance, my eyes and teeth. I remained oblivious to this transformation. Brother, are you sure you're human? The bald man's hands trembled increasingly, making it difficult for him to steady the cigarette. His gaze intensified as he scrutinized my face, his suspicions growing. In broad daylight, perhaps there were no ghosts, but that did not preclude the existence of monsters. I am indeed human, I assured the bald man. Earlier, someone fell into the lake. I acted valiantly and rescued them. I had a cigarette in my pocket, but I forgot to take it out. When I finally thought to smoke, it was ruined by the water, and I tossed it into the nearby trash bin. I gestured towards the trash can diagonally across the pathway. If he doubted me, he could verify it. It then struck me that I was quite far from the trash bin, nearly 3 meters away, and yet I had accurately tossed it in, diving to save someone. Tossing a cigarette box? The bald man glanced at the trash bin 3 meters away from me, then shifted his gaze to the nearby azure lake. At that moment, the temperature of the lake water was nearly below freezing. He looked at me, and on his plump face, his features seemed almost twisted together. He recalled that indeed someone had fallen into the water, but that incident occurred 3 days ago, right in the area to which I was pointing. In that very spot, a conspicuous yellow warning sign still stood, proclaiming, "Cherish life, stay away from dangerous waters." 3 nights prior, a young man, inebriated, had the misfortune of plunging into the lake and subsequently drowned. Curiously, the cause was linked to a pack of cigarettes. As to why it was due to a mere pack of cigarettes, he was uncertain. Nevertheless, that was the tale circulating among the locals. You. The bald man had initially kept his distance, merely catching a glimpse of my violet irises. However, as he approached, the features of my face became increasingly distinct. Eventually, he was able to discern my appearance entirely. In his 30-plus years of life, it was the first time he encountered someone with such a horrifying visage. It hardly resembled a human form. To speak candidly, it bore the semblance of a grotesque hybrid of human and beast. Though I possessed a pair of eyes, a nose, 2 ears, and a mouth, the way these features were arranged on my face rendered them utterly terrifying. As the bald man drew within a couple of meters from me, he hesitated to proceed further. He suppressed his fear, curiously scrutinizing my face. The more he examined me, the more familiar I appeared to him, as if he had seen me somewhere before. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock. He recalled that my appearance was remarkably akin to the lion spirit from the new adaptation of Journey to the West, save for the absence of a thick golden mane. "Brother, just give me a cigarette." I discerned from the bald man's terrified expression that I had once again transformed into that beastly semblance. Observing his timid demeanor, I disregarded how frightful my appearance might be at that moment. All I yearned for was a single cigarette. "Brother, just a cigarette will suffice." Fearing he might flee, I immediately rose from my seat, neglecting to put on my shoes, and stepped outside. Rest assured, I am not a monster. I do not consume humans. Perhaps I should have refrained from uttering those words, for the mere mention of cannibalism caused him to shudder. In my current form, it was hardly believable that I would not devour a person. To appear more amiable and to alleviate the bald man's apprehension, I attempted to present him with a smile that I considered bright and cheerful. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, my lips felt rigid. What should have been an effortless smile turned into a forced grimace. "Oh my, a monster!" The bald man let out a howl, causing the cigarette in his hand to fall to the ground in fright. Before him, I stood, drenched and resembling someone pulled from the depths of a watery abyss, with even a few icy shards clinging to my clothing. Not only that, but from head to toe, I was exuding a continuous stream of white vapor. He cast a glance at my feet, swollen and pale from being soaked, and suddenly realized I was barefoot. Who on earth ventures out without shoes? Exposing a pair of ghastly white feet, the taut skin of my face creased into a sinister smile as my lips curled upward, revealing 4 sharp fangs that, combined with my eyes glowing with a violet hue, made me appear as though I were a creature that had devoured an entire nation. This was no human, but rather a grotesque fusion of a water spirit and a demon. The bald man's scream startled me as well. The white bathrobe that Xia Jinjin had given me slipped off my shoulders and fell to the ground. To my eyes, it was merely an ordinary white towel. However, to the bald man, it resembled the shroud covering a drowned corpse. A water ghost, a lion spirit. My terrifying appearance rendered the man utterly bewildered. He could not discern whether I was a ghost or a demon. With a howl, he turned and fled. This bald man, weighing an estimated 200 pounds, was surprisingly swift. "I am truly human," I called after him. Chapter 30. The Girl's Call. Was I really that frightening? I approached the spot where the bald man had just stood, bent down, and picked up the cigarettes that had fallen to the ground. After blowing on them, I kept only one, placing the others back into the box. The bald man was rather generous. Not only did he throw me a cigarette, but he also left me a lighter. To my astonishment, it was pure silver. I picked it up from the ground, its weight substantial and cold to the touch. The entire piece was silver white, exquisitely engraved on both sides with 2 piccio, suggesting it was indeed silver. The piccio symbolizes wealth and prosperity. The bald man must be someone of taste. I gazed in the direction he had hastily departed, unable to even call out to him, let alone see his silhouette. It seemed that this bald man would forever harbor a fear of Bihu Park. How embarrassing. All I wanted was a single cigarette. Yet he bestowed upon me a whole box along with a lighter. This box of soft Zhonghua was freshly opened, and the bald man had only smoked one. I chuckled to myself. Although I feigned embarrassment, my heart was filled with joy. Since he ran away so swiftly, he surely had no intention of reclaiming it. I held a cigarette between my lips, my right hand grasping a luxurious lighter, a stark contrast to the flimsy windproof ones that cost just a few dollars. This extravagant lighter, worth several thousand yuan, was undeniably different. With a gentle press of my thumb and index finger on either side, the object danced between my fingers, soon spinning like a silver arc. In the next moment, the lid sprang open, and a brilliant flame flickered into existence. With a flourish, I ignited the cigarette resting in my mouth. As I exhaled, a delicate ring of smoke spiraled upwards. After finishing one cigarette, my heart, once tumultuous, began to settle into a tranquil rhythm. I glanced at my fingers, relieved to find no darkened nails had sprouted. Resuming my seat, I retrieved my phone, activating the front camera to scrutinize my reflection. To my surprise, there appeared to be no changes. I examined my face from various angles, noting only the pallor and slight stubble around my upper lip and chin. Otherwise, I appeared unchanged. What of the purple pupils? They were absent as well. I scrutinized my eyes, confirming the pupils remained black, with faint red veins threading through the whites. Summer and the bald brother had mentioned my purple contact lenses. I wondered where they had gone and how they had vanished from my eyes. Perhaps they only manifested during my transformations. I recalled that before plunging into the azure lake, Summer had seen me with those violet irises. Upon emerging from the water, she exclaimed that my purple lenses had disappeared. It seems my speculation was correct. I pinched my cheeks firmly, seeking any alteration, but the flesh remained unchanged, though my excessive grip reddened my jaws. I opened my mouth wide, running my fingers along my teeth. They were even, with no protrusions or abnormalities. Gazing into the familiar visage reflected on the screen, a wave of bitterness washed over me. Though my outward appearance remained normal, I knew that when I transformed into a werewolf, I must look terrifying. Otherwise, the bald brother would not have screamed in fear, calling me a monster. Damn it, I cannot remain in Yinping City any longer. I must flee to a place where no one can find me. I need to leave before I fully succumb to the werewolf form. The memory of this morning, when hunger drove me to the brink of madness, along with the bloodthirsty thoughts that plagued my mind, filled me with dread. This was not mere hunger. It was an insatiable desire to kill, to consume flesh and blood. With resolve, I opened my phone, launched the browser, and began typing in every obscure location that came to mind. The Lop Nur, the Tibetan Plateau, the Taklamakan Desert, and the Gobi Desert. These places, as I gazed at the descriptions on my browser, were not merely remote but utterly inhospitable to human existence. It seemed that only the Tibetan Plateau offered some semblance of suitability for life. After all, there are yaks roaming the vast expanse. Regardless, it is certainly preferable to transforming into a werewolf and devouring others. I clenched my teeth, my resolve strengthening. I opened my navigation app and began searching for trains from Yinping City to the Tibetan Plateau. Alas, I was truly departing, leaving behind my companions, Big Hai and the others. The thought of Wang Shihai and the friends I had made over the past 3 years in Yinping stirred a twinge of reluctance within me. Having been an orphan since childhood, aside from the friends I grew up with in the orphanage, the director, the caretaker Chung, and Uncle Ma, there were also the brothers I fought alongside during my 5 years in the military. Lastly, there was Wang Shihai and Huang Mao. I hope they all fare well. This time, it is a final farewell. It seems I shall never have the chance to see them again. I sighed, my heart wavering slightly. My finger hovering over the payment button, yet I lacked the resolve to press it. If only I had not parked by the roadside that fateful night and had simply returned to the city. Then all that I now faced would not have come to pass. But alas, life is devoid of such what-ifs. While I still possessed my sanity and had not succumbed to becoming a monstrous werewolf, it was best that I departed. With that thought, I felt no lingering attachments. Just as my finger was about to descend upon the payment button, a phone call from Chun Ergu interrupted my contemplation. I furrowed my brow but ultimately chose to answer. Yengu, where are you? Send me your location. I'll be there shortly. His somewhat mischievous voice resonated through the receiver. All right, I replied before ending the call and enabling location sharing. In truth, being bitten by a werewolf had its merits. After all, the abilities that were once beyond my reach, sights unseen, sounds unheard, sense unfelt, were now within my grasp. Moreover, my physical prowess, strength, and healing abilities were nothing short of extraordinary. The only drawback was the inevitable transformation into a werewolf. Alas, if only that could be avoided. I could wear my underwear backward and become a superhero in Yinping, combating evil. How perfect that would be. If I had possessed such abilities during my military service, I would have charged into battle without a second thought. I chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Of course, I jest, I had no idea if becoming a werewolf would grant me bulletproof resilience. 3 minutes later, from a distance of several dozen meters, I spotted Chun Ergu ahead. He was carrying several bags, presumably filled with clothes he had brought for me. Beside him stood a tall, elegant woman, around 6 feet in height. Upon closer inspection, my pupils suddenly constricted. To my astonishment, the girl before me was a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner. Unlike Prada, who exudes a sultry allure reminiscent of a feisty feline, this European girl bore a striking resemblance to Xia Jinjin, radiating an innocent charm akin to that of a quintessential girl next door. She donned a pair of snug, light blue distressed jeans that accentuated her figure, complemented by knee-high black boots. Her upper attire consisted of a khaki overcoat layered over a form-fitting black turtleneck, cascading down to her shoulders. Her golden curls framed a complexion as fair as porcelain, with pronounced cheekbones and a delicate nose. Her deep-set eyes, adorned with saffron hues, captivated one's gaze irresistibly. Her long, slender legs appeared even more elongated than those of the girl I had encountered at the Lin family estate. Chun Ergu stood beside her, appearing slightly shorter. From a distance, he whispered something in her ear. Although we were separated by a considerable distance, I could still discern his words. The girl leaned slightly, tucking a stray lock of golden hair behind her ear. Hearing Chun Ergu's murmured remarks, she gently nodded and responded with a sweet smile. Even from afar, I could see the infatuated expression on Chun Ergu's face. In the next moment, Chun Ergu hastily approached me, clutching my clothes. "Hey, Yinggu, why are you all wet?" he exclaimed, startled at my drenched appearance, as if I had just emerged from the water. "I fell into the lake," I interjected, preemptively cutting him off as I noticed his inclination to inquire further. I extended my hand, gesturing for him to show me the clothes he was carrying. "Here you go, Yinggu." Receiving the bag from Chun Ergu, I opened it to find my clothes and shoes intact. "Wait, Ergu, why is there still 1,200 left?" I questioned, counting the stack of red bills in my hand, which was noticeably less than expected. Could it be that these items cost 800? I cast a skeptical glance at Chun Ergu, suspecting he might be shortchanging me. "Yinggu, please don't look at me like that," he pleaded, shaking his tousled hair with an expression of feigned innocence. "I didn't want this either. With such a stunning beauty by my side, you can't expect me to take her to some shabby little shop, can you?" As I scrutinized the receipt Chun Ergu handed me, my blood boiled, and I felt the beast within me awakening. The shoes cost 450, the pants 240, and shockingly, the underwear was 110. This was practically the cost of a ticket to the Himalayas. At that moment, if my glare could kill, Chun Ergu would have been slain. No, wait. Yinggu, how about I transfer you the 600 difference?" he hastily suggested. Upon noticing the fury etched upon my countenance, Chun Ergu, visibly shaken, clasped his hands together in a gesture of earnest apology, his voice bordering on desperate. "Really? I will transfer you 600 yuan, he implored, and in that moment, my ire evaporated entirely. "I sincerely apologize, Yinggu. This beauty was a hard-won prize from last night." After hours of conversation, I managed to arrange a rendezvous for today at noon, a 3-hour reservation in a presidential suite. "You see, you must allow me to go first. It costs 1,000 yuan, and refunds are not available after expiration." Chun Ergu brandished the hotel booking on his phone before gesturing toward the enchanting woman seated on a nearby bench. "Have you only known that foreign girl for a day?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Chun Ergu nodded vigorously. "How did you know?" He suddenly recalled, bewildered that I recognized his companion as a foreigner. Surely, I could not have seen from such a distance. I chose not to respond, merely waving my hand in acquiescence. All right, Chun Ergu exclaimed with palpable relief, darting toward the girl without a backward glance, fearing I might call him back. What a character. I gazed at his lanky figure and shook my head in resignation. 3 hours? That slender waist of yours is bound to suffer. Ringing once more interrupted my thoughts, this time the sound of a phone call. Upon glancing at my device, I noticed an unfamiliar local number, distinct from the previous one. Could it be that fool again? I hesitated briefly before swiping to answer. "Are you out of your mind? Or do you expect me to come to your home for a feast?" "I don't want anything from you," I retorted into the receiver, my mood considerably lifted. After several moments of silence, it was evident that the caller was taken aback by my abrupt outburst. Just as I contemplated ending the call, the voice on the other end broke the silence. Initially, my demeanor remained unruffled until I recognized the woman's voice. My pupils constricted, my expression turned grave, and the scathing remarks I had prepared were abruptly stifled. "Zhang Tingyan, do you possess any sense of decency? You ignored dozens of my calls and even blocked me. Now that I've called from a different number, you greet me with insults? This number was provided by you. Is this how you treat someone who saved your life?" Chapter 31. The meeting. It's you. I knew that voice all too well, It was one I could never forget in this lifetime. Who did you think it was? A telecommunications scam? I mused, a sardonic smile creeping onto my lips. In the microphone, the sound of a girl's mocking laughter echoed. It seemed she was exceedingly angered by my frequent disconnections of her calls and my harsh words directed at her. No, I thought. Just as I was about to explain, her icy voice once again pierced through the receiver, interrupting me. What did you think? That I was dead? At that moment, the girl was clad in blue cartoon pajamas, reclining languidly on a soft sofa. Her delicate, snow-white feet were crossed atop the armrest, with the right foot on top, rhythmically swaying up and down. She tilted her head slightly, resting her left hand gently against her ear, while her right hand's slender fingers fidgeted with a loose strand of hair hanging by her ear, her expression languorous. Thanks to you, dear sister, not only am I alive, but I am thriving. As she uttered this, her tone had softened considerably from its previous chill, becoming far more tender. By the way, I suppose I haven't yet introduced myself. My name is Lin Shuwan. Lin Shuwan straightened up from the sofa, extending her fair, delicate right hand. With her slender fingers, she picked up a goblet from the coffee table, lifting it gracefully. As her wrist swayed back and forth, the crimson liquid within the goblet rolled and swirled like fresh blood. Moments later, a faint metallic scent reminiscent of blood wafted from the goblet. Oh, I exhaled softly, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor towards her revelation of her name. In fact, I retrieved a cigarette from the pack, placing it in my mouth, repeating the same motions as before. Igniting it and taking a deep drag. I might as well be preparing to live as a savage in the Tibetan plateau. Why should I care about your name? Are you all right? Lin Shuwan furrowed her brows, halting the swirling of her wine glass. She sensed my lack of enthusiasm in my tone, which was far too indifferent, bordering on apathetic. Thanks to you, I'm doing quite well, sleeping soundly and eating plenty. This morning, I devoured over 100 buns. I retorted in Lin Shuwan's tone. After a brief silence of several seconds, to my surprise, Lin Shuwan did not become angry this time. Shall we meet? Lin Shuwan's demeanor was earnest, devoid of any chill. I fear it's not possible. I resolutely declined. A sharp crack echoed through the receiver, reminiscent of shattering glass. What do you mean? Lin Shuwan had crushed the goblet in her hand, shards of glass mingling with the crimson liquid scattered across the floor, a few drops trickling down from her smooth palm. Lin Shuwan was furious. She had already been suppressing her anger since I had teased her earlier. What she did not expect was that, despite her considerable forbearance, I would dare to push my luck further. I'm not foolish. I could certainly discern the malice in her tone. However, this time, I felt no fear. Indeed, I even responded with defiance. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, she was not by my side, nor did she know my whereabouts. Secondly, I had become akin to her, no longer human myself. So why should I fear her? With the extraordinary powers I now possessed, the balance of strength was uncertain. Tonight, I planned to depart from Yimping City. Apologies. I sat on a bench, lighting another cigarette. Where do you intend to go? Upon hearing of my long journey, Lin Shuwan's tone softened slightly. The Tibetan Plateau. Lin Shuwan. It is important to note that the distance from Yimping City to the Tibetan Plateau is nearly 800 kilometers, with a drive requiring 2 days and nights. Don't tell me you're taking a long-distance job, she exclaimed, almost exasperated, her sharp fangs protruding from either side of her incisors. She struggled to suppress her burgeoning anger, her body trembling visibly. She did not appreciate jokes, particularly when she was earnest. Why would I deceive you? At this point, I am like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, reckless and unyielding. You must understand, I am not jesting. I know you let that werewolf bite you. Now, only I can save you, so do not provoke me. I had initially intended to end the conversation with Lin Shuwan, but her claim of being able to save me reignited my interest. If she truly could save me, I would not have to venture to the Tibetan Plateau to live as a wild man. Really? I inquired. Lin Shuwan rose from the sofa, a smile gracing her face. Although I cannot turn you back into a human, I can help you control your powers, preventing you from losing control. Lin Shuwan was barefoot, her delicate feet gliding across the floor. Her skin was fair, with her toenails adorned in a striking shade of blue. She moved her long, pale legs as she conversed with me, making her way toward the floor-to-ceiling window. I know it's hard to convey everything over the phone, which is why I want you to meet me tonight. Lin Shuwan's collar was unbuttoned, revealing her creamy neck and sharply defined collarbones. How can this be accomplished? I asked, suppressing my excitement. While I could not revert to human form, being able to control the power within me was the best course of action for now. Do not rush. First, cancel your order from Yimping City to the Tibetan Plateau. When it comes to money, you must discern what is truly important. Lin Shuwan approached the window, extending her right hand to grasp a corner of the curtain, deftly flinging it open. The dimly lit living room was instantly illuminated by warm sunlight. Before Lin Shuwan lay an endless expanse of azure sea. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, a white sailboat sways gracefully with the waves, capturing the eye. As sunlight cascades over Lin Shuwan, she comfortably closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, her chest rising and falling like majestic peaks. From her open collar, delicate black lace edges tease the eye. By the way, Zhang Tingyan, I forgot to mention something. 2 minutes later, the call ended, and Lin Shuwan and I exchanged contact on an app. Seizing the moment after the call, I quickly changed into my pants and shoes in the park restroom. What is it? I replied on the app. You've attracted someone's attention. Came the swift response from the other side of the screen. I simply sent back a question mark. 3 seconds later, a photograph arrived. Goodness, is that me? Staring at the image, I was taken aback. It was captured in our neighborhood, showing someone leaping through the air like a dog. Who took this? I never imagined someone would photograph me at that moment. Could this be the person Lin Shuwan warned me about? A madman. Once they latch onto you, it's like being stuck to a piece of tape. Finally, Lin Shuwan sent a message with a smirk. Who is he? Why is he fixated on me? What connection does he have with you? What does he intend to do next? I hurriedly sent all my questions in a single breath. Do you wish to know? Looking at Lin Shuwan's message, I found myself intrigued. Yes, his name is Duan Wuxi. As I gazed at the name on the screen, a sense of familiarity washed over me. I recalled him as the eccentric man who sprayed perfume on my face in the elevator. He does have a rather peculiar appearance, with uneven eyes. Indeed, I can't believe you two have already crossed paths. Lin Shuwan replied, clarifying the situation. Half an hour later, I returned to Fukong residence by taxi. As I stepped out of the car, Uncle Lu, the security guard whom I knew well, rushed towards me. Xiaoyan, you wouldn't believe what happened this morning at the entrance of the community. A man, about your height, went wild with rabies. He burst from the entrance of the community, leaping over 3 meters. Goodness, that's terrifying. Uncle Lu animatedly recounted the bizarre incident from earlier. I could only manage a wry smile, internally lamenting, Lu, the rabid man you mentioned is actually me. Fortunately, in the past couple of days, the surveillance cameras near the entrance of the community had been malfunctioning and remained unrepaired, thus failing to capture my actions. It was only after an incident occurred this morning that the property management hastily summoned maintenance personnel to reinstall the cameras. Glancing towards a nearby streetlight not far from the entrance, I noticed a maintenance worker clad in gray uniform tinkering with the camera. I exchanged pleasantries with the security guard, Mr. Lu, and generously offered him the remaining pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, advising him to take care of his health and smoke less, as it is detrimental to the lungs and can lead to cancer. Mr. Lu received the half-full box of Zhonghua with a beaming smile, promptly praising me as a dutiful child who shows concern for the elderly. 5 minutes later, I had opened my front door and stepped inside my home. I had made plans with Lin Shuwan to meet at the Xuanhe Street Tea Restaurant at 10 o'clock tonight, where she would divulge everything. Her flight was scheduled for 8:30 in the evening, and she would arrive in Yinping City around 9. Upon returning home, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over me, making it difficult to keep my eyelids open. I settled down at my computer and opened Chatbar, a platform I had registered for 8 years ago. Chatbar combines a search engine to create an online communication platform, allowing individuals with shared interests to congregate and engage in convenient exchanges and mutual assistance. After my military service, I frequently shared my practical theories on military operations, wilderness survival, combat, and firearms usage in the military forum, accumulating a modest following. I entered werewolf into the search bar, and as expected, a thread about werewolves popped up. I clicked to take a look, only to find a plethora of posts dedicated to the topic of werewolves. In the past, I would have never entertained such threads, but circumstances had changed. After being infected by the notion of werewolves, I had come to firmly believe in the existence of such creatures. In fact, I now considered myself a werewolf. Scrolling through the posts by date, I noticed that most of them were fictional tales or urban legends about werewolves, devoid of value, so I quickly skimmed past them. 5 minutes later, after browsing through dozens of posts, one titled "My Brother Has Transformed into a Monster, Who Can Tell Me What I Should Do?" captured my attention. Curiously, I glanced at the timestamp of the post, March 2nd. Intrigued, I clicked on the thread. Upon opening it, I found myself utterly captivated by the story. I had an inkling that the content of this post might indeed hold a grain of truth. Chapter 32. My brother is a monster. My brother has transformed into a monster. Who can tell me what I should do? I am so frightened. I entered this thread, and right at the beginning, I encountered these 2 sentences from the forum moderator. Instead of checking the content of the post first, I instinctively clicked on the comments. The thread in this forum comprises over 500 comments, with the latest time stamped on August 15th, merely 5 days prior. After a rough calculation, I deduced that since the original poster's brother transformed into a monster, it has been more than 5 months. Such an extensive duration. I stroked my chin, murmuring to myself. In the comments section, a user named I Have a Big Hook remarked, "You claim your brother has turned into a monster. Do you have any evidence?" Beside this comment, a small box displayed 99, indicating that over 100 users had responded. Out of curiosity, I opened the comments, only to find a deluge of disparagement directed at the poster. Each reply demanded proof, and as I scrolled through more than 20 subsequent comments, I encountered personal attacks and a slew of vitriolic insults, mocking the poster for their seemingly supernatural claims. The poster replied, "But that was 3 days later. You may choose not to believe, but please keep your language civil. I have deceived no one. If you doubt my words, feel free to come and see for yourselves. Of course, the consequences will be yours to bear." Below the original post, there was an accompanying photograph. The backdrop appeared to be an old, dilapidated basement, where a vintage incandescent bulb hung overhead. Perhaps due to aging wiring, the light emitted was dim, insufficient to illuminate the entire room, rendering the photograph somewhat shadowy. Amidst a clutter of debris, a bare-chested, muscular man squatted between several large wooden crates. Thick black iron chains encircled his neck, resembling a beast kept in captivity. The man appeared truly feral, clutching a bloodied piece of raw flesh, ravenously gnawing at it. Scattered across the damp cement floor were remnants of gnawed bones and the pelts of unknown creatures, mingled with pools of blood. At the moment the photograph was captured, the man was engaged in devouring the raw meat, his mouth smeared with blood, strands of flesh entangled in his teeth, presenting a horrifying and grotesque sight. His hair was disheveled, his face contorted, and an eerie blue light glinted in his pupils. The expression of the man, as captured by the lens, did not appear to be an intentional snapshot. I gazed intently at the figure in the photograph, enlarging the image, my eyes fixated on the wall behind the man. There, a massive black shadow loomed on the wall, encompassing both the man and his silhouette. What could that be? My pupils constricted sharply as I scrutinized the enormous black shape. To me, it was no mere shadow cast by an obstruction to light. It was unmistakably the shadow of a colossal creature. It possesses a body outline reminiscent of a human, yet it is distinctly not a human being. What could it be? An elk? Or perhaps a man adorned with antlers? I magnified the shadow on the wall to its fullest extent, and at the head of the shadow, 2 substantial elongated shadows and several slender offshoots emerged. The human eye is incapable of perceiving such subtle changes. To humanity, it merely appears as a formless dark silhouette. However, I am no longer merely human. Curiously, this peculiar shadow is evidently not that of the man. Is it an intelligent synthesis? Or could it be that this man is, in truth, a monster? A single enigmatic image is insufficiently persuasive. To ascertain whether this man has indeed transformed into a beast, one must delve deeper. I saved the image and resumed browsing the comments. Is this real? Oh, it is even bound by iron chains. Clearly a case of abuse, right? Be careful. The police may come knocking. Fake. It must be fake. Someone has watched too many American dramas. The comments below were rife with skepticism, and this time, the forum moderator did not respond. I then opened a reply from the original poster to another user who went by the name of I Love Kuan Kuan. "Oh dear. Moderator, did you take your brother to the hospital?" The moderator initially replied that when my brother was somewhat stable, our family had visited numerous prestigious hospitals and spent a great deal of money, yet to no avail. Ultimately, my brother's condition deteriorated. He became increasingly enraged, prone to violence, and his memory faltered, to the point of forgetting even our parents and me. At times, he would regain lucidity, while at others, he would descend into madness. We had no choice but to confine him. From the moderator's words, I sensed a profound truth woven within. He did not speak as one who fabricates tales. One commenter remarked, "But that cannot justify him eating raw meat. How revolting. He could fall ill, moderator." As I scrolled down, a growing sense of unease enveloped me. This feeling intensified upon reading the moderator's response. No, this is what he desires to consume. He refuses to eat the meals prepared by our parents and has gone hungry for 3 or 4 days. Our parents are deeply concerned. Yet there is nothing they can do, for they cannot approach him at all. Uncle Wong, who lives next door, once visited him, but in a moment of distraction. He had a large chunk of flesh bitten from his arm. In the end, our family bore witness to him consuming the flesh that Uncle Wong had lost from his arm. Eating human flesh? Upon reaching this revelation, I involuntarily swallowed hard, a wave of nausea washing over me. I too have experienced a desire to consume flesh. It was this very morning, driven by hunger, I momentarily lost my sanity, instinctively yearning for human flesh. It is utterly terrifying, and the thought alone sends shivers down my spine. Initially, we believed that my brother's condition had worsened, leading him to commit such a frenzied act. After all, individuals with mental illness can act unpredictably. However, everything changed that fateful night when my mother descended into the basement to check on my brother. Startled by a peculiar crunching sound emanating from the corner, she hastily turned on the basement light, only to find that my brother was not resting in his usual cardboard box. Fearing for his safety, she instinctively followed the source of the noise, but the sight that met her eyes nearly caused her to faint. There, in the shadows, my brother was huddled, bare-chested, gnawing on a live rat. His gaze was fixed intently upon her, and his once black pupils had transformed into an eerie blue, reminiscent of a cat's eyes, radiating a ghostly luminescence in the dim corner. He was undeniably ravenous, having devoured the entire creature, leaving no remnants, not even a speck of flesh on the floor. Upon witnessing this, I hastily disabled the comment section. To be honest, I was repulsed. I recalled my captain once saying that in the wilderness, when food supplies run low, rats could be consumed, albeit cooked and properly sanitized. Goodness, to eat a live rat. If I were to become a werewolf, surely I would not descend to such a primal state. I glanced at the computer screen, still inundated with 100 comments, and resolved to peruse the remarks on the third floor. One user, calling themselves Sister, provocatively asked if my brother had any bullets for tasting. Another commenter speculated that my brother must have undergone some psychological trauma. The original poster replied that the doctor had indeed stated as much. Following this was a photo of a medical record, with the name, identification number, and address obscured. Upon a cursory glance, I noted it was from the Hyde City Psychiatric Hospital. The patient was diagnosed with a multitude of disorders: schizophrenia, delusions, obsessive-compulsive disorder, anxiety, mania, and various phobias. It seemed he had been afflicted by nearly every ailment imaginable. My goodness, if he hadn't transformed into a monster. His myriad conditions alone would have rendered him incapacitated for life. I scrutinized the densely packed medical records, complete with the doctor's signature and the hospital's seal, and felt a profound sympathy for this stranger I had never met. The chains were not imposed upon my brother by us. Rather, it was a request he made during moments of lucidity. He expressed his fear that without restraint, he could commit unspeakable horrors. A user named Love Trade inquired about my brother's name and profession, claiming to be a doctor who could offer assistance. The original poster replied apologetically, stating that this was private information and could not be disclosed. After that, the original poster ceased to respond. I attempted to open several more popular comments, but the original poster had not engaged meaningfully, even in their rare replies, which were trivial at best. The final comment, dated August 15th, inquired about the well-being of the poster's brother in a thread concerning the intricacies of love for sale. However, the poster did not respond. It appears that the commentary has drawn to a close. I briefly perused the content shared by the forum administrator. My brother holds a doctorate in paleontology and geology, a discipline that remains obscure to many. It constitutes a fundamental area of geological research, wherein the analysis of the morphology, structure, ecology, classification, evolution, and historical distribution of fossils preserved in strata is conducted. This analysis, combined with interdisciplinary research methodologies, elucidates the genesis and temporal spatial distribution of strata, facilitates their classification and comparison, establishes regional stratigraphic frameworks, and reconstructs paleogeography and paleoenvironments. The study of paleontology and stratigraphy is of paramount importance in revealing the Earth's developmental history. Understanding the origin and evolution of life on Earth, as well as changes in paleogeography, paleoclimate, and paleoenvironments. My interest in such specialized terminology is non-existent. Hence, I shall bypass to the significant details. 2 weeks prior, my brother embarked on a solitary expedition to the primeval forests of Maolin for research purposes. When I inquired about his mission, he mentioned he was investigating an unknown species. However, he refrained from disclosing the nature of this creature. Initially, we were able to converse via messaging, yet 10 days ago, he sent me a troubling message. Sister, I am facing a dire situation here. That creature is real and exists. It is intelligent and it. His words trailed off, and he ceased to respond thereafter. It was nighttime, and upon awakening and attempting to reach him, I found him unreachable. I sent him hundreds of messages and called repeatedly, but he did not answer. He vanished completely, instilling a profound fear within me until 2 days ago when he returned. He had changed, not in appearance, but in his very essence. He seemed transformed, becoming reticent and distant. When I questioned him about what transpired, he remained silent, his gaze becoming unsettlingly unfamiliar. Since his return, His mental state has descended into chaos, often lashing out or secluding himself in his room, inscribing peculiar doodles with chalk upon the walls. I could not decipher his drawings. They appeared reminiscent of ancient sigils or perhaps seals of some sort. Furthermore, he incessantly muttered a single word, albeit in a faint voice, yet I discerned it clearly: Clueless. I stared at the text on the screen, murmuring it silently. What could this be? A creature, or perhaps a script? I scratched my head, utterly perplexed. A yawn escaped me, and fatigue enveloped me more profoundly. My eyelids began to betray me, but I fought against the drowsiness, determined to finish the remaining content. Her brother must have encountered a creature akin to a werewolf, much like I did, and he was either bitten or infected. I expressed this belief because I sense a certain resemblance between his situation and mine. Perhaps that immense shadow, black and adorned with antlers, is the very being that inflicted the bite upon him. It could very well be called Clueless. I clicked on the avatar of the moderator and entered her profile. Her page was remarkably pristine, devoid of any photographs, containing only this singular post. I opened her private messages. In an inexplicable moment, I found myself responding with a sentence that was not my intention, but rather an impulsive utterance. I believe you. I have encountered a similar situation, although it has manifested within me. I waited for approximately 10 minutes, but the poster did not reply. Perhaps she is occupied? I pondered silently. Undeterred and unwilling to squander time, I decided to send my phone number instead. Having completed this act, I quietly exited the forum and closed my computer. Although it was still not yet midnight, fatigue engulfed me. It felt as though someone was whispering a lullaby in my ear while gently tugging at my eyelids. I lay on my bed, summoning the last remnants of my consciousness to set an alarm for 7 o'clock. I could not afford to be late. Lin Shuan would undoubtedly be furious with me. As this thought crossed my mind, my eyelids involuntarily began to close, and my awareness gradually faded into obscurity.